Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see second part, what if Harry adapted terrible magic against Dursleys. Here is short summary. Harry's suffering at the hands of the Dursleys awakens a dangerous and unique magic, changing his fate forever. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry was taken aback. "You killed my parents," he thought back in shock. "Who are you?" "I am Marvolo. It is a long story. I did not kill them by my own free will. I also tried to kill you, but the curse backfired. I am a mere spirit now, but at least, I'm free. I wanted to contact you sooner, but only now. I am strong enough to do so. Please hear me out. Very soon, I will tell you everything. Just one thing now. I like your ideas of fighting for the rights of minorities, and I will help you if you let me. Sorry, but I am still weak. I will contact you again. Marvolo." Harry thought back, feeling flabbergasted. However, there was no response. "Harry, are you all right?" The twins' voices penetrated his mind, and he nodded, wearily, resolving to speak with Severus about the matter later on. "Do you know the man who often visits Professor Lupin? Lord Black?" the twins inquired, causing Harry to smile. "Yes," he simply replied, uncertain if it would be all right to admit that Sirius was his unofficial godfather. "Probably better not, as no one should know that I'm really Harry Potter. Anyway, he taught us how to make a howler, and we sent one to our mother right before dinner. Let's see if she'll find out who sent it, and send one back during the evening. Won't you mind?" Harry asked in disbelief. "We don't," the twins confirmed, simultaneously. Harry readily allowed himself to be pulled into a conversation about the large Weasley family. It was quite late the same evening, when Ginny's thought penetrated his mind. "Hi Harry, happy Halloween." "Hi Ginny, happy Halloween to you, too," he thought back, smiling. "Are my favorite brothers nearby?" "If you mean the twins, then yes, they're sitting next to me. Please ask them if they by chance sent my mother a howler. I promise that I won't tell her or anyone else that it was them." Ginny sounded highly amused. "Ginny asks if you send your mother a howler." Lucy was just devouring a piece of chicken under the table, so that Harry was unable to see the twins' faces. However, their spluttering from his left and right was enough of an answer. "Ginny promised to not tell anyone, let alone your mother," he added to soothe their minds. "Well, who else could do such a thing? If not our brilliant minds. Although it is frightening that Ginny knows us too well." Yes, it was them, Harry thought to Ginny. "Wait, I'll try to send you an image." An instant later, Harry found himself in the Weasleys' kitchen, where Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Ronald and Ginny surrounded the table. All of a sudden, an owl knocked at the window and was led inside, only to drop a red envelope onto the table, right into Molly Weasley's dinner. An instant later, a voice, which Harry could not recognize, began to shout. "Molly Weasley, this is the Ugly Witch's Coven speaking. We have sent you an invitation to join us many times. Our latest annual general meeting of the Ugly Witch's Coven took place this evening. We have invited you to join our esteemed ranks on numerous occasions, offering you the prestigious position of Chief Howler, as we would not need to use magic when sending a howler if you held this position. Please reply stating the reasons why you have ignored our communications so far. Yours, Verity McCandry, the Ugly Witch's Coven." With that, the letter tore itself into small pieces, before it vanished into thin air. Harry could not help chuckling at the twins' antics. "Thank you for sharing this with me," he thought back, feeling very grateful at his thoughtful friend. "They're doing great in Slytherin by the way, and they've become really good friends. Does our mother know?" Fred sounded worried, and Harry quickly relayed the question to Ginny. "No, she has been wondering for 2 hours now who sent that to her," she admitted. "I'm having a hard time to not laugh too much." Grinning, he informed the twins, before he was brought out of his silent conversation, when he suddenly felt his adoptive father's magic nearby and heard his voice. "Mr. Snape, as your familiar has fallen asleep, I believe that it's time for both of you to go to bed." Harry nodded in understanding and, inwardly groaning, said good night to the twins, before he gently woke up Lucy. They quietly headed towards the dungeons together with Severus, who insisted on accompanying them through the empty corridors, since all students were still gathered in the Great Hall, as the Halloween feast continued. Harry considered talking about his earlier mental conversation with the strange spirit. However, instinctively knew that it could bring up at least many questions, which he would not be able to answer, if not outright trouble, and decided to leave it for a different time. He won't be able to do anything to me anyway, will he? He thought, resolving to speak with Lucy about the matter first. He was tempted to tell the older wizard about the twins' howler to their mother. However, recalling that he was their head of house, he decided to keep the prank to himself. At breakfast the following morning, Marcus Flint, a third-year Slytherin, addressed Harry, who was once again sitting at the Slytherin table between the twins. "Harry, as you probably know, Jenny graduated in the summer, and I am the new Quidditch captain. I'd like to ask you something. While first years are not allowed on the house teams, I have decided to have promising first years attend our practice. When I invited the twins to join our team practice as reserve beaters, they told me that you're absolutely brilliant in catching the snitch. Therefore, I'd like to ask you if you'd be willing to attend our practice as Seeker, even if only to give our current team's Seeker some good competition. In other words, to train the Seeker, until you can become the team's Seeker in 3 years' time," the twins added, sounding extremely amused. "Well, something like that," Marcus admitted, smirking. "I'd like that," Harry said in a small voice, feeling very happy at the prospect. "I can only fly if Lucy is allowed to fly with me though." "The twins already told me so," Marcus confirmed. "That's not a problem, provided that she doesn't catch the snitch." "You won't, Lucy, will you?" Harry smiled at the canine, who eagerly licked his hand, sounding slightly indignant, as she responded. "She won't," he translated for the Quidditch captain, who nodded, seeming contented. "That's decided then. Quidditch practice is on Monday and Friday right after dinner. Tonight," Harry thought in excitement. "But after dinner, Lucy is already tired. Maybe I need to make her take a nap before dinner. But then, I have to be in the potions lab with Severus and the twins. Perhaps, in the afternoon." He resolved to discuss the matter with his familiar, and Lucy suggested taking a nap right after lunch every day, so that she could stay up a bit longer, when they had Quidditch practice or if something extraordinary happened, which did not seem unlikely at Hogwarts with so many students around. The matter was still in the front of Harry's mind, when he popped Lucy and himself into the elves' quarters right after breakfast. "Harry," Misty sounded exasperated, "please tell Misty what is on your mind. You are not concentrating enough for this healing spell to possibly work." Harry let out a deep sigh, before he apologized profoundly, wondering why Misty began to chuckle at his explanation. At the same time, he noticed a bout of some strange magic coming from the elf. What was that, he wondered, startled. "I might have a long-term solution to your problem." She somehow sounded pleased. "As you know, Cicero and I am a married couple. Now, I am pregnant, and little Teddy will be born in January." "Wow, that's amazing," Harry replied, feeling very happy for his favorite elves. "That's very fast though, isn't it?" Misty chuckled again. "Elves' pregnancy is shorter than with humans," she explained, "only 4 months. If you wish, Teddy can be bonded to you, provided that Master Severus will agree." "What?" Harry perked up in shock. "Why would we do that? Teddy should be a free elf like you and Cicero. I can pay him for his work, and I am sure that Severus will agree." Misty gently pulled him into a light hug. "Thank you, Harry. That is very generous, and Cicero and I would be happy for Teddy to work for Harry as a free elf. You can still bond with each other, so that Teddy can take turns with Lucy relaying images to you." "Thank you, Misty. That's fantastic. Please tell me what I have to do once Teddy will be born." During the following weeks leading up to Christmas, Harry could not wait for Teddy to be born. Every time he went to the elf quarters, Lucy showed him Misty's stomach, which seemed to be becoming bigger by the day. In the week before Christmas, Harry realized that Christmas was going to be completely different from what he had experienced so far. At the Dursleys, he had been made prepare the food for the family, before they had locked him into his cupboard, where he had remained during the whole festive season. He had also been told that Father Christmas would only bring presents to good boys, which he, at least according to the Dursleys, was not. At Hogwarts, Severus took the time to help him brew fruit drops and essences for tea, which he could give his friends and teachers for Christmas. Regina surprised him by asking what he wished for Christmas, and Minerva offered to teach him how to decorate the enormous Christmas tree in the Great Hall. Harry felt incredibly happy when he and Lucy walked to the Great Hall for the leaving feast on the day before the students were going to travel home for Christmas. All of a sudden, he felt a bout of magic before his vision failed completely. He could only hear heavy steps that sounded like someone running away quickly. "Lucy, what happened?" he thought to his familiar in panic. However, the canine did not respond. Harry's thoughts went haywire. What happened? Did someone attack Lucy? I can find my way to the Great Hall, but I can't leave Lucy here alone, he thought, horrified at the idea of Lucy being hurt. Kneeling down onto the floor, he gently caressed the canine's fur, glad that Lucy was at least still at his side, even if she neither moved nor was responsive in any way. "Misty," he finally called out in panic. "I think someone attacked Lucy. Is she dead?" he asked, as soon as he felt the familiar magic of the elf nearby. "No, Harry, she's only stunned." Misty's voice was comforting and soothing, and Harry quickly relaxed when the elf cancelled the spell on the canine, and Lucy shook herself to release some stress. "Lulu, what happened?" "I think it was the boy who plays the Seeker on the Quidditch team. He came and cast a spell at us." When Harry translated for Misty, the elf decided, "Let me accompany you to the Great Hall. I shall inform Master Severus about the matter. May we have dinner in the elves' quarters?" Harry was too shocked to join the students in the Great Hall, considering that one of them had willingly harmed Lucy to harm him. "Of course, Harry, pop yourselves. I shall inform the professors about the incident." Harry spent the evening with his elf friends and teachers and only returned home on time for curfew. Severus and Regina were sitting in the living room nursing a glass of red wine. "Harry, Lucy, are you both all right?" Regina was the first to inquire. "Yes, we're fine. Sorry, Harry, you have nothing to be sorry about." Severus' voice was firm but gentle. "I have taken Mr. McCain to the headmaster, and he has been questioned under Veritaserum. Apparently, he was jealous, because you always managed to catch the snitch before him in spite of not being able to see by yourself. McCain has been suspended from Hogwarts until February 1st, which means 1 month in addition to the winter holidays, and he and his parents are aware that he will be expelled if he ever does such a stunt again. As he will not be able to remain on the Quidditch team, I wish to ask you to train Slytherin's new Seeker. Marcus will arrange for tryouts for the position during the first week of January." "All right, sir. Thank you, sir," Harry replied, smiling. "I'm sorry for running away. As I said, there is nothing to be sorry about, and Misty informed me what happened and that you were spending the evening in the elf quarters. That was fully all right. By the way, the Minister of Magic Flow called earlier." Severus suddenly changed the topic. "She invited us to join her at the Ministry of Magic together with the heads of the ministry departments on New Year's Eve. Will Lucy be allowed to come?" "Of course. Lucy will always be allowed to join you, and I have invited Regina to accompany us to the party." "I like that," Harry replied, casting Regina a shy smile, before he said goodnight and retreated to his room with Lucy. Harry was shocked when Lucy showed him the room where the New Year's party at the Ministry of Magic took place. "So many people," he thought in surprise. "Oh well," he said, "all the department heads." He then recalled, knowing that Severus and he had been invited as the recipients of the Order of Merlin for their Wolvescure potion. Severus, Regina and Harry were invited to sit at the same table as Minister Bagnold, and Harry was glad that there were many others at the same table, so that he did not have the feeling as if they were placed into the spotlight. Arthur Weasley and his wife Molly were sitting opposite of them. The minister only held a small speech, during which she introduced Severus and Harry as the inventors of the cure for lycanthropy. They received huge applause, however, to Harry's relief, did not have to say anything. During the meal, Harry listened quietly when the people at their table made small talk. He perked up in amusement, however, when all of a sudden, Molly Weasley addressed the minister asking if she knew the Ugly Witch's Coven. The ugly witch's coven, Minister Bagnold repeated in apparent disbelief. Well, they sent me a letter, but I wasn't able to reply, as our owl seems unable to find them. As old as Errol may be, usually she finds all recipients. Harry listened in amusement that only intensified, when Minister Bagnold stated, I am sorry, Mrs. Weasley, but I've never heard anything about such a coven. Are you certain that it even exists? Yes, they sent me a howler on Halloween stating that I had missed their annual meeting. That sounds like a prank, which her children might play on her. Do you know anything about it? Severus asked, telepathically. Harry's amusement vanished completely. Yes, sir, but please don't punish them. The twins only did it, because their mother sent them a howler for being sorted into Slytherin. It's all right, I won't give them away, but I'll get back at them, when school commences again. Harry could feel the older wizard's amusement, wondering what the potion's master intended to do. He should not have to wait long. On the first day of classes, when Harry joined Severus and the twins in the potions classroom, Severus placed a recipe in front of the twins. Weasley and Weasley, through the Minister of Magic, we have received a request from the Ugly Witch's Coven. They need this specific potion. Harry, in the meantime, I'd like to ask you to brew the potion for Sunburn. The older wizard turned to him, placing a small parchment onto the table in front of him. Professor, squashed basilisk eggs, swiveled lizard's tails, mashed goose stomach, and mice liver. Is this a joke? Or how are we supposed to obtain these ingredients? Lucy relayed an image of the twins showing their absolute disgust at the idea of these ingredients, making Harry inwardly chuckle. Well, I am afraid that you need to visit the coven to harvest these specific ingredients. I trust that you'll be able to be back on time for dinner. Hagrid will surely agree to accompany you, seeing that you're still first years and not able to apparate yet. Harry could not help laughing aloud at Severus' seemingly bored voice and the twins' confusion. They won't really believe that, will they? He thought in amusement. On Saturday evening, Severus once again went to Hogsmeade with his younger colleagues and friends. I can understand him. Regina is really nice, Harry thought, sympathetically, as he followed Minerva and Lucy back to their rooms after dinner. Although he was old enough to not need a babysitter, he somehow enjoyed the time which Minerva spent in their quarters with him and Lucy. He was still inwardly laughing about the twins' expressions at Severus' prank from a few days ago, when Minerva addressed him. Harry, you seem strangely absent tonight. Is everything all right? Yes, Harry replied, wondering if he could tell the older witch about the twins' prank and Severus' retaliation. She's a Gryffindor, but well, she won't give the twins away to their mother, he decided, unsurely. Will you keep a secret from the twins' mother? Unfortunately, he could not see her reaction, as Lucy was fast asleep next to him on the sofa, snoring lightly. Minerva's voice was laced with surprise, as she replied, positively, and Harry quickly told her about the Howlers and the Ugly Witch's Coven. And Molly Weasley fell for it. That is indeed funny, Minerva agreed, before she let out a deep sigh. I'm not sure if I should be happy that these twins are not in my house or rather be sad about it. While Molly Weasley always described them as troublemakers, my colleagues seem to believe that they're geniuses. I think they're brilliant, Harry replied and informed the Gryffindor head that the three of them had already finished their second-year potions curriculum and had begun their third during the holidays. Severus wants us to take our owls before the summer holidays. That's very well done, Minerva commended him, sounding pleased. Ever since he adopted you, Severus has completely changed for the better. Harry smiled at the idea. When Lucy first showed him to me, he was always wearing black. Now, he mostly wears blue and green, doesn't he? Yes, that is correct, Minerva replied, and for the first time ever since your mother died, he has made friends. Regina, Harry replied, grinning broadly. Well, Ms. Lestrange might be special, but he even seems to get along well with Miranda, Remus, Sirius and Amelia. Amelia Bones. You met her before. She's the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Ah, yes, I've met her a few times. She was with the minister, when they gave us the Order of Merlin, he recalled. She seems nice, too. She was Sirius' fiancée, when he was thrown into Azkaban, and it seems as if they were slowly picking up their relationship. I wonder if we're going to have a triple wedding sometime in the future, she added, seemingly more to herself than to him. However, Harry smiled at the idea. It would be nice if Regina came to live with us, too, he thought, when Minerva suddenly changed the topic. By the way, what I meant to tell you is that it's Severus' birthday on Tuesday. Did you know that? Harry shook his head. No, he replied, alert. I need to make a present for him. But what? Why don't you paint something for him? Ms. Lestrange told me that you painted something for her during your lesson a few weeks ago, and she loved it. I am sure Severus would appreciate a painting very much, too. Harry remained pensive for a moment. I could do that, but only when Lucy is awake. Well, as tomorrow is Sunday, you could visit me in my rooms, or do you have to brew potions on Sundays? Harry nodded. Yes, from breakfast until lunch, I have potions together with the twins, but in the afternoons, I am free, because they need some time to catch up on class work other than potions. At least that's what Severus said, he added, somehow not really believing that the twins would properly study anything else but pranks or potions. Well, then come and visit me tomorrow after lunch. You can make a painting for Severus, and I will show you how to transfigure a tissue into an adequate frame for your work. Thank you, Harry agreed, feeling extremely relieved that he had at least an idea for a present. The question is what to paint though, he thought. Have you practiced transforming your right hand, by the way? Harry nodded, eagerly, before he changed both hands along with his arms into canine legs and paws. He heard how Minerva took a deep breath in obvious surprise, before the transfiguration professor commented. By Merlin, you're faster than any other animagus I know. You somehow must be a natural. Now, you must try to change your legs and feet and then your complete body, but I don't think it will take you long. Harry nodded, feeling very happy at the idea of becoming a dog very soon. First thing the following morning, his mind revolved around the question what to paint for Severus. Perhaps Severus standing behind a cauldron brewing, he thought. However, when he shared his idea with Lucy, the canine protested. He wouldn't want to see himself all the time. Why don't you just paint a cauldron with a colorful liquid bubbling inside? Yes, that's better, Harry admitted. As soon as he and Lucy were comfortably sitting in Minerva's living room, he set to work, knowing that he had enough time to properly finish his project before dinner. Thank you for allowing me to do this here, he uttered, and thank you, Lucy, for helping me. He then carefully painted a large, black cauldron, in which a green liquid was bubbling lividly. I need to give the cauldron a silver lining, he thought, deciding that Severus would like Slytherin colors most, however, then decided otherwise. Cauldrons don't have a lining, let alone patterns or colors. Instead, he put half a dozen files onto the table next to the cauldron, using silver to paint them. Minerva, he finally called out to the witch, who was engrossed in correcting some students' homework. Finished? She asked, smiling, as she came around the table to inspect his work. Oh, this is beautiful. Harry held up his hand. One moment, he concentrated on the painting and gave it a final touch using wish magic. Oh, this is really amazing, Minerva commented in apparent amazement, as she took in the ingredients, which were flying into the cauldron, only to be spat out again, as the potion exploded all over the painting, before the process began anew. Very well done. She then showed him how to transfigure a tissue into a frame. However, already feeling tired by his earlier use of magic, Harry gladly accepted the frame from the professor, merely changing the orange color to silver. He had just put the painting into the frame, when he felt Malcolm pop up next to him, right before Lucy showed him the elf. Cicero and Misty are calling for Harry, because little Teddy has been born. Harry perked up at the news. He quickly excused himself from Minerva and left her rooms together with Lucy, as the professor could not know that he could simply pop themselves. Popping them right into the elves' quarters, he went to search out Misty and Cicero, handing the painting to Cicero for safekeeping until Severus' birthday. Turning to Misty, who was sitting in a bed with a very tiny elf in her arms, he admired the baby. He recognized Teddy's magic from before, when it had come from Misty's belly. Congratulations, Misty and Cicero. Hello Teddy, I am Harry, and this is Lucy. We are happy to see you, and we wish to be your friends." He was amazed to see that Teddy's small face was now covered by a huge smile. "It will be a week before Teddy will be able to properly speak and walk," Misty informed him, "but you may carefully hug him." She patted the edge of the bed, motioning for them to sit down. "Carefully, Lucy. Teddy is still a baby," Harry warned the canine, who then jumped onto the bed and licked the small elf's face over and over, before Misty gently pried her away. Wild as ever, Harry thought, with a combination of annoyance and pride for his familiar. Harry leaned over and hesitantly hugged the small elf, smiling, when he felt the baby's tiny hand reach out to touch his face, before he quickly pulled back. "He is so cute," he said, admiringly. "Thank you, Harry," Misty smiled, seeming extremely happy. "We will come and properly introduce him to you in a few days." During the next 2 days, Harry used every free minute to eagerly practice the animagus transformation. The thought, "Perhaps I can surprise Severus for his birthday by changing into my canine form," at the front of his mind. On Monday evening, Severus informed the twins that there would be no brewing the following evening. "I expect you to spend some time in the Slytherin common room and catch up with your housemates and your school work." His voice was strict, and Harry was almost glad that he was merely talking to the twins and not to him, when his adoptive father addressed him. "Harry, I wish to speak with you for a moment." Wondering what he could have done wrongly, Harry hesitantly followed the older wizard home. "I don't think you've done anything wrong," Lucy thought to him, apparently sensing his darkening mood. "I hope so," Harry thought back, when he sat on the edge of the sofa, wondering why Lucy was so calm as to take her favorite sleeping position next to him. "Harry," Severus was back to his soft voice, which he normally used to speak to him at home. "Tomorrow evening, I wish to have dinner at the Three Broomsticks together with you, Regina and Lucy. I have reserved one of the small rooms for this purpose." "All right," Harry replied in surprise, thinking, "I didn't think that Severus would wish to properly celebrate his birthday." However, the older wizard continued, "You may have noticed that Regina and I have become good friends." Harry nodded, smiling, as he wondered where the conversation was heading. "Tomorrow, I wish to ask her to become my wife and come to live together with us." Before Harry could even think of a response, the older wizard continued, "Of course, I don't know if she will accept, and if she does, it will be a matter between you and her to agree what relationship the two of you are going to have in the future. However, I can well imagine that she would like to become your adoptive mother. That's up to the two of you though." Harry let out a deep sigh. "Severus, are you sure that I won't be in our way?" he asked in a small voice. It almost came out as a whisper, and he was not certain if his adoptive father had heard it. However, Severus' reply came immediately. "Harry, you are my son now and will always be, at least as long as you want it. You will never be in my or anyone else's way, let alone Regina's." First thing the following morning, Harry gave Severus his birthday present, feeling extremely happy, when the professor profusely thanked him and ushered him into his office, where he put the painting up onto the wall behind his desk for every visitor to see it. "Thank you, Harry. This is very well done. Your talent for music seems to extend to other kinds of art as well." "I love painting," Harry admitted, "but music is easier, because I can play just by myself, even if Lucy is asleep." Severus nodded in apparent understanding, before Harry saw a small smile play on his lips. "When did Misty say Teddy would be big enough to meet you?" "In a week," she said. "So," Harry shrugged. "In a few days then." "Why?" "Because you might be able to bond to Teddy just like you're bonded to Lucy," Severus explained. "I don't mean a bonding between a master and his house elf but a magical binding between two friends. That way, Teddy would probably also be able to show you your surroundings. I shall discuss the matter with Cicero at the next opportunity." "Thank you," Harry replied, smiling happily. When they headed in the direction of Hogsmeade at dinner time, Harry realized that Severus seemed extremely excited, which was fairly unusual for the older wizard. "Shall I pop us?" he offered, thinking that Severus might calm down once they reached their destiny. "Yes please. I wouldn't wish for Regina to arrive before us, but we're fairly late due to the headmaster's meddling." Harry inwardly chuckled, before he reached out to Lucy and Severus and popped them right in front of the 3 broomsticks, automatically turning the 3 of them invisible on the way. Seeing through Lucy's eyes that several people were walking along the street, he whispered, "Come," and led Severus and Lucy around the corner into a small side street, before he released them. "Thank you, Harry," Severus whispered, once they became visible once more. "That was very thoughtful. The elves have taught me well," Harry repeated what Severus used to tell him. "Cheeky brat," the older wizard replied, as he ushered them into the 3 broomsticks, where he inquired if Ms. Lestrange had already arrived. Hearing that Regina was not there yet, Harry suggested, "Shall we wait outside then? Perhaps she won't feel so comfortable entering this place just by herself." Considering that she's a squib, he added just for himself. "Let's do that," Severus immediately agreed. However, it did not take more than 2 minutes before Regina walked up to them. Even if Severus had prepared Harry for what could be expected during dinner, Harry felt strangely out of place when Severus proposed to Regina after they had finished eating. He kept himself busy cuddling with Lucy, while he listened to the exchange of words and inwardly smiled, happily, when Regina replied with a firm, "Yes." "Congratulations, Regina and Severus," he said in a small voice, uncertain if it would be all right to voice his opinion. Only when the happy couple profusely thanked him, he felt slightly reassured. The thought, "I shouldn't have come with them but remained at Hogwarts," crossed his mind and only intensified when Severus suggested going for a small walk across the village. "I want to leave them alone for a while," he feverishly thought, as he summoned his magic and concentrated on the completion of the animagus transformation. An instant later, he felt the transformation set in. "I did it," he realized, when Lucy congratulated him and began to lick his fur in apparent happiness. "I managed the complete transformation. Harry," he heard Severus and Regina shout in obvious surprise, as they stared at him in clear amazement. Harry walked over and gently licked Regina's hand, before he repeated the process with Severus, feeling delighted at his success. "Come," Lucy invited him, and the 2 canines had much fun running ahead to give the adults some space. Arriving at the empty playground, where Severus and Regina sat on a bench, close to each other, Lucy suggested, "Let's have a mock fight. It's going to be much fun." Fun they had, although it did not take long before Harry lay down in front of the happy couple and drifted off to sleep, exhausted from the magic that the completion of his animagus form had afforded. "He is so thoughtful," Regina said, smiling, as she observed the 2 canines sleep on the ground in front of them. "Did you know that he managed the animagus transformation?" "No, I did not," Severus replied. "He's much too insecure though. I told him about the matter beforehand to reassure him that he belongs to us. He knows it, but still, it's not so easy to make up for so many years of verbal abuse." She chuckled. "It's funny how he is the spitting image of Lucy apart from his face." While Lucy's face consisted of a black and a gray half, Harry's face was completely black apart from the pattern of a white lightning bolt on his forehead. "At least, it's easy to distinguish them," Severus commented, smirking, as he leaned over to pull his new fiancée into a passionate key. It was almost midnight when they woke up the 2 canines to return to Hogwarts. On Sunday afternoon, when Teddy was just a week old, Cicero and Misty arrived with the small elf in tow. "Harry, are you sure that you do not wish to accept Teddy as your house elf?" Harry smiled at his favorite elf. "Yes, Misty, I'd rather want to bond to him as his friend if that is possible." "Teddy, yes." Teddy smiled at his mother and bowed deeply, before he stood straight on seemingly wobbly legs. "I will bond to Master Harry then." He remained quiet in apparent concentration, before Harry felt the same happiness, which he recalled having felt when Lucy bonded to him. "Thank you, Teddy," he replied, smiling. "Please do not bow, and I am not Master Harry. Just Harry." "Lucy, can you quickly fetch me Teddy's scarf please?" he thought to the canine, who jumped up from her seat next to him and dashed into his room only to return with the scarf, which apart from the size was identical to those that Misty and Cicero were wearing. Glad that Lucy once again focused on showing him the smallest elf, he gently laid the scarf around his new friend's neck. "Thank you, Harry." Teddy cast him a broad smile, apparently feeling equally happy. "Teddy will work for Harry." Please call Teddy when you need me. By the time Harry went to bed, he was still delighted from his bonding with Teddy. All of a sudden, a voice, which he had not heard ever since Halloween, penetrated his mind. Hello Harry, I'm sorry for not contacting you for a while, but I was traveling. I have now reached Germany, and I expect to be back in Britain in about a week. Hello Marvolo, I am living at Hogwarts. Do you know Hogwarts? Harry thought back, somehow feeling happy at being able to communicate with the person he thought of as his mind friend. Of course, I know Hogwarts. I have been a student at Hogwarts for 7 years, and I am the heir of Salazar Slytherin, one of her founders. Me too, Harry thought back, somehow feeling surprised at the idea that there might be 2 heirs. I thought it was only me, he thought, absent-mindedly cradling Lucy close to his chest. Ah, perhaps you're now the heir, since you defeated me 8 years ago, the other thought back, seemingly pensive. Oh well, we're both descendants of him in any case. Are you able to speak Parseltongue by the way? Yes. You too? Harry inquired. Yes. As I said, I have now reached Germany, but as a spirit, I can only move slowly. When I'll be back in Britain, I will speak with you more frequently and inform you of my plans. What is Germany? Harry was not sure why he felt that he was allowed to ask questions. However, his mind friend seemed kind enough, and he patiently explained that it was a country on the mainland, and that it would take him at least a week, before he would be back home in Britain. All right, Harry replied, before letting out a huge yawn. Now, I will let you sleep. Sorry for calling so late. I did not consider that it was already sleeping time for little boys. I shall contact you again soon. All right, good night, Harry replied, already drifting off to sleep. When Harry woke up in the morning, his conversation with Marvolo was still at the front of his mind. He had many questions, however, he was uncertain if it would be all right to speak with Severus or any other adult about his mind friend. They will only think that I'm nuts, even Regina. I don't think anyone else has mind friends, he thought, and quickly dismissed the idea of confiding in the 2 adults who were closest to him. I can't tell the elves either, he thought, especially as Misty will have a lot of work to do to catch up after giving birth to Teddy. During his morning classes with Miranda, he even considered talking to his godparents about it, however, quickly dismissed the idea as impossible, too. Instead, he decided to ask Marvolo himself, whenever he spoke to him the next time. I wonder if I'd be able to contact him from my side, he thought, just when Miranda lightly scolded him for not paying attention to what she was trying to teach him about maths. Excuse me, Miranda, but will I ever need this? He asked in a small voice. At Hogwarts, they don't even have maths classes, he added as an afterthought. Miranda smiled. Harry, I understand that this is not interesting, however, you should have at least a certain background about the most important subjects that are taught at Muggle primary schools. I'm sorry, sweetie. Harry nodded in understanding and during the rest of the morning tried to concentrate as much as possible. I wonder if other magical children study these things before coming to Hogwarts, he thought, resolving to ask the twins about it. Unbeknownst to Harry, who was sitting between the twins at the Slytherin table during lunch, Miranda commended him greatly. Harry has made enormous progress, she told her colleagues. This morning, he even felt confident enough to question the content of our classes. Severus frowned at the implication. He is not supposed to. Severus, let him be. Minerva calmingly laid her hand on his arm. It's wonderful that he's slowly beginning to behave like a normal child. Poppy chuckled. I'm just waiting for him to join the Weasley twins in playing pranks on the whole school. Don't be too strict with him, Severus. Severus cast his meddling older colleagues a glare that would make any first year's blood coil. He is my son, and I expect him to behave. Yes, I admit that he has made progress, but still, he slowly trailed off, looking over to his house table, where Harry, the twins and everyone sitting around them were laughing about something. If they do as much as prank the whole school, at least they should be subtle about it, he thought with a combination of annoyance and pride at his son and his student assistants. At least, he seems outright happy now, and with Regina joining our family soon we will be a proper family. Perhaps, he'll even have younger siblings in the future, he thought, before he was brought back to reality, when Minerva alerted him to the fact that lunch was over and almost everyone had already left. "Thank you," he uttered, lightly inclining his head. "Being a father really suits you well," Minerva commented, smiling. "How are things with Regina, by the way?" "She agreed to become my wife," Severus admitted, smiling happily. "Is that true?" Minerva smiled, broadly. "Congratulations, Severus. I am really happy for you, and I suppose that Harry is delighted, too." "Oh, speaking of him, did he tell you that he managed the complete animagus transformation? I believe that he somehow thought that he was in our way and thus managed to transform only to run off with his familiar." Minerva shook her head in apparent annoyance, although she was still grinning broadly. "That child never ceases to surprise me, honestly. Being an animagus at the age of 9 is unheard of. He showed me his form on Saturday, when we spent the evening together in your rooms." Harry felt extremely amused. While the younger professors had gone to Hogsmeade on Saturday evening, the twins had used the potions classroom to brew a prank potion, which they had handed to one of the kitchen elves and asked them to put it into the drinks at the high table at lunchtime on Monday. The professors would not notice that anything was amiss before they tried to cast any kind of magic. Only then, they would realize that nothing but colorful bubbles came out of the tip of their wands. Thank Merlin, potions is only in the second afternoon class, and by then, the effects will have worn off, Harry thought, as he walked through the elf quarters in search for Misty. On the other hand, it's sad that I can't observe the effects, for example, on Minerva, although I wouldn't want to be near her, when she realizes that she has been pranked. "Hi Misty." "Hi Teddy," he happily greeted his favorite elf and his elf familiar. "Hello Harry." "Hello Lucy," Misty replied, smiling, while Teddy toddled over to hug first him and then Lucy. "Harry, I have thought about something." Misty seemed pensive, as she continued. "You were able to cure the werewolves, because you could sense that Professor Lupin was missing a certain ingredient. Is that correct?" "Yes." Harry nodded in confirmation. "Is there perhaps any way to find out what your father's fiancée may be missing that makes her a squib?" Wide eyes looked at him, enquiringly. Harry let out a deep sigh. In fact, he had already wondered if he would somehow be able to heal Regina from the insufficiency of magic, but he did not have a clue how to do such a thing. "I'm sorry, but I have no idea how to do that," he admitted. "I'd love to heal her though." Misty nodded. "That's what I thought. Otherwise, you'd have long done that." "Harry," Severus suddenly contacted him. "Do you perhaps know what these infernal twins did to my wand?" While Harry had found the prank funny earlier, hearing Severus' strict thought, it did not seem such a good idea anymore. "You need to cast magic 5 times for the effect of the potion to wear off," he quickly informed the older wizard. "Thank you, Harry. I trust that you did not assist in the brewing of said potion." "No, I didn't." "All right. While this might be funny, I do not wish my son to become known as someone who plays pranks on others." "I won't," Harry promised, inwardly sighing in relief knowing that Severus did not seem to be angry at him. After dinner, Harry joined the twins in the potions classroom. While Lucy showed him his surroundings, so that he could take his usual spot between the twins, he had not seen Severus, as the potions master was busying himself at the other end of the classroom. He looked up in shock when the professor spoke up in a strict voice, which he usually only displayed in front of his most annoying Gryffindor students. "Weasley and Weasley, I cannot have my student assistants prank the whole school using potions above everything. If you have to prank everyone, at least be subtle about it and use some kind of transfiguration or charm instead of undermining my authority. Tonight, you will not assist but serve detention." He pointed to the sinks at the back of the classroom. "Hand over your wands to me and clean these cauldrons without using magic. I expect you to be finished by the beginning of curfew." "Excuse me, sir, could you perhaps teach us some kind of transfiguration or charm to prank everyone?" Harry held his breath. How dare they contradict, he thought in disbelief, preparing himself for an outburst of anger from his guardian. However, the professor merely gave them a blood-curdling glare and silently pointed at the sinks. Completely shocked, Harry instinctively followed the twins, readying himself for the most tedious task ahead. "At least, I have much experience cleaning things," he thought, recalling his time at the Dursleys' house, when Severus called him over. Mr. Prince, you told me that you were not involved in brewing said potion. He wasn't. The twins' response was prompt and simultaneous. Messrs. Weasley, I cannot recall asking for your opinion. Anyway, Mr. Prince, in that case, you are exempt from the detention of course. Please follow me. To Harry's relief, Severus merely led him through the connecting door into their living room. You must understand that I had to punish them. They can't go and prank everyone at every opportunity, even if I can imagine that it had to be much fun. They're the only students currently at Hogwarts who would be able to brew such a potion, so that it was not difficult to find the culprits. Oh, by the way, 10 points each to Slytherin for standing up for Harry, he uttered, seemingly more to himself than to Harry. That's why you told them to not use potions but other means. Harry chuckled, hoping that the twins would come up with something funny soon. Indeed, the professor called Cicero and asked for some tea and biscuits as well as hot chocolate for Harry and a few dog treats, before he visibly relaxed in his seat. This gives me the opportunity to speak with you about something. In fact, there are several matters I wish to discuss with you. He waited, before Harry had taken a few sips of his beverage, while Lucy devoured her treats and laid down to sleep with her head perched on Harry's lap, before he began to speak. Regina and I have decided to have our wedding during the first week of the summer holidays. Afterwards, we wish to go on a honeymoon together with you and Lucy. I am telling you this now, so that you will have months to adjust to the fact that you belong to us. You are my son, and whenever you are ready, Regina will adopt you, making you her son as well. Harry was still following his guardian's thought, when Salazar suddenly spoke up from his portrait. No, excuse me, Severus. Voice was sharp, and without being able to see the older wizard, Harry knew that he raised an eyebrow at the founder in silent question. Right now, she cannot adopt Harry. And why might that be? Harry nodded gratefully, when Severus voiced what was on the forefront of his mind, too. Perhaps, one of you remembers what I told you, when you first introduced Regina. I pointed out that under certain conditions, it would be possible to give her magic. Right, there was something. Salazar, please teach us how to do this. Harry was so excited that he beat Severus to a response. A healthy wizard or witch can give another person magic through a blood donation, however, under certain conditions. And what might these be? Severus inquired, sounding as agitated as Harry felt. They must not have a blood relationship or be direct descendants, however, have a close family connection, such as being parents or siblings through a marriage bond. In laws, Severus muttered. As soon as you and Regina marry, Salazar continued, the condition would be fulfilled for Harry to donate magic to her, however, she may not adopt him beforehand. I understand. Severus and Harry both remained pensive for a moment, before the potion's master continued, does it have to be a marriage connection? Would the condition not be fulfilled by the betrothal? Salazar let out a deep sigh. That I do not know. Is it a magical bond? Severus scoffed. If Regina had magic, it certainly would be, but... He slowly trailed off, only to add, when I placed the promise ring onto her finger, there was a very weak golden glow. Does that mean? Yes. Salazar sounded strangely pleased. I suggest that you ask either Poppy or Misty to perform the blood donation process for Harry and Regina. Harry, will that be all right for you? Would you be willing to donate blood to give Regina magic? Of course, Harry replied, enthusiastically. Yes please. Afterwards, naturally, there will be no need for her to blood adopt Harry, as she will share Harry's blood anyway. She will merely need to sign the adoption parchments, provided that Harry wants it. Of course, I want it, provided that Regina will be all right with it. Yes, she would like to become your mother. We already talked about the matter. Misty. An instant later, Harry felt his favorite elf's magic pop up. Professor Snape called. Is something wrong with Harry? No, Harry is fine, Severus replied, sounding impatient, but we have a request for either you or Poppy. Would you perhaps be willing to fetch Poppy for the conversation? Of course, sir, Misty replied and popped away only to reappear shortly later, announcing that Poppy would arrive shortly. An instant later, Harry heard the fireplace flare, before he could sense the healer's magic. He eagerly listened how the adults discussed the matter at hand and decided to pull through with it on Saturday afternoon, provided that Regina would be all right with it. She'll surely want it, Harry thought, smiling, recalling that Regina had once admitted to him that she would be ready to do anything to gain magic. The rest of the week passed in a blur for Harry, as he could not wait for Saturday to come. They had decided to only suggest the matter to Regina on Friday evening to not make her worry if it was going to work during the whole week. Remember, we are not 100% certain that it will work, as we don't have any experience with this, Severus warned her, causing Salazar to scoff. I will let you know that Helga and I have overseen this process at least a dozen times. Do not question neither my inventions nor my experience. Salazar, please accept my apologies. We certainly believe in your know-how, otherwise, we would not even try to undergo this process, Severus replied, sounding sincere. Professor Slytherin, thank you so much for informing us about your invention and suggesting to Harry to do this for my sake. I appreciate it very much, Regina added, smiling happily. She walked around the table to where Harry and Lucy were sitting and carefully hugged him. It feels good, Harry thought, and instinctively leaned into the embrace, unaware that it made Severus and Regina realize that he had taken another big step forward. Harry was so excited that sleep did not come easily. Lucy was fast asleep, cuddled against his stomach, and he could hear that Severus and Regina were still quietly talking in the living room. He knew better than to disturb them though. Perhaps, I can talk to Marvolo for a while, he thought, and tried to direct his thoughts to the part of his mind, where he could sense the connection to his mind friend. Marvolo, can you hear me? Harry, yes, hi Marvolo, he thought back, feeling very happy at succeeding to contact his friend. I'm very excited. Tomorrow, I'm going to give Regina magic. Oh well, I hope that it'll work. What exactly are you talking about? His friend sounded bewildered. Harry quickly explained about Regina and that he was supposed to give her magic. I haven't heard of this specific ritual. I did not even know that it was possible to give a squib magic. When are you going to do it? Tomorrow. Is that a special day? Saturday. No, I mean if it's Samhain or any other special day. When Harry remained quiet, uncertain what Marvolo meant, his friend inquired, do you know what date we have? Harry shrugged. Tuesday last week was the 9th of January, Severus' birthday. That means that tomorrow will be the 20th. However, I believe that it would be a better timing to do this on Imbolc, which is one of the 4 important Celtic holidays. It's on the 1st of February. On that date, magic would enhance the ritual. Harry let out a deep sigh. Do you think it won't work tomorrow? It will probably work, but the effect would be stronger for a ritual to do it on Imbolc. Have you told Severus about our connection? No, should I? Maybe not yet. Better wait until I can tell you more. Please give me some more time to get home and settle down as far as I even can as a spirit. All right, Harry agreed, slowly feeling tired enough to sleep. The blood transfusion was a success, and Poppy informed Regina that her magic was still weak, however, clearly present with a percentage of a little over 5%. This definitely makes you a witch, as a squib's magic does not exceed 2% at the most. I am sure that your magic will become stronger over the next months, especially if you train it. Needless to say, Regina, and in extension Harry, were over the moon with joy. Later the same day, Severus and Harry were spending a quiet evening in the living room together with a very happy Regina. What I meant to tell you, when we became distracted by Salazar's idea of the blood transfusion, Severus spoke up, is that Regina and I have planned to go on a honeymoon right after our wedding. We wish for you and Lucy to accompany us. Harry's first idea was to loudly protest against the idea of accompanying Severus and Regina to their honeymoon. However, he then decided to solve the matter by a different approach. Misty, he thought to the elf who was closest to a mother figure he had ever experienced. You promised to take me to the Isle of Elves during the summer. Can we perhaps go during Severus and Regina's honeymoon at the beginning of the holidays? Misty remained quiet for what seemed a very long time to him. However, it was only a minute later, when she finally replied. Harry, Cicero and I are all right with your suggestion, however, I will have to ask Poppy just to be sure that I won't be missed during the week. I shall ask her tomorrow and then contact my mother. She will be very happy to get to know you and Teddy. I can take Lucy with me, can't I? Of course. Thank you, Misty. Harry, is everything all right? Regina sounded concerned. Yes, sorry for that. During that week, Misty and Cicero will probably take Lucy and me to the Isle of Elves. Misty only has to ask Poppy if she can leave at that time. The Isle of Elves? Regina inquired, her voice laced with surprise. I didn't even know that there was such a place. Severus sighed. The elves seem to have adopted Harry as one of their own, and Cicero once told me that he was supposed to take Harry to the Isle of Elves during the summer. He said that Harry would be the first human to ever set foot on the island, however, that the elves deemed him worth the honor. He sounded amused, and Harry smiled, happily, only to sober, when Severus continued. I am certain that Cicero and Misty would as well be able to take you to the Isle of Elves during the second or third week of the holidays though. Harry slowly shook his head. I think you should go on your honeymoon without Lucy and me, just the two of you. Oh sweetie, you're much too thoughtful for your age. Please don't ever think that you're in our way. You're our son and as such part of our family. By the way, can't we finalize the adoption now that Harry efficiently managed to give me magic? You can if that's what the two of you wish. Severus still sounded amused, and Harry quickly confirmed. Yes please. As your guardian, I will put my signature on behalf of you, Severus informed him, and the adults busied themselves for a moment, before Harry could sense the distinctive magic of a parchment being sent to the Ministry of Magic. The same sensation that I felt when Severus adopted me, he recalled, feeling very happy. Early on Monday morning, the confirmation parchment arrived from the ministry, and Harry was delighted. Now, I have two adoptive parents, he thought. I only wished they would marry sooner, so that we could be a proper family having Regina live with us. During the following months, however, Harry was so busy with his various classes and studying for his potions altogether with the twins that he barely realized how fast time passed. While Severus had originally intended for the three of them to take their owl at the end of the school year, Regina had talked him out of it, demanding that he should not put the young children under so much stress. Therefore, Harry and the twins knew that they still had most of the summer holidays to study and practice, before they had to take the exam. All three of them appreciated the additional time, especially as it gave the twins the opportunity to at least occasionally entertain the whole school by their pranks, which were mostly based on some kind of transfiguration or charm, such as the Fidelius charm. Regina and Severus saw to it that they spent most of the weekends together with Harry and even often took him on small trips to interesting sites within the Muggle world. Not only Lucy but also Teddy accompanied the small family on a regular basis. Every evening, the professors of the core subjects took turns teaching Regina magic, so that she would be able to take her owls sometime in the near future. After her lessons, Regina often joined Severus and Harry to spend the rest of the evening with them, and to Harry's delight, it already felt as if they were a proper family. One evening, Harry overheard a conversation between Minerva, Regina and Severus, when he was in bed with the door slightly ajar as usual. Severus, these twins are a nightmare. Do you ever punish them or take house points from your own house? Harry inwardly grinned, as he could imagine Minerva's strict expression. Why would I do such a thing? Minerva huffed. Perhaps because they put the toilets near the Gryffindor common room under the Fidelius charm. When I confronted them, they told me that you had instructed them to prank the school using transfigurations or charms. Excuse me, Regina sounded incredulous. I merely told them to be more subtle and not use potions, as everyone would immediately know that it was them. They and Harry are the most proficient potion students at Hogwarts right now. I never instructed them to prank the Gryffindors. I am sure that Phileas would be happy to know that they managed to cast the Fidelius charm. As far as he told me, it must be one of the most difficult charms. Yes Regina, that's correct, perhaps apart from the Patronus charm, Minerva replied, sounding annoyed, as she continued. Still, I do not condone them pranking my house. As the months passed, Harry felt more confident and more frequently managed to speak even in front of others than his best friends and family. It was shortly before the beginning of the summer holidays that Marvolo contacted Harry again. Harry, hi, Marvolo. Sorry for not contacting you sooner. This is such a mess. What is a mess? Harry asked, passionately. I'm trying to get a corporeal body again, but the only thing that comes to mind would be to possess someone and kill them on the way, which is not exactly what I want. I wouldn't want to be someone else but myself anyway. I'm sorry, but I don't have a clue how I could help you. Should I ask one of the adults? Or do you think the elves might be able to do something for you? That might be possible. They'll probably have other rituals than humans. I will think about it and contact you again. Do that. Keep trying. You will manage. Harry encouraged his friend, recalling how Regina always encouraged him if he felt uncertain about something. Thanks, Harry. I wished I could ask someone, but they'll probably think that I'm nuts. Harry thought for the umpteenth time and finally decided against it, at least for the time being. On the first day of the summer holidays, Severus and Regina traveled to Diagon Alley together with Harry and Lucy. Somehow sensing that Regina seemed strangely excited, Harry wondered where they were heading. Once when they stood in front of the large, white building of Gringotts, the magical bank, Severus explained. We shall meet with Buckbean, our account manager, and ask him to investigate if Regina will be able to take over the ladyship of the Lestrange family. Harry nodded in understanding, smiling at his adoptive mother. Buckbean was as friendly as when Harry had met him the first time. He patiently listened to Severus' explanation about Regina having been cast out of the family due to being a squib. With the help of a ritual brought to our attention by Salazar Slytherin, she managed to gain magic and would like to check if the ring of the Lestrange family will accept her as head of the family. Buckbean nodded in apparent understanding. As your parents are dead and your brothers and sister-in-law are in Azkaban, it is highly likely that the ring will accept you. My magic is still not very strong, Regina spoke up, seeming unsure. But strong enough to attend classes with the professors at Hogwarts, Harry spoke up, before he turned to cuddle with Lucy, uncertain if it had been all right for him to speak up. Thank you, Harry, Regina said, warmly, before she turned to Buckbean and confirmed that she wished to try it out. The goblin rang a small bell on his desk, causing another goblin to stride into the room a mere instant later. Buckbean said something in a language that Harry could not understand. He could only make out, Ring of House Lestrange. The other goblin nodded in apparent understanding, before he left and just a mere instant later reappeared placing a small box onto the desk in front of Buckbean. The goblin gave his colleague a short nod, before he slid the box over to Regina. Please try to put the ring onto the ring finger or middle finger of either hand. Harry observed with interest how his adoptive mother carefully slid the ring over her finger, unaware of the implication this matter would have for himself. All of a sudden, a golden glow engulfed Regina. It was not as bright as it had been when Severus had accepted the lordship over the Prince family, however, it was not weak either. Congratulations, Lady Lestrange. Buckbean grinned broadly. Congratulations, Regina, Harry spoke up in a small voice, smiling, as he felt very happy for the kind woman. He was startled, when Buckbean unexpectedly addressed him. Harry, you are already the heirs to the houses of Potter, Prince, Slytherin and Gryffindor. Would you like to add the name Lestrange to your surname? No. His response was immediate and firm. I am just Harry Prince. Buckbean nodded, seeming contented, while his adoptive parents remained quiet. Harry would like to see their reaction to the matter, however, Lucy fully concentrated on the goblin. Very well. Please note that nevertheless, you're the heir to the Lestrange family as well now. Harry inwardly groaned, however, knew better than to contradict and resolved to talk about the matter with his adoptive parents or the elves later on. The spirit restlessly roamed the old Riddle house. This is getting incredulously stupid, he thought. I cannot even peruse the library, which I built up before dying. Worse yet, I can't even ask anyone for help, as I'm not able to communicate with anyone but Harry, who is just a child of 9. Multiple times, he had already considered possessing the old muggle, who entered the house at least once a day to check if everything was all right. However, he refused for himself to kill the man. I wonder if the old coot is still alive, he suddenly thought. He would deserve it if I possessed him to both take revenge and give myself a new body. On the other hand, who knows what has become of the Rosier family during my absence? Eventually, I'll have to tell Harry the whole story and ask him if there is an offspring of the old coot at Hogwarts. Harry is not even a student yet though and won't be for another year. I just hope that he won't tell Dumbledore about me. He'll never believe me and will try to hunt me down in any case. I'm not even sure about Severus' true allegiances. He knew that he had to be patient, however, it was driving him nuts. At least, my magic is getting stronger by the day, he consoled himself. Very soon, I should be able to do some research. Perhaps, I should look into the matter with the elves considering that Harry has connections to them. The wedding took place on the second day of the summer holidays. While Harry had secretly expected that Remus and Miranda would marry on the same day, his godparents had decided to have a double wedding together with Sirius and Amelia towards the end of the holidays. With Teddy on his left and Lucy on his right, Harry slowly walked in front of his parents to their destined seats, after Regina, Minerva, Poppy and Misty each had reassured him what felt like a dozen times that he could manage the task of guiding his parents to their seats. He and Teddy were wearing dark green dress robes, which matched Severus. Regina was dressed in a white wedding dress, which Harry found very beautiful. "Can you please show me Regina again?" he thought to Lucy, who obediently turned her head to face Regina, who was sitting on Harry's right side between him and Severus. Teddy was quietly sitting on Harry's left with his own parents on his other side, seemingly enjoying being dressed up. To Harry's surprise, the headmaster led through the wedding, and while Harry had not experienced any other wedding before, he found that the old wizard performed the ceremony really well. Lucy did well showing Harry the scenes he needed to see. Only when Dumbledore said that Severus was allowed to key the bride, she somehow did not understand the implication soon enough to turn her head on time. However, Harry had seen his adoptive parents key before, much to his disgust, so that he did not really mind missing the scene. "Harry, the twins cornered him once the ceremony was over and everyone enjoyed some delicacies made by the Hogwarts house elves. Tell us why there were elves sitting next to you during the ceremony." "Why not?" Harry shrugged. "Professor McGonagall and their other colleagues were sitting next to Severus, and the elves are our good friends, so why not?" "That's fine. It's unusual, that's all," the twins assured him. Harry sighed. "I hope that sometime in the future, it's going to be normal. Will you keep a secret for me?" "Of course. Do you even have to ask?" Harry smiled. "While everyone thinks that I'm going to accompany Severus and Regina on their honeymoon, I won't. Lucy and I will travel to the Isle of Elves together with Misty, Cicero and Teddy." "The Isle of Elves? Does such a place even exist?" Harry chuckled, as the twins were surprised enough to speak simultaneously instead of completing their sentences as usual. "Yes, and I am very much looking forward to go there," he admitted, smiling happily, when Teddy eagerly voiced his consent. It was in the early evening, when Severus and Regina came over to Harry, Lucy and Teddy. "Harry, we're going to leave now. Are you absolutely certain that you do not wish to accompany us?" Harry smiled. "Thank you, Severus, but I'm sure. Please enjoy yourselves. I'll see you next week." He allowed both his adoptive parents to pull him into light hugs, before he reached out for Teddy's hand and Lucy's paw and popped the three of them into the elves' quarters, where Misty and Cicero were already waiting for them. "Isle of Elves, we're coming," he thought in expectation. "Now Harry, you cannot simply pop to the Isle of Elves," Misty warned him. "It affords a lot of magic. Therefore, I will take you, and Cicero will take Teddy and Lucy. Please hold on tightly and do not let go." "All right." Harry nodded in understanding, trusting Misty and Cicero with his life. "Thank you for taking us with you." Cicero gently ruffled his hair. "You're welcome, little one. You deserve it, and we will be happy to introduce you to the elder elves." Harry inwardly chuckled. Even if he was relatively small for his age, according to Severus and the other adults in his life, he was at least taller than any of the elves. Bracing himself to not be able to see anything, before Cicero would arrive with Lucy and Teddy, he carefully held on to Misty's hand and, soon afterwards, felt the travel begin. Misty's mother Anastasia was the healer on the Isle of Elves. She was a very strict woman, however, still possessed Misty's kindness. At first, Harry was slightly afraid of her, however, he soon became used to the elf, who seemed to be outright happy to accommodate them and treated him and Lucy like members of the family. On the first day, Misty and Cicero showed them the island and introduced them to many elves, among them Cicero's parents and siblings. Teddy's cousins Anna and Niall were enthusiastic to meet Teddy, Harry and Lucy, and convinced Misty and Cicero to allow them to go to the playground together with many other children. "Harry, are you all right without Cicero or me?" Misty asked in a soft voice, causing Harry to nod happily. The elves at Hogwarts had been the first beings, apart from Severus, who had ever shown him kindness, at least as far as he could remember, so why would he not be all right with them? "We'll be fine," he replied in a firm voice. "Teddy is with Harry and Lucy." The smallest elf present sounded indignant. "Thank you, Teddy," Harry replied, feeling even more reassured. "Very well, we shall pick you up on the playground in about 2 hours. We have an appointment to introduce you to the elder elves." Harry nodded in understanding, feeling very much cared for. With Teddy and Lucy, who both constantly remained on either side of him, he followed the children onto the playground, which was not only huge and better equipped than any playground he had seen so far but also beautiful, as it was on the shore of the shallow sea surrounding the island. He thoroughly enjoyed himself, glad that none of the elf children seemed to mind that he looked different from everyone else. He was almost disappointed when Misty and Cicero came to pick them up. "Was everyone nice to you?" Misty asked, while they walked across the island. "Yes, everyone was very friendly," Harry smiled, feeling very much welcomed on the Isle of Elves. "I like the Isle of Elves." "Me too," Teddy grinned broadly. Don't they have any other doggies here?" She sounded almost disappointed. "I will change into my doggy form to play with you later on," Harry quickly promised, before he translated Lucy's question, causing Misty to cast Cicero a doubtful look. "I am not sure. We'll have to ask my mother or Bonda. He is one of the elder elves and knows everything." "Dad, will we meet him now?" Teddy's apparent excitement was contagious, although Harry felt very self-conscious about meeting the elder elves. "What if they demand that I leave the Isle of Elves, because I don't belong here?" he thought, horrified. "Oh well, then Misty or Cicero will simply pop Lucy and me back to Hogwarts," a small voice from the back of his mind reassured him. However, Bonda was as welcoming as any of the other elves had been. He patiently listened when Misty explained that he had undergone the elves' schooling at Hogwarts and was as familiar with the elves' culture as the elves' children at the school. She informed him that he was blind due to abuse by his former human guardians and that it was due to him that she, Cicero and Teddy were able to work in the human world as free elves. "Cicero and I are Harry's guardians on the Isle of Elves, and our son Teddy is bonded to him. Harry is also a natural healer. Even in the human world, they are very rare, and there appears to only be one in about 200 or 300 years. To Harry's surprise, Misty sounded extremely proud of him, and Bonda nodded in apparent appreciation. Finally, the elder elf turned to Harry. "What are your thoughts about elves and their relationship to humans?" Harry let out a deep sigh, quickly pondering how to respond. "All the elves, whom I have met so far, are very friendly and nice. Misty, Cicero and Teddy are like family to me. In the future, I want to improve the rights of elves, goblins and other species in the human world. It is not right that humans avenue elves to have them work for them, and I will try what I can to remedy that." Bonda stepped over to Harry and held out a small, wrinkled hand. "Agreed, young man. The elder elves will support you as much as we can. You're welcome to visit the Isle of Elves and study elven knowledge whenever you wish. The library of the elves is huge, and I will personally teach you should you wish so." "Yes please," Harry replied, enthusiastically. From the conversations between Misty, Cicero and other elves, he knew that the elves practically worshipped the 3 elder elves, and apparently, Bonda was the most influential of them. "Thank you very much for your offer. Excuse me, sir, will Teddy be allowed to study with me? He is bonded to me as a friend and will most likely do everything together with me in the future." "Harry," Cicero lightly scolded him. However, Bonda grinned broadly. "I already understood that young Teddy and your dog are very close to you and will support you in your endeavor." He remained pensive for a moment, before he continued, "I will try to come up with a ritual to help with your vision, however, I am not sure if it will work. Misty, please ask Anastasia to come to see me as soon as possible." Instead of a reply, Misty bowed deeply. "Thank you for your time, Bonda," she said in a soft voice, before she instructed them to say their goodbyes and follow her outside. Harry was just about to leave the room, when Bonda called him back. "Harry, welcome to the Isle of Elves. I shall contact you when I have news concerning one or the other matter." "Excuse me, sir," Harry replied, when a sudden thought crossed his mind. "Do the elves perhaps have a way to give a spirit a solid body?" "Is it a human spirit?" Bonda asked, sharply. "Yes, sir. I shall contact you." Unfortunately, neither Lucy nor Teddy had turned around with him, so that he did not see the elf's expression. However, his tone appeared neutral, so that Harry was not afraid of having asked something wrong. "Harry, what was that?" Cicero asked in apparent disbelief, once they stepped outside. Harry let out a deep sigh, before he told Misty and Cicero everything about Marvolo. "The spirit of the Dark Lord." Shock was clearly written in the elf's face. "Does Professor Snape about this?" Harry shook his head. "No," he admitted in a barely audible voice. "I didn't dare tell anyone about it. I mean, it's not exactly normal for people to have mind friends, is it?" "Not really, although that is only a minor point in this case. You were the first to whom I've spoken about him. He's my mind friend though, and I'd like to help him. He doesn't feel evil, even if I know that he did bad things in the past." Misty and Cicero looked at each other, and Harry had the impression as if they were conducting a silent conversation, before Cicero spoke again. "Very well, we will speak about it with Professor Snape after our return to Hogwarts. If anyone can help the spirit, it will be Bonda. However, we cannot invite the Dark Lord to the Isle of Elves. We will not be able to vouch for him or become his guardians. So, even if Bonda came up with a solution, we would have to conduct it at Hogwarts or some other place in the human world." Harry nodded in understanding. "Thank you, Cicero." While Harry, Lucy and Teddy thoroughly enjoyed themselves playing with the children on the Isle of Elves and occasionally exploring the island under Misty's and Cicero's guidance, Anastasia, Bonda and the two other elder elves busied themselves developing a ritual that would hopefully heal Harry's eyes. To Harry's disappointment, they had not finished their research by the time Misty and Cicero had to return to Hogwarts. When Teddy suggested that Harry and Lucy could simply remain on the Isle of Elves for the time being and was supported by Anastasia, Misty pointed out that Harry's adoptive parents would have returned from their honeymoon and might have plans for Harry. "Harry is also supposed to take his potions owl at the end of the holidays and needs to study," Cicero added in a strict voice. "Then Bonda and I will visit Hogwarts, when we're ready, and either perform the ritual in the human world or simply take Harry back here," Anastasia decided. "Thank you, Granny Anastasia," Harry replied, gratefully. The older healer, who was Teddy's grandmother, had become very close to the trio of Teddy, Lucy and Harry, and he felt as if the elf was his own grandmother, too. "I'm going to miss her when we return to Hogwarts," he thought and happily accepted, when Anastasia invited him to visit her at any time even without Misty and Cicero. "Just write to me, and I'll pick you up, with or without Teddy and Lucy, as you wish. Misty told me that she has been teaching you healing for a year now, and I'd like to teach you as well. Considering that you're a natural healer, you might not need it in the future. However, I share Misty's belief that it would still be good for you to have some knowledge in the field." Harry profusely thanked her, before he inquired how it would be possible to write letters to the Isle of Elves. "Harry, you know Patty, the post elf, don't you? She takes all letters to Anne from the Isle of Elves twice a week." Harry marveled at Misty's explanation. "Oh, I didn't know that. Then we can easily remain in contact with our friends, too." "That's cool, Harry. We must write to Anna and Niall, too." Teddy excitedly jumped up and down on both feet, causing Harry to inwardly grin, while Lucy lightly growled in apparent annoyance at the small elf's behavior. "Hey, don't be so grumpy. Teddy is still small," Harry thought to her, only to add, "You're the best," as he gently played with her floppy ears. Back at Hogwarts, Harry quickly became used to the normal routine, which was even more pleasant than before due to the fact that Regina was now living together with Severus and him, giving Harry the feeling that he had a real family for himself. He could not recall having felt so happy and comforted ever before. "I have a human family, an elf family and two familiars who are like siblings. What else could I wish for?" he sometimes thought, thinking that he was the happiest boy in the world. However, by the end of the holidays, he should realize that happiness had no limits. 2 days after his 10th birthday, Harry and the twins had to take their potions out. As Severus had behaved like what Regina jokingly called a South Avenue driver and had made his students assistants and his son practice and study every day during the holidays except for very rare occasions such as Harry's birthday, all three of them found both the written as well as the practical part of the exam fairly easy. "Now, Messrs. Weasley, I do not wish to see you for a week," Severus informed the twins, when the three children relaxed over a huge ice cream in the prince quarters after the exam. "Your mother will be happy to have you at home for a week. Harry, you will spend the week on the Isle of Elves together with Teddy and Lucy. Professor, we'd still like to come to Hogwarts and use the potions classroom during the week, as we have some project we want to work on, instead of degnomming the garden at home." Severus quirked an eyebrow in silent question, while Harry inwardly jubilated with joy. "We're allowed to spend another week on the Isle of Elves," he thought to Teddy and instantly felt the elf's excitement through the link, before he even received his response. Apparently, Misty had informed her son a few minutes ago. Completely engrossed in his silent conversation with Teddy, Lucy and Misty, he did not follow Severus and the twins' discussion but mentally readied himself to be picked up by Anastasia first thing the following morning. "Perhaps she and Bonda finished the ritual to possibly heal my eyes," he thought, as he absent-mindedly devoured his ice cream. During the first 3 days on the Isle of Elves, Harry, Teddy and Lucy were allowed to spend the whole day on the playground together with the other children, much to their delight. While being at Hogwarts, their only recreation had been flying. However, as much as Harry, Teddy and Lucy loved to fly, playing on the playground together with other children was just a different kind of pleasure. On the 4th and 5th day, they spent much time with Bonda, who told them many things about the elves, the Isle of Elves and elven history, details which Harry and Lucy had never been taught during their classes with Barney. Teddy was not even old enough to attend the elves' classes at Hogwarts, although he was always together with Harry, even during his tutoring with Miranda or the potions classes with Severus and the twins. "I hope that he'll be allowed to attend Hogwarts with me instead of the elves' classes," Harry thought, as he felt his friend's excitement listening to Bonda. The elder elf even showed them the library, which was much larger than the library at Hogwarts. "That's amazing," Harry thought, as Lucy slowly showed him every detail of the enormous room. "I didn't know that elves wrote so many books. I want to write a book when I'm big," Teddy thought to him, causing Harry to smile. "Let's study much and write one together," he thought back, feeling enthusiastic at the idea. Harry's enthusiasm even intensified when Bonda informed him that he and Anastasia had finished a ritual, which they wanted to try out the following morning. "We do not know if it will work. Perhaps you will still not be able to see afterwards, but we will try it out if you wish for us to do so." "Yes, please," Harry replied, feeling extremely happy that Bonda and his surrogate elf grandmother had taken so much time to search for a cure for him. They had just finished eating breakfast in the morning, when Bonda came to Anastasia's house. Aware that Harry had at least some background in the area of healing, much more as usual for his age, he shortly explained about the ritual, which they were going to perform. "Now, as we neither know if it will work nor if it will hurt, we wish for you to lie on the sofa and sleep," Anastasia told him in a voice that did not allow contradiction. "At least, Lucy is allowed to cuddle with me," he thought, before he succumbed to the sleeping spell that his surrogate grandmother cast at him. When his mind returned to awareness, he only heard light double snores coming from Lucy and Teddy. However, to his extreme disappointment, he could not see anything. "Harry," Anastasia's voice suddenly penetrated his ears. "Yes, I still can't see anything," he added in a small voice, uncertain if it was all right to complain. "I know. I am sorry, sweetie, but the ritual did not work. Bonda and I will have to continue our research." Harry let out a deep sigh of disappointment. "Thank you for trying anyway. As long as Lucy and Teddy show me my surroundings, I'm fine." "Well, then I suggest that the three of you spend the rest of the day on the playground, as I will have to take you back to Hogwarts tomorrow morning." Trying to keep the frustration out of his voice, Harry gently woke up Lucy and Teddy, and the trio headed out to the playground to enjoy their last day on the Isle of Elves as much as possible. During breakfast the following morning, Bonda came to visit Harry. He profusely apologized for being unsuccessful in the attempt of mending Harry's eyes. "There is nothing to apologize for," Harry replied in a firm voice. "Thank you so very much for trying. I really appreciate it. On a different note, together with the other elder elves, we have considered the other matter you brought to my attention. I will tell you more shortly. However, we believe that we might be able to help your friend on Samhain." "Thank you so much. I didn't even think that they'd do anything about it," he thought in surprise. "Oh well, I didn't tell him that it was the Dark Lord's spirit. Misty and Cicero informed me about the identity of your mind friend," Bonda continued, causing Harry to listen in shock. "Nevertheless, we have a place on the Isle of Elves, where we will be able to proceed with the ritual. The question is how to get his spirit here. Please ask him if he was willing to allow me to capture him in an orb and bring him here for the ritual." "I'll do that," Harry promised, sincerely. While the question if he would be allowed to come and watch pressed itself to the front of his mind, he knew better than to ask but merely profusely thanked the elder elf, who then took his leave, promising to contact Harry soon. A few minutes later, Anastasia instructed the three of them to get ready to return to Hogwarts. "I'll see you next summer at the latest," she reassured them, apparently realizing that they were reluctant to leave what had quickly become their favorite place in the world. Back at home, Teddy spent the rest of Sunday with his parents in the elves' quarters, while Lucy caught up on some sleep cuddled close to Harry. Harry sat in the living room of their quarters and told Regina and Severus everything about their stay on the Isle of Elves. "Oh no, I am so sorry." Regina was the first to comment upon hearing about the failed ritual. "Perhaps it will work the next time. I'm sure that the elves won't give up trying to find a way to heal you." His adoptive parents' voices were laced with apparent concern but so soothing that tears welled in Harry's eyes. "Thank you," he said, smiling. "Not everything is bad right now though. Today, we have some good news to share with you." Regina seemed happy, as she continued, "Sometime in spring next year, you're going to become a big brother." Harry's mind screamed in excitement. "A big brother? Does that mean that you're going to have a baby?" "Exactly," Severus confirmed in apparent amusement. "Don't get your hopes up though, son. Human babies don't grow as fast as elves. You won't be able to play with your small sibling like with Teddy, at least not for some time." "I know that," Harry replied, indignantly. "Still, I'm happy about it. Do you know what it's going to be?" "A monkey, Sev," Regina lightly scolded her husband. "No Harry, we don't know yet. Does it matter?" Harry shook his head. "No, of course not." He quickly pondered if he should tell his parents about the other ritual Bonda was planning, however, decided against it, unaware of the consequences that would result from his secrecy. When school commenced again at the beginning of September, Harry once again became very busy. Remus was now instructing him in primary school knowledge, as Miranda had gone back to teaching defense against the dark arts. Harry did not really mind, as both his godparents were not only outright nice but also fantastic teachers, and Lucy and Teddy adored them. He also had healing lessons with Misty, herb studies with Cicero, and on his own request, Poppy allowed him to assist her in the hospital wing between the last afternoon class and dinner each day. He mostly only watched the healers doing together with Lucy and Teddy, however, sometimes, he was even allowed to heal one or the other student's injuries using his unique healing magic. Most of these cases resulted from Quidditch accidents and involved complicated bone fractures, for which the students otherwise would have had to take the Skelegro potion, which according to Poppy was extremely unpleasant. "If it was not for you, I'd have had to send the girl to St. Mungo's," the healer told him one day, after he had healed a fifth year's Quidditch injuries. "You're doing a wonderful job here." After dinner, Harry insisted to join the twins in the potions classroom, where they assisted his adoptive father and at the same time studied for the potions newt. To his chagrin, Severus always instructed him to return home at 9 o'clock at the latest, while the twins were still allowed to work on their special project. As curious as Harry was about this project, not only his father but also the twins were tight-lipped and insisted to keep it a secret. "What matters more is that you're going to destroy our future image. As the youngest potions masters of all times. Harry shook his head at the twins' antics. I don't even know if I'm going to go as far as the potions mastery. Severus let out an uncharacteristic scoff. So, are you going to brew first-year potions during your potions classes next year then? No. Harry was outright shocked at the idea. Well, if I need to make you brew more advanced potions during these times, you can as well brew those that are necessary for the mastery. I will, of course, consider your schedule and will have you brew concoctions, which can easily be put under stasis charms and continued in the evenings. If you wish to become a healer in the future, which would be advisable considering your unique talent, it will be an advantage for you if you're a potions master and allowed to administer potions if the necessity arises. All right. Harry nodded in understanding. First, I'll have to get through the newt though, he thought. However, decided to remain quiet for the time being. When Harry and Lucy returned home in the evenings, Regina was already back from the Muggle University, where she was teaching something like natural sciences, and Harry thoroughly enjoyed spending some time with his adoptive mother, before he was sent to bed. Harry was outright shocked when Marvolo contacted him on a Sunday evening at the end of September. Oh Merlin, I completely forgot to speak with him about the ritual. I'm not a good friend, he thought, horrified. Marvolo, the elves can probably help you get a corporate body, he urgently thought to his friend. To his surprise, Marvolo returned a small chuckle. Corporeal Harry, not corporate. What do I have to do? First of all, they can do it on Halloween. Samhain, Marvolo lightly corrected him. Yes, that, but the problem is that we need to get you to the Isle of Elves. Bonda asked if you would be willing to have him put you into an orb to take you there. If he explains the details of the ritual to me in advance, I'll probably be willing to accept his methods, provided that I won't be able to get there by myself. You won't. Well then, as he is an elf, if I understood you correctly, he should be able to come to me. Can you ask him to come to the old Riddle Manor in Little Hangleton? I'll ask him, but I suppose that he can do that. He is one of the Elder Elves, which means one of the leaders of the elves. Please inform me of his response. I'll do that, Harry promised, wondering if he had to write to Bonda or if he could simply contact him through telepathy. He pondered if he should ask Misty or Cicero for an advice. However, recalling how Cicero had fretted about the matter, when he had asked Bonda in the first place, he quickly dismissed the idea. Bonda, he sent his thought to the Elder Elf. Can you hear me? Harry, now that's a surprise, came the instant response. How are things? I have spoken with Marvolo, Harry informed him and relayed the request that Bonda should visit the spirit at Riddle Manor to tell him about the ritual. To his relief, Bonda immediately agreed. I shall do that, however, he should be prepared that I will ask him several questions to determine if he is worth bringing him back. We will not help someone who goes around killing elves and people left and right. Thank you, Bonda. Somehow, Harry felt relieved that Bonda was going to check on Marvolo and build his own opinion instead of relying on him, considering that he had never met Marvolo in person and still did not have much experience in the magical world. He quickly informed Marvolo that the Elder Elf would visit sometime during the following weekend to talk to him. Unbeknownst to Harry, Severus realized in shock that the dark mark on his left arm, which had been dormant and barely visible for almost 9 years, suddenly began to darken again. The changes were subtle, and if Severus was not so observing, he probably would not have noticed anything. To his mild annoyance, Regina was equally observing and asked several times what was wrong, before he finally admitted to her what was bothering him. Is that a recent development? She looked at him in utmost concern. Yes, I noticed it first at the beginning of the month, and since then, it has even become darker. It's still only gray, but I'm afraid that the Dark Lord is not only alive but growing stronger. Should we tell the headmaster about it? Regina cast him a concerned look. Severus nodded in determination. Let's do that. There is something else in this context that I'd like to discuss with you and, provided that you agree, with Albus. Regina smiled, giving him a questioning look. Severus let out a deep sigh. I'm sorry, Regina, perhaps, I am simply overprotective of you and our baby, but I fear that you'll be in grave danger if he returns. All the signs are there with the rapidly darkening dark mark. I'm afraid that he will at least try and even might be able to free his followers from Azkaban, among them your brothers and sister-in-law. These three are extremely dangerous, and I can imagine that they won't take it well that their younger squib sister has taken over the ladyship of the family. They will come after you and our baby as the heir or heiress." Regina nodded, slowly, wearing a grave expression that matched his own. "Harry is my heir in the first place," she then recalled. "Well, that's true, and he will be in danger as well, but still, I suggest that you take over some position at Hogwarts. In the worst case, you could teach the Muggle Studies classes. However, I'd like to try convincing the headmaster to set up a new subject. It could be a combination of Muggle and magical research, where you could continue your own field of study. There are several options. It could, for example, be a subject that would allow students to attend a Muggle university, for which they would not be qualified with just their newts. I believe that the content of the class would be your own decision." Seeing Regina stare at him with a combination of surprise and hope, he smiled. "I don't know if Albus will agree to this idea. Of course, Harry as the owner of Hogwarts could overrule any of his decisions. However, he is only 10, and I don't want to burden him with a fight against the headmaster." "Definitely not." Regina's voice was firm and reminded him of a tiger standing in front of her cub. "Thank you for trying to protect me. I appreciate it. Let's try to convince the headmaster. He owes you for warning him about the possibility of the Dark Lord's return in any case." She smiled, before she reached out and pulled his hand over to her growing belly. Severus' eyes widened in surprise, as he felt what seemed to be a huge wave run from one side to the other. "What is the baby doing?" Regina shrugged. "Something like flip-flops, I suppose. Doesn't it hurt?" "Not at all," Regina reassured him, smiling in apparent happiness. "I will do everything to keep her and our children safe," Severus resolved, feeling happier than he had ever felt before. On Sunday morning after breakfast, when the small family was spending some quiet time in their living room, Harry managed to shock his parents. He was quietly playing on the sukan, after his parents had encouraged him that they would like to hear him play for a while. All of a sudden, he felt that his unborn sibling moved in the rhythm of the song he played. "He seems to like the music," he thought, feeling very happy at the idea. "My little brother," he thought in delight. "Do you already have a name for the baby?" he inquired, once the song was over. "No," Regina replied, sighing. "I think that perhaps you could name him Felix. Remus told me that Felix means luck, and he is very lucky to be born into a family that already loves him so much." Severus looked up from his potions monthly. "Are you sure that it's a boy?" Harry nodded. "Yes, I can feel his magic, and he seems to like music," he said, matter-of-factly, surprised when Lucy showed him the image of his parents, who stared at him in apparent shock. "Well, Harry, thanks for telling us something that we did not know yet." Regina smiled. "I believe that Felix would be a wonderful name, don't you think so, Sev?" "I agree, and it makes sense for the big brother to choose the name of his sibling. As to Harry's statement that he seems to like music, I agree. He was doing his flip-flops in the rhythm of the music, while you were playing." "I think Teddy is going to be a big brother, too," Harry said, thoughtfully. "I'm not sure if Misty and Cicero are aware of it yet though." "Teddy sure isn't. Please do not tell them." Severus sounded alert, causing Harry to chuckle. "I am not so stupid," he replied, indignantly. "Should I not have told them that Felix is a boy?" he thought to Lucy, who turned around and eagerly licked his face in confirmation that he had done the right thing. Harry could not wait for Halloween to come. He could feel that Marvolo seemed extremely excited, and his mind friend contacted him a few times to inform him about his meetings with Bonda. In fact, the elder elf had visited him twice, the first time to hear about his story and the second time to discuss the planned ritual. "I really hope that it's going to work," Marvolo thought to him one evening. "I'm just not sure what age I wish to become." "Can you choose your age?" Harry asked in disbelief. "Considering that I'm going to get a new body, yes. My life was screwed up from when I was about 15, but I don't want to attend Hogwarts again, so maybe 20. I'm going to be a student at Hogwarts next year. We could attend school together. I am sure that would be fun. On the other hand, I already knew everything that is taught at Hogwarts. Oh well, that would be boring for you then. It's true. Marvolo just knows everything, Harry thought, knowing that his mind friend always had an answer for him, no matter what the question was. Exactly. My parents and their friends are around 30, I think. Harry shrugged. Did you tell your father about me? No. Should I? He could feel his friend's hesitation. It doesn't really matter. I will contact him once I am back. Then I will explain everything to him, and to you of course. You of all people need an explanation, considering that you don't seem to have understood much of what I told you concerning the curse. Not really, Harry admitted. At that time, he had not dared interrupting the older wizard, as Marvolo had seemed to be happy to just talk about what was bothering him. Will we meet in person then? I hope so. Perhaps, you and your father can visit me together. Marvolo remained quiet for a moment, before he added, it might be that your father won't believe me and will forbid you to meet me though. In that case, we'll have to remain mind friends, until I'll be able to convince him otherwise, or you'll be able to get away from Hogwarts for a while. Too bad that I can't come to the Isle of Elves for the ritual, but the elves are amazing, and I hope that everything will go well. Please contact me, as soon as it's over. I'll be waiting. Bonda had informed him that the ritual was going to take place at the Execution Moor, which was the elves, equivalent to Azkaban, where the elves took their criminals. According to Anastasia, even stranded muggles had met their fate there on a few occasions. Therefore, Harry was not allowed to come. However, the elder elf had promised that he would take Marvolo back into the human world right after the ritual. I shall contact you right away, and if I manage to gain a human form, I owe you and Bonda a life debt. Now, take care, Harry, and I'll talk to you on Samhain, or at least as soon as I can. Bye Marvolo. Good luck. What in the world is a life debt? Harry wondered. Never before had he heard about such a concept. During the Halloween feast in the Great Hall, Harry enjoyed himself together with the twins and their Slytherin housemates. From time to time, he wondered when Marvolo was going to contact him, regretting that he had not asked Bonda at what time the ritual was going to begin and how long it would take. It was only late that night, when he was already asleep, that outright happiness flooded his mind. Marvolo, he thought, lazily. Yes, I'm back, thank you so much, Harry. I will never forget what you've done for me. You're welcome, Harry thought back, already drifting back to sleep. Early the following morning, Lucy woke Harry up, when she returned from the herb garden, where she always went early to release herself. Your parents are already sitting in the living room. I think it's time to get up. Harry let out a deep yawn. He quickly readied himself for the day, before he joined his parents. To his surprise, they remained seated, and Harry unsurely hovered in front of his favorite spot on the sofa, gently playing with Lucy's ears. Harry, please sit down for a moment. There's something that I need to tell you about. Severus' voice was firm, and Harry obediently sat down on the sofa, smiling, when Lucy let herself fall into the spot next to him with a small thud. The Dark Lord seems to be back. Severus' voice was grave. The Dark Lord, Harry wondered, isn't that just a different name for Voldemort? Who is Marvolo now? Marvolo, I know. Bonda did a ritual for him, so that he could get a corporeal body again. Harry smiled at his parents, however, his smile quickly faltered at Severus' expression. The elves helped him come back, and you knew all about it and did not tell us. Severus all but shouted in apparent horror. Your mother and I do everything to keep you and the baby safe, and you ally yourself with the Dark Lord of all people. Harry had never seen his father so angry and instinctively made himself and Lucy invisible, before he popped them away without second thought. Regina let out a deep sigh. Severus, don't make yourself so upset. I am sure that this is some kind of misunderstanding. Harry wouldn't do anything to endanger any of us. She carefully approached the sofa, only to realize that Harry and Lucy were gone. They aren't here. Severus let out a deep sigh. Cicero. It took almost a minute, before the elf popped up. Please excuse my tardiness. What can I do for you, professors? Have you seen Harry? Cicero nodded. Yes, he and Lucy are with Misty and Teddy. Regina inwardly sighed in relief. He would never do anything to endanger us. It must be a misunderstanding, and Severus should have questioned him before lashing out at the child in anger. "Cicero, do you know anything about a resurrection ceremony, which the elves performed last night to bring the Dark Lord back to life?" Cicero nodded. "Yes, sir." However, he interrupted himself, just when Regina stared at Severus in shock, as he let out a small cry of pain, grabbing his left arm. "It has begun. He's calling me," he hissed in obvious pain, summoned black robes from the bedroom, before he brushed a light key onto her forehead and strode towards the door. "I'll be back as soon as I can. Regina, can you please inform the headmaster that I've been summoned? Cicero, please keep Regina and Harry safe whatever happens." An instant later, he was gone. Severus strode to the apparition border, his mind going haywire. How could Harry allow himself to become involved in the Dark Lord's resurrection? He thought in disbelief. He's his birth parents' murderer after all. He followed the call, expecting to be transported to a dark, cold spot such as the dungeons of Malfoy Manor, only to look around in surprise, when he found himself in what seemed to be the old-fashioned living room of a Muggle house. The man, whom he knew as the Dark Lord, was standing just a short distance away. He seemed younger than he remembered him, and while he looked like his former self, his ears reminded him strangely of those of an elf. Severus let himself sink onto his knees, uttering, "My lord." "Raise, Severus." A soft voice penetrated his ears instead of the incantation of the Cruciatus curse that he had expected to be cast at him. "I am not anyone's lord anymore. Please call me Marvolo." Severus slowly stood, quirking an eyebrow in silent question. The man, who seemed about the same age as himself, motioned him to take a seat on the sofa opposite of himself, before he called out, "Dolly." A house elf dressed in a white apron that was decorated with the distinctive green embroidery of the Slytherin crest popped up. "Marvolo, what can I do for you and your guest?" Severus stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. "I feel as if I was in a wrong film," he thought, when his host distracted him by introducing the elf to him. "This is Dolly, a free elf, who followed me here, when the Elder Elves released me from the ritual last night. Dolly, this is Professor Snape, the potions master at Hogwarts." Harry's influence, his mind screamed, as he gracefully accepted a mug of hot tea to try getting his emotions in grip. "Please hear me out. I have called you here before speaking with anyone else, because I owe it to Harry that I was able to get a corporeal body again. However, you are his guardian, and to be able to meet with him in person, I need to give you some explanations in the first place." Severus nodded, quietly, while his mind did flip-flops. "When I was in my 5th Hogwarts year, a Slytherin prefect, just when your colleague Minerva was the Gryffindor prefect, I developed a teenager crush on a housemate." Severus listened with bewilderment, wondering if the Dark Lord had completely lost his marbles by now. "Druella Rosier." Severus looked up right into bright red eyes, only to realize that they held various shades of red. He might have heard the name somewhere, however, was positive that he had not met anyone going by the name of Druella Rosier. Anyway, apparently, she was promised to Cygnus Black, another classmate of ours, by a betrothal contract their parents had made, before Druella and Cygnus were even born. She was wonderful. Marvolo slowly trailed off. "What happened?" Severus asked in a soft voice, trying to find out if there was more to the story as the words of an irrational wizard. Wearing a blank mask, the Dark Lord continued telling his story. "One day, Black was incapacitated, and Druella agreed to go to Hogsmeade with me. Unfortunately, her father, Theodore Rosier, spied on us and put me under the Imperious curse during our Hogsmeade visit. Ever since then, I was forced to be the so-called Dark Lord and do horrible things. He even joined me as one of my followers, so that he could make sure to renew the curse before it could wear off. I never managed to shake it off, even though I tried. Only when I lost my body, when baby Harry killed me, the curse ended." Severus had to try hard to not stare at the wizard, open-mouthed. A small, sad smile crossed Marvolo's face. "I know that this might sound far-fetched, but I am willing to let you question me under Veritaserum." "Does Harry know about this?" Marvolo sighed. "Did I tell him? Yes. Did he understand what it meant? No. He was only 9, and somehow, my awake times always collided with his sleeping times, so that he was not very alert when I spoke with him. He did not even question me the other day, when I told him that I'd owe him a life debt if the ritual worked. He probably doesn't know the meaning of a life debt. Probably not, Severus admitted, thinking, in spite of being unaware of many things in the magical world, he's much too nice and trusting for his own good. Excuse me, sir, but what are your plans now? Marvolo remained quiet for a moment. First of all, please do not tell anyone of my return, yet. Apart from Harry and the elves, you're the only person to know. I don't mind if you tell your wife, considering that she is Harry's adoptive mother, provided that she will keep quiet about it. I am still considering what to do and, above all, under which name I should act. I have always despised the name of my Muggle father. Before Harry defeated me, I was the heir of Slytherin. According to him, he is now the heir, so that I cannot take on the name of our ancestor. Perhaps, I will go by the name of my mother, Gaunt. I am not certain yet. As to my plans, I will fight for the rights of magical people and creatures. This involves Muggleborns, half-bloods, purebloods and squibs as well as werewolves, elves, goblins, centaurs and whatever creatures there are. Severus smirked. Might that be Harry's influence? Definitely, Marvolo admitted. He has a valid point in spite of his young age, and I will support him in this. I will also fight for the recognition of dark magic though. As you well know, dark magic per se is not evil. As with light magic, it depends on the intention. Severus nodding his agreement. If I am not mistaken, the Gaunt family even has an empty seat on the Wizengamot. I am not 100% certain, however, as it is just about 15 months since I accepted the seat for the Prince family, during which I was only able to attend the Wizengamot meetings 3 times. Marvolo nodded in apparent understanding. I will check that out. A seat on the Wizengamot would be a step in the right direction for my goals. However, I'd prefer to remain hidden and work underground for a while. I might even ask Harry to allow me to become a member of the Slytherin family once again, even if he is the rightful heir at this time. Certainly, sir, Severus replied, inwardly sighing. He sounds more alert than ever before, however, is he trustworthy? He wondered. Severus, do you believe me? The question was sudden and unexpected, and Severus struggled how to respond. Harry seems to have faith in you, and I trust him to a certain degree, which is only limited by his age. However, Professor Dumbledore and many others will never be willing to forget and forgive, no matter whose fault it was that made you and your followers, including myself, do what we did. I don't think the headmaster would believe you, even if he questioned you under Veritaserum. Marvolo chuckled in obvious amusement. That's fine. Let him point me out as the enemy of the magical world, while I hide from him and work in the direction in which I wish to change the current magical world for the better. If Dumbledore remains ignorant, he can't disturb my plans. What are you going to do about your followers, sir? Due to the darkening of the Dark Mark, they will know that you're back. Marvolo let out a deep sigh. Right now, meeting Harry and explaining things to him is my first priority. I should probably call everyone on Saturday evening. I will then explain the new situation. However, I will make sure that everyone who is not willing to follow me will be obliviated as they leave. Severus nodded in understanding. He somehow felt fully relaxed by now, however, looked up trying to hide his shock at the Dark Lord's sudden question. Severus, will you be willing to remain on my side and spy on Dumbledore? Severus sighed. My highest priority now is the safety of my family. Other than that, yes, I shall remain on the dark side. If your goals are as stated earlier, I will support you. However, I cannot blow my cover in front of Dumbledore for the safety of my wife and sons. Marvolo smirked. Understood. He raised his wand, causing Severus' hand to unobtrusively wander into his robe pocket to reach for his own wand should the necessity arise. However, the other wizard once again managed to shock him profusely. I swear on my magic to not willingly harm Harry Prince and his adoptive family. Severus stared at the wizard in the armchair opposite of him in disbelief. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Do you by chance know if Theodore Rosier is still alive? I believe that I still have a bone to pick with the old coot. Severus shook his head. I am sorry, sir, but I am not privy to this information. There are 2 Rosier boys currently in Slytherin, Who could be his grandchildren? I will try to find some information about Theodore Rozier. Please do so. Could you come to see me together with Harry on Saturday morning? This is the old Riddle Manor. Bonda, Harry's elf friend, was able to pop himself here, which makes me believe that you could apparate here as well. I will check if there are any wards and if so strengthen them. However, I shall add you and Harry to the wards in any case. Severus nodded in confirmation, before he commented. As Harry is not able to see, he will not go anywhere without at least Lucy, his canine familiar, perhaps not even without Teddy, his bonded elf friend. Would it be possible to have them added to the wards as well, please? Marvolo nodded. I shall do so. Excuse me, sir. I have one more question. Why are you so interested in Harry? Marvolo smirked. We are connected somehow. I am not exactly certain about the kind of connection. However, I can feel his emotions, and we're able to communicate through our minds. I am also very sorry for killing his parents because of some prophecy uttered by what I believe to be a fraud. I don't know the second part of the prophecy, but I don't think that it is important. Either it is a self-fulfilling prophecy or it won't come to apply if we don't know about it. Right now, I don't care about it, but I believe that we need to discuss this with Harry, perhaps even when he's older. Severus nodded his agreement. I believe so, too. He already has too many things on his mind for a 10-year-old, a handicapped child at that. Which in extension is my fault, too. Marvolo let out a deep sigh. He seems to take everything in a stride though. Oh well, I shall see you on Saturday morning. Please return to your wife, before she assumes that I've killed you. Severus smirked, before he took his leave, knowing that Regina was waiting for him in utmost concern. Are you all right? Severus looked into Regina's face, which displayed obvious concern. He gave her a sharp nod. Yes, I am fine. We only talked. It was strange. Whether everything he told me is true I don't know, but he swore me an oath to not harm Harry or his adoptive family as he worded it. I shall show you the memory in the pensive. Regina nodded, smiling reassuringly. Has Harry returned? His wife shook her head, her expression turning sad. No. Harry, he thought to his son. I wish to apologize to you and to explain a few things. Please come home as soon as possible. I am sorry for shouting at you. Before he could explain to Regina that he had contacted their son through telepathy, a distinctive sound penetrated his mind alerting him to the fact that Harry had returned. Harry, will you please make yourself visible? His voice was soft, and, to his relief, his son immediately obeyed, looking at him with what Severus recognized as a defiant expression. I am sorry. I should have trusted that you knew what you were doing. Harry merely nodded, as he busied himself playing with Lucy's ears. Why didn't you tell me? He forced himself to remain quiet, as he continued. Apparently, the Dark Lord completely changed his attitude and promised to not harm you. However, I could not know that. I'm sorry. Harry's voice was barely audible. If you decide to participate in so important matters the next time, please be so kind and inform your mother and me beforehand. Yes, sir. Thank Merlin you're both back. I was so worried, Regina said, smiling, as she lowered herself into the seat next to Lucy, causing the canine to immediately make space in front of her, so that Regina could gently caress Harry's cheek. I'd never do anything to endanger the baby. It only came out as a whisper. Harry, we know that. Regina's voice was soothing, and Severus observed in relief how Harry's expression slowly lost its earlier tension. Sorry for implying otherwise, he added. Thank Merlin for Regina. She's absolutely brilliant, he thought in relief. On Saturday morning, we're going to visit Marvolo together. A small smile crossed his son's face. May Lucy and Teddy come? Of course. Thank you, sir. On Friday evening, Severus asked Cicero to supervise the twins' brewing, stating that he needed some time to speak with Harry and explain some things to him. What do we need to talk about that's going to take the whole evening? Harry wondered in surprise, however, did not voice his question but simply followed his adoptive father home with Lucy in tow. Let's sit in the kitchen and have some cocoa, Severus suggested, and to Harry's amazement heated 2 cups of milk with a flick of his wand, before he added cocoa powder, just as he had done in the Muggle world, whenever Dudley had wanted cocoa. Lucy, it's all right to sleep. I trust that Harry will be fine. The older wizard addressed the canine in a soft voice, causing Lucy to lick the professor's hand in gratitude, before she lowered herself under the table and let herself fall onto Harry's feet. Harry slowly sipped the hot beverage, which was as delicious as the cocoa made by the elves used to be, while he intensely listened to his adoptive father's explanations. Severus told him about the Dark Lord, who had done bad things and finally killed Harry's parents, before Harry had managed to vanquish him, probably with the help of his mother's protection. When I met Marvolo yesterday morning, he explained that he had been under the Imperious Curse. Do you know what this specific curse is? No. Harry shook his head. If I cast the Imperious Curse at you and tell you to, for example, jump up and down on both feet like Teddy uses to do, you will automatically obey. The curse forces you to do things, which you do not even wish to do. So, someone made him kill all these people. Yes, at least that's what Marvolo told me. If you wish to be sure that what someone tells you is true, you'll have to question the person under Veritaserum. I trust that you've heard of it. Truth Serum, yes, Remus told me about it. Well, I did not question Marvolo using Veritaserum. Therefore, I am not 100% sure if that's what really happened. Why would someone force someone else to kill people? Harry asked, incredulously. Marvolo told me that he is very sorry for killing my birth parents, and he doesn't feel evil, he slowly trailed off. I know that you can feel if people are good or bad. Therefore, I trust your assessment to a certain degree. Otherwise, I might have questioned him under Veritaserum. Nevertheless, we must be careful around him. Even if he doesn't feel evil, he might be a good actor and a good liar at that. Harry nodded in understanding, recalling how his aunt and uncle had always believed Dudley no matter how much he lied. They talked about it until Regina, who had returned home in the meantime, entered the kitchen. Severus, Albus Just Flo called. He asks you to accompany the two Rosier boys into his office. Apparently, their grandfather died earlier tonight, and their father wants them to return home for the weekend. Rosier. Severus gasped in apparent surprise. All right, thank you, Regina. I shall go and fetch the boys. Harry, I believe that it's time for you to go to bed anyway. All right. Good night, sir, and thank you for telling me so much, Harry replied, smiling. He leaned down to gently wake up Lucy. Come Lulu, let's go to bed, he cooed, carefully caressing the fur behind her ears. When Regina came into his room and gently tucked him in 10 minutes later, Harry felt very much cared for. How many weeks before Felix is going to be born? He asked, sleepily. About 15 weeks, Regina replied, smiling. Good night, Harry and Lucy. Marvolo sighed in anticipation, as he relaxed in his favorite armchair in front of the fireplace, carefully balancing a fragile, old book on his knee. Tomorrow, I am finally going to meet Harry in person, he thought, before he wondered why he felt so attached to the child. Never before in my previous life have I felt such a kind of attachment. It is cold, Nagini, his familiar, complained, as she slithered into the room and right onto his chair to attach herself to his body, craving the warmth. Dolly, Marvolo inwardly smiled, when the elf popped up a mere instant later. Can you please switch on the fireplace? Nagini thinks that it's too cold here. Of course. With a flick of her hand, the fire was lit, and moments later, a pleasant warmth began to spread around the room. Why do you need an elf, when you have me? Nagini somehow sounded annoyed. USSS simply could have lit ZZZE fire yours SS self. Marvolo looked at his familiar in amusement. Are you jealous? He asked in disbelief. Dolly works SS for me, while you're my familiar. That's is completely different. So you don't pet her? No, Marvolo reassured the snake, as he gently caressed her skin. She won't ever have to be jealous of anyone, as she is special due to being host for one of my souls, he thought, feeling very much attached to his familiar. All of a sudden, and much to Nagini's apparent annoyance, another elf popped up in front of them. He was wearing a black jumpsuit decorated with a pattern of what seemed to be felines, however, without any specific crest on it. Marvolo, sir, good evening. To what do I owe the pleasure? I is Draught. It is done. Marvolo narrowed his eyes at the elf in front of him. Hello Draught. What is done, and who sent you to me? Please explain. To his annoyance, the elf vanished from the sight without as much as a forewarning. Marvolo remained pensive for a moment, before he uttered, more to himself than to Nagini, "Remember to never cross Elves. They seem to be unpredictable." Severus' thoughts went haywire, as he accompanied Richard and Robert Rosier to the headmaster's office. Only a few days ago, Marvolo had told him about Theodore Rosier. Could it be by chance that the old man had died tonight? He quietly entered the headmaster's office after his students, one of them a sixth-year prefect, the other a second year. A young man was waiting for the boys. Severus recognized Felix Rosier, who had been one of his prefects until his graduation a few years ago. "I'm sorry to tell you that Grandad died earlier tonight." Felix was wearing a blank mask, as he addressed his younger brothers. "How?" the youngest inquired, tears beginning to run down his cheeks. Felix shook his head. "We were just having dinner, when he suddenly collapsed. The healers from St. Mungo's couldn't help him. They examined the food and apparently found some residue of an unknown poison in his wine. Sorry, but that's all I know. I think they're still investigating. Anyway, Mum wants you to come home over the weekend." Severus quietly uttered his condolences to the boys, before he excused himself and returned home, deep in thoughts. "I don't know what to think anymore," he admitted to Regina. "I really thought I might be able to trust this new Dark Lord." "Considering the timing, this can't be just by chance," his wife agreed, sighing. "At least, he gave you an oath that he wouldn't harm Harry or us." Severus let out a small scoff. "He could still order someone to get rid of us. Oh well, at least Harry can simply pop away in case there is any danger, no matter if he puts up wards against apparition or portkeys." "That's true, and we should remind him of his ability, before you leave in the morning." She cuddled close to him, putting his hand onto her belly, where their younger son seemed to be doing flip-flops again. "I know." Harry's voice was soft, as he added, "Marvolo is not evil though." "I'm sure. Nevertheless, be careful, son. Remember we love you and want to have you back here safely." "I love you, too," Harry replied, smiling at his adoptive mother. "I will be careful. That's all we can ask for. Now, are you ready to leave?" Severus leaned over to Regina, and Harry was glad that Lucy did not relay the images of his adoptive parents keying. "I'm ready. Shall I pop us?" "Well, you can either pop us, or we'll have to walk down to the apparition border, which probably wouldn't be much fun in this ugly weather." "I don't like the rain." Lucy shook her fur in apparent annoyance, causing Regina to chuckle upon Harry's translation. "I don't like the rain either," Teddy voiced, shuddering in a movement mirroring Lucy's. "Popping it is, I believe," Regina quipped. Harry nodded. He carefully gripped Lucy's paw, holding out his left hand for Severus to take, before he motioned Teddy to hold on to his arm. "Bye, Regina," he said, before he popped the four of them to where he could sense the man, who had so far been his mind friend. "Harry, I am very happy to finally meet you." It took a moment, before Lucy showed him the older wizard, who seemed about the age of his adoptive parents and greeted him with apparent enthusiasm. "Hi Marvolo," Harry replied, suddenly feeling somehow shy. "My lord," Severus said, giving the man a light bow. "Severus, these are Teddy and Lucy," Harry introduced his familiars, smiling, when Lucy showed him an image of her licking Marvolo's hand in apparent approval of the man. "Dolly," Marvolo shouted, and to Harry's surprise, an elf popped up an instant later. "I don't know why I had assumed that Marvolo wouldn't have an elf," Harry thought in surprise, smiling, when Marvolo introduced Dolly to him. "Harry Prince, the savior of the elves." Dolly cast him a broad smile. "You're famous on the Isle of Elves." "Thank you, but I didn't really do anything," Harry replied in a small voice, trying to not let his voice reflect his bewilderment at the elf's words. "Oh no." The elder elves informed all elves that Harry Prince is the savior of the elves, as it is because of him that 3 Hogwarts elves and a couple more elves were freed from the human suppression. Dolly's voice was firm. "The elves are very grateful to the great Harry Prince." Harry smiled, as Lucy went ahead and nudged Dolly's hand, before she gently licked the elf's ears, which were almost as large as her own, causing Dolly to giggle in apparent pleasure. Once they had made themselves comfortable around the table in front of the fireplace, where refreshments had popped up as soon as Dolly had vanished, Severus spoke up. "May I assume that you are satisfied with your revenge on Lord Rosier?" His voice did not give away any emotion. Harry listened in surprise, recalling that Two Boys' grandfather had died the previous evening. Wasn't that the same name? He wondered, only to become startled at Marvolo's response. "I am what? No, I did not do anything. Is Theodore Rosier still pestering the living world with his most annoying presence? He was until last night, when he is said to have miraculously perished during dinner with his family. Considering that you told me about him the other day, this does not sound like a coincidence, or so I thought. I apologize if I interpreted this in a false way." Marvolo cleared his throat. "No, I was not involved in this. However, this might be the explication to another mystery. Dolly, do you know Draught, and if so, what can you tell me about him?" Marvolo sounded urgent. Dolly let out a small sigh. "Draught is one of the elves currently living on the Isle of Elves. For many years, he served a family but somehow managed to trick his master into giving him clothes. He was an evil master. Could that have been Lord Rosier?" Dolly remained pensive for a moment, before she replied. "I am not sure, sir, but it is possible. Should Dolly fetch Draught here?" "Yes, please." Marvolo's voice was friendly but firm. An instant later, Lucy showed him the image of another elf, and Harry inwardly chuckled at the feline pattern on his black jumpsuit. He listened in surprise, when Draught told Marvolo everything about his former master. He explained that Bonda had informed him of the man's actions against Marvolo, who was a good friend of the savior of the elves. "Last night, I took revenge on you, sir, and put something into his wine for his dinner." Draught finished his explanation with a light bow towards Marvolo. "Do not bow. You have done extremely well. Thank you, Draught." Harry listened in surprise with a small smile playing on his lips. Of course, Marvolo isn't evil, even if he might have been criminal in the past. He must have been. He's the one who killed my parents. Although he told me once that it wasn't his fault. His thoughts went haywire. "Unfortunately, as Lord Rosier is dead now, it will be difficult to prove your innocence, sir." Severus' voice was soft, as he stated the obvious. "Oh no, that's true," Harry realized, feeling sad at the idea. Marvolo let out a deep sigh. "Draught, do you wish to work for me together with Dolly as free elves?" Draught once again bowed lightly. "I would like that, sir." "Dolly, would that be all right with you?" Harry smiled, when Marvolo asked his first elf in a soft voice. "Yes, sir. Dolly would like to work together with Draught." "Hello, Dolly. Hello, Draught. I am Teddy, Harry's elf." Teddy suddenly spoke up, causing Harry to inwardly groan. "I should have introduced him to the elves in the first place," he thought, and sent a quick, "Sorry for not introducing you sooner," to Teddy. "That's fine, Harry," Teddy replied, while the other elves greeted him with apparent enthusiasm. Once his two elves left, Marvolo explained to him in detail how the late Lord Rosier had kept him under the Imperious curse over the course of approximately 40 years. From time to time, Severus added small explanations to him, knowing surprisingly well when Harry did not understand Marvolo's words. "I can't believe it. He totally ruined your life," Harry said in disbelief, once Marvolo had finished his tale. "And in extension yours," his friend added, looking at him with a sad expression. Harry nodded, feeling very sad knowing how unnecessary his birth parents' deaths had been. "As to your plans for the future," Severus slowly trailed off, quirking an eyebrow in silent question. Marvolo nodded. "I intend to call my former followers together tonight and explain everything to them. The question is to where I should summon them. This old Muggle house might not be exactly adequate." Severus nodded in apparent understanding. "Before, you usually held your meetings in Malfoy Manor, if I am not mistaken." "Yes, but considering that Lucius claimed having been under the Imperious curse, I cannot intrude in his place anymore. Perhaps, I should have spoken with Artemis not sooner. He was my friend, even before Rosier acted up." Severus nodded. "Not Manor might be a better option than Riddle Manor. Why don't you ask him over, once Harry and I have returned to Hogwarts?" Marvolo remained pensive for a moment, holding out the plate with the last biscuit to Harry. "I shall do so." Will I see you tonight? Yes, sir. Good luck for your conversation with Not. Thank you, and thank you both for visiting. Harry, I will see you again soon. Once again turning to Severus, he said, once I get my main problems under control, I plan on doing some research for a ritual that will help Harry's eyesight. Severus let out a deep sigh. The elves tried a ritual, which, however, did not work. I believe that it might be most efficient using a potion in a ritual. He seemed strangely smug, which became clear, as he continued. My student assistants are already working to develop an adequate potion. I suggest that you work together with them for the combination in a ritual. Agreed. As soon as I am ready, I shall ask you to introduce us. Marvolo seemed contented. However, Harry's mind screamed, the twins. The greatest troublemakers of all times are trying to find a way to heal me. He was brought back to reality when Severus called him, Lucy and Teddy together. We're leaving. Harry, are you ready to pop us back home? Right in front of the Great Hall, please, as lunch is going to commence any minute now. Yes, Harry agreed and uttered a quick bye to Marvolo before he popped them back to Hogwarts. After lunch, Harry spent some time with Regina, and Lucy was in dire need of a nap. He suddenly felt through the link that Marvolo seemed anxious about something. Marvolo, is everything all right? He thought to his friend. Like so many times before, he wondered why he was even able to sense the man's moods and feelings. However, he did not have the chance to ask the man when he met him earlier. When he asked his adoptive father before, Severus had merely shaken his head, admitting that he did not have a clue. Yes, sorry, I am just explaining to Artemis not what I already told you this morning, Marvolo explained, shortly before Harry could feel the tension make space for apparent relief and happy feelings. At the same time, Severus held a lengthy conversation with his student assistants in his private lab. He told them everything about one Tom Marvolo Riddle, the former Dark Lord alias you-know-who, before he suggested combining their potions research with a possible ritual as suggested by Marvolo. The one who killed Harry's parents, all of a sudden is not evil anymore. Four eyes stared right at him in apparent disbelief, causing Severus to partly repeat his earlier explanation. Excuse me, Professor, but is there any proof that this story is true? Severus let out a deep sigh. Unfortunately, one of the elves on the Isle of Elves attempted to take revenge for Marvolo and killed Lord Rosier last night, so that he cannot be questioned anymore. Do you, and Harry, believe him? Severus nodded. Harry was the first to state that he could sense that Marvolo was not evil. The elder elves also seemed to believe this, otherwise, they would not have helped him regain his body. Therefore, yes, I believe that his claim is true, and he seems neither evil nor mad anymore. All right, the twins agreed, simultaneously. In that case, we shall work together with him. And look out for a series of howlers. Once our mother will find out about it. Severus inwardly groaned at the prospect. Perhaps, it might be wise to not alert your mother to the fact right now. It will take a few months for Marvolo to get his life into order, before he will be able to work on the ritual anyway. We won't tell anyone, the twins promised, sincerely. Harry was already in bed that evening with Lucy cuddled against his stomach, when he heard that Severus readied himself to attend Marvolo's meeting at Knott Manor. Please take good care of yourself. Harry, Felix and I need you. Regina sounded very agitated, which Harry found strange, as his adoptive mother usually managed to hide her emotions as much as his father. Hearing Severus leave, Harry hesitantly scrambled out of bed and stepped into the living room. Lucy merely let out a small growl, before she turned around to face the wall and continued to sleep. Harry, is something wrong? Harry smiled at the concern expressed in Regina's voice. Severus will be all right, he said, reassuringly, as he took his usual seat on the sofa, knowing his surroundings well enough to not have to rely on Lucy. Marvolo is not evil, I can sense it. Right now, he seems to be scared of what his former followers will say to the truth. Thank you, Harry, Regina replied, warmly, and Harry felt how she sat on the sofa next to him. That's very reassuring. She let out a deep sigh. I'm afraid that this pregnancy makes me more susceptible to worries and fears. How is Felix doing? Harry asked in anticipation of getting to know his younger brother soon, although he had the impression as if he already knew him well considering that he could sense the baby's magic. He seems happy. Is that so? Regina sounded delighted. Here, you can feel him. She gently took his hand and laid it onto her stomach, where he felt a large bump. Is that him? He chuckled, joining in his adoptive mother's happiness, when a sudden thought crossed his mind. Granny Anastasia, he thought to his surrogate grandmother on the Isle of Elves. Hello Harry, my dear. How are things? Just brilliant, Harry thought back. I have a question. My little brother is going to be born in 2 months' time. Do you think one of Teddy's cousins would be willing to become his elf? A free elf of course, he added, even knowing that Anastasia knew that he would not wish for anything else. I'll ask around, the elf promised, but I am certain that I find someone. Recently, you've become famous here. I heard that from Dolly and Drott, Harry replied, but it's really strange. Harry, are you all right? Regina's question brought him back to Hogwarts. Yes, please give me 1 moment, he replied, before he quickly said goodbye to Anastasia and then explained to his adoptive mother about his silent conversation with the elf. Oh Harry, you're so sweet. I hope you know that your father and I love you very much, and Felix is going to be very happy having such a caring big brother as you. I love you, too, Harry mumbled, still feeling extremely uncomfortable at expressing such kind of feelings. Thank you, son, Regina replied, gently placing a key onto his forehead. I believe that it's time for you to go to bed now though. Harry nodded, glad that she did not offer her help, apparently having understood by now that he could well manage on his own, letting himself be guided by Hogwarts magic. However, sleep did not come by easily, as he suddenly felt himself being pulled into what seemed to be Marvolo's mind. He could even see through the man's eyes and felt his thoughts. Beginning of vision, his Death Eaters were gathered around him, groveling on the floor in greeting. Raise, he commanded them. I am back, however, I am not the Dark Lord anymore. Excuse me, sir. Strangely, Malfoy was the first to find words. Marvolo let out a deep sigh. The late Lord Rosier, and no, I did not kill him, put me under the Imperious curse, when I was 15 and had a crush on his daughter. A huge commotion began, and Marvolo waited patiently, until everyone calmed down enough for him to continue his explanation. He told them everything, which he had already explained to Harry earlier the same day. Once he had finished telling his story, Malfoy once again spoke up. As much as I like Draco, his father is not really nice, Harry thought, as the Beyond Wizard questioned Marvolo. How do we know that this story is true? Do you have any proof? Moreover, who killed Theodore Rosier if it wasn't you? Drott. An instant later, the elf appeared right next to Marvolo. Yes, Marvolo, sir. Please tell them about Theodore Rosier. Drott nodded in understanding and told the assembled wizards everything that he knew of one evil wizard, to whom he had once been bonded. You tricked your master into freeing you. Lucius' voice was laced with disbelief. Yes, sir. I stole a sock from his grandson Felix and hid it in an inside pocket of his winter robes, and when he handed me his robes to put them away, I pulled out the sock and was free. It worked, and ever since then, I've been a free elf. As Marvolo is a friend of Harry Prince, the savior of the elves, I decided to do him the favor and kill the old Lord Rosier. Harry Prince? Lucius asked, incredulously. The former Harry Potter, the boy who lived as your friend. Yes, Marvolo smiled. It was only because of him that I managed to get a corporeal body at this time. Why should we believe your fantasies? Someone suddenly shouted at Marvolo, pointing a wand at him. He needs me. Harry realized and put a strong bout of magic into the wish to leave Marvolo's mind. An instant later, he found himself back in his own room at Hogwarts. Lucy, wake up, we need to go and help Marvolo, he urgently whispered to the canine, who lazily opened her eyes. Apparently noticing that Harry was close to panicking, she was awake quickly. Without further ado, Harry gripped her front paw and popped them to where he could sense Marvolo. Harry, 2 voices shouted his name. Grateful that Lucy showed him his surroundings and knowing that Marvolo was standing on his right side and Severus on his left, Harry raised his voice. I am Harry Prince, and I am good friends with Marvolo here. I only came to confirm that he is not evil. I know that he killed my birth parents, but that was because he was kept under the Imperious curse and was forced to do so. How old are you, child? Someone asked, and Lucy lightly growled at a grumpy old man. He probably is the one who asked. I don't like him either, Harry thought in annoyance. I am 10, Harry replied in a firm voice, smiling, when Lucy showed him that Draught and Dolly protectively stood in front of him. Harry is a very special child, Marvolo stated, smiling at him. Well, you heard my son confirm that he is Marvolo's friend. However, I believe that it is time for him to return home. Marvolo, will you please excuse us? Of course, Severus. Please take your son home. Thanks for coming, Harry. Good night. Good night, Marvolo, Harry replied, smiling, before he reached out for Severus' hand in Lucy's paw and popped them right into his bedroom to not give Regina a fright. Originally, Marvolo had intended to take the dark mark off of his follower's arms. However, now that Severus had left, whom he trusted most apart from Artemis Knott, he dismissed the idea for the time being. I won't need to have them all here to take the mark off, he thought. He also decided to forego the idea of obliviating everyone who did not believe him. Artemis and Severus are both lords on the Wizengamot, and with their help, I should manage to get an audience with the Minister of Magic, who will be able to question me under Veritaserum if necessary. Without further ado, he dismissed his followers with the invitation to come to Knott Manor again at 7 o'clock in the evening of the first Saturday in December. To his surprise, not only Artemis but also Lucius remained. Lucius. Marvolo cast the man of his former inner cycle a questioning look. My lord, may I ask what your plans are now? Marvolo nodded. Due to all the questioning, I didn't have the chance to explain my goals and plans for the future. I believe that the magical world must look better after itself, which means that we should help all kinds of magical beings, independent of their species, blood or whatever. This includes, for example, elves, giants, squibs or muggle-borns. We cannot have any kind of witch burnings in the muggle world, like it was common in the Middle Ages, just because someone became known as a wizard or witch by chance. Nor can I tolerate abuse of magical children by their muggle guardians just because they have magic. I wish to establish the magical world as a fixed and known part within the muggle world. We are a part of Great Britain just as the muggles are. Artemis and Lucius nodded in apparent understanding. The bee-owned wizard seemed to hesitate, but finally asked, My lord, would you be willing to take Veritaserum? Provided that Severus will attend and, if necessary, provide the antidote. In that case, I can introduce you to Millicent Bagnold, the current Minister of Magic. Considering that you don't have any other proof of the Imperious curse, she might want to question you. Marvolo nodded. Please make an appointment with her if she is willing to see me. I shall accompany you as well. I can, to a certain extent, vouch for you, Marvolo. Marvolo cast his old friend Artemis a grateful smile, before he profusely thanked him for allowing him to hold the meeting at Knott Manor. Finally, he excused himself and swiftly returned home. You were late, and I hate meeting SSSS. They are full of emotions SS, Nagini hissed, as she sleepily curled up next to him in his bed. SS is sorry Nagini, my dear, Marvolo replied, when a sudden thought crossed his mind. It's not surprising that she can sense my emotions, considering that she harbors a part of my soul, but why can Harry feel everything as well? He even knew to come to my help earlier. How strange. Deciding to find out more about the connection between him and the boy, he quickly drifted off to sleep, dreaming of dark marks that took off from his former followers' arms, changed their colors to bright orange and the snakes on them to grimaces that were laughing and shouting at him. After tucking Harry and Lucy into bed, Severus stepped out into the living room, where to his surprise Minerva and Regina were having tea together. Apparently noticing his questioning look, Minerva explained that Harry had telepathically asked her to keep Regina company. He's such a sweet boy. He came and kept me company for a while, before I sent him back to bed. Regina smiled, seeming very happy. Severus let out a deep sigh. Thank you, Minerva, for keeping Regina company. Harry is much too nice for his own good though. You did not realize that he popped himself and Lucy right to our Death Eater meeting, when he noticed that Marvolo was in distress with some dubious individuals, did you? He what? Regina jumped from her chair in clear agitation. I'm sorry, I didn't notice that he left his room at all. Nor did I, Minerva added in apparent shock. Severus nodded. Please calm down, he said in a soft voice, gently pulling his wife down to sit on the sofa with him. Everything went well, and after a few minutes, he popped us back, which gave me an excuse to leave the meeting early. Minerva shook her head in disbelief. Are you going to punish him? Severus stared at his colleague. Oh, believe me, I'm going to have one or the other word with him in the morning. I am not sure about punishing him considering his upbringing, however, he'll have to learn to not endanger himself, when he feels that he needs to help someone with something. Regina cast him a concerned look. Be careful to not hurt him, dear. Otherwise, he'll simply run off to the elves' quarters again. Severus let out a deep sigh. Regina, would you be willing to speak with him? I believe that you're much more competent to lead conversations with abused children than me. In spite of my own experiences, he added as an afterthought. Regina nodded, smiling. If you believe that he'll listen to me, I will. Did he get around to call you Mum and Dad by now, by the way? Regina smiled, sadly. No, he still calls us by our given names, but we hope that this will change once his little brother will properly address us. In 2 years' time or such, Severus added, rolling his eyes. Minerva cast him a look of pure bewilderment. If he's going to be born in 2 months, he'll be ready to say his first words in about a year. He's magical after all, and magical children talk much sooner than muggles. Oh no, that's going to be the end of my peace and quiet at home, too, Severus quipped, causing Regina to lightly kick his side. Oh well, I am not going to intrude any longer. Minerva rose from her chair. Good night, Regina and Severus. Good night, Minerva, and thank you so much for keeping me company. Regina bet him to a response, and Severus could only echo his own thanks. Did Marvolo say anything about freeing his followers from Azkaban? Regina cast him a frightened look, once Minerva had left. No, he mainly had to justify himself in front of his former followers. Just like this morning, the topic did not even come up. I don't think he's going to do such a thing though. If he claims that he only did what he did because of the Imperious Curse, he must absolutely abide by the rules this time. Otherwise, he's going to end up in Azkaban very quickly. I shall address the matter the next time I meet him though. Thank you, dear. That's all I can ask for, Regina replied, smiling. I'm a horrible husband, Severus berated himself, as he stretched out in bed and pulled his wife into strong arms. It was the first thing I should have asked about, but it completely slipped my mind, as I was too concerned about Harry in the first place. Before breakfast on Sunday morning, Harry received a scolding from Regina. While his adoptive mother was very gentle and emphasized how much they loved him and that they wanted nothing more than to keep him safe and happy, he still felt thoroughly chastised. To his surprise, the twins noticed soon that he was not his usual happy self, when they sat together at the Slytherin table for breakfast. Harry, what do you think of spending our free morning in the potions classroom brewing a prank potion? Sure, Harry immediately agreed, his spirits lifting up quickly. What are we going to brew? Ah, but Harry, leave that to us, as we've got just the right recipe. To prank the teachers. All right, I'm in, Harry agreed, grinning. Harry's mood seems to improve, Severus whispered to his wife. Thank Merlin, Regina replied, who had been observing their son in concern. It was a cold Sunday morning in mid-November, and Harry was sitting at the Slytherin table in the Great Hall for breakfast. Severus, may I brew a joke potion together with the twins and Teddy? He thought to his father. Only if you show me the recipe in advance. Harry inwardly groaned. May we show it to Cicero, please? I think they intend to prank the teachers, and I wanted to ask him and Misty if it is harmless for Regina and Felix anyway. All right, please have Misty confirm that it's not dangerous for pregnant witches. This does not only concern your mother but also Miranda. Miranda and Remus are going to have a baby. Harry thought back in delight, causing Regina to lean over to his father and whisper something to him. Yes son, But please keep this bit of information to yourself, until they decide to tell you. Their baby is only due a few months after ours. I won't speak with them about it, Harry replied, indignantly. Thanks for telling me though. Harry and Teddy prepared the ingredients according to George's instructions, before George guided Fred through the brewing process, and 30 minutes later, an almost colorless liquid was bubbling in the cauldron in front of them. That's it, George stated, seemingly contented, as he sniffed the potion and instructed his twin brother to bottle it in 2 large phials. 2. Harry inquired. Well, we will give one to Charlie. To have some fun at home over Christmas. Are you not going to return home for Christmas? We will, but only for 2 days. Over Christmas. As our mum is a little overbearing, and we prefer to study for our potions Newt. Together with you, little bro. Over having to denome the garden. Harry smiled. All right, I am always happy to have you here and brew together. Now, I'm going to call Cicero and Misty to confirm that the potion is harmless and not dangerous for unborn babies. Lucy showed him 2 red heads bob up and down in confirmation, while Teddy swiftly called his parents, whom Harry had already telepathically informed in advance. While Cicero approved the potion as correctly brewed and harmless, Misty disagreed. It could harm the babies. Harry, you must tell your mother and godmother about it and tell them not to drink anything during lunch. I will prepare a beverage for them and ask Poppy to deliver it to them under the guise of a health drink. Harry nodded in understanding and profusely thanked Misty, while Lucy showed him an image of the twins bowing in front of the elf. Don't bow to me, Misty mumbled, shaking her head in apparent annoyance. Where did you get this recipe? Cicero suddenly asked. If it is your own invention, I shall have to commend you greatly. It is well thought out in spite of being very complicated. The twins grinned broadly and profusely thanked the elf, who had been Severus' house elf for a long time and was proficient at brewing himself. Mummy, may I attend lunch together with Harry and the twins? Teddy jumped up and down on both feet like he often did, when he was excited. You can't have lunch at one of the house tables. Why not? Harry spoke up. The students will have to get used to it, as I'm going to put up a fight so Teddy can attend Hogwarts classes together with me in any case. He won't be allowed to attend, and we can't pay the fees anyway. Cicero's voice was firm. However, Harry did not like it at all. As I am the owner of Hogwarts, if necessary, I can force the headmaster to allow elves to attend, and I have enough money from the Order of Merlin and the Wolvescure potion to pay the school fees for him. Thank you, Harry. We will see, Cicero replied, and Harry was glad that the elf did not outright refuse the option for his son. I can remain invisible at the house table, Teddy offered. There is no need to remain invisible, just simply sit between us and Harry, and enjoy the spectacle. May I, please? Teddy asked, pleadingly, and his parents reluctantly agreed. Will the 2 of you join us in the common room for a while? The twins asked, once Misty and Cicero had popped away taking one of the files with them. No, I need to return home and inform Regina. Perhaps she can tell Miranda, as I am not supposed to know about her pregnancy, Harry replied, sheepishly. I'll see you at lunchtime. Thanks so much for allowing Teddy and me to brew together with you. Always, the twins replied, grinning broadly. Thank you for being so thoughtful, Regina replied, carefully pulling him into a gentle hug. I will call Miranda and inform her. Thank you, Harry breathed in relief, as he had worried how to warn his godmother in spite of feigning being unaware of her pregnancy. Would you mind me playing on the sukan for a while? I think Felix might love it. Yes please. He really enjoys it when you play. A few hours later, Harry and Teddy took their seats between the twins at the Slytherin table with Lucy nestled on Harry's feet, occasionally banging her head against one of Teddy's legs, which were dangling in the air due to the elf's small size. Let the fun begin, Teddy thought to Harry in apparent excitement, completely ignoring Lucy's doing for the time being. Lulu, please see to it that I won't miss any single moment of it, Harry whispered to the canine, who returned a comforting woof. After what seemed to be a long time to him, food popped up on the tables, and he purposefully turned his head away from the high table facing Teddy. Soon, a commotion began at the teacher's table. To Harry's disbelief, all the teachers except for Regina and Miranda, who both had some pinkish drink next to their plate, began to behave as if they were drunk. At least that was how Harry expected a drunk person to behave. All students watched in apparent amazement how the professors were shouting, bawling, dancing around the table, and finally settled down singing what the twins told him were Irish drinking songs together, followed by Christmas carols, although it was only the middle of November. "It's going to wear off." After about 30 minutes, the twins informed those sitting nearby, who then relayed the information that soon spread around the Great Hall. Regina observed her husband and his colleagues behave like what she knew as Muggle hooligans. Knowing that it was a prank potion, she was not concerned but rather enjoyed watching together with Miranda and the whole student body. After what seemed to be ages but in fact was only about half an hour, the teachers seemed to slowly return to their usual selves. "What happened?" Severus asked her, narrowing his eyes upon realizing that all students were staring at the high table with open mouths. "You may watch my memory later on," she promised, grinning broadly. "Just telepathically tell Harry and the twins that they did extremely well with their prank potion." Lucius Malfoy let out a deep sigh, as he lowered himself into his favorite armchair, craving the warmth of the fireplace. "I'm sorry that I was already asleep when you returned home last night." "How did the meeting go?" Narcissa cast him a questioning look. Lucius sighed again. "I don't know what to believe anymore. The Dark Lord is indeed back, but he claims to not have been himself during the time before his downfall. According to him, the late Lord Rosier had him under the Imperious Curse ever since he was a 15-year-old. Pressing a hand against her mouth, apparently to prevent herself from laughing at the incredulous accusation, Narcissa stared at him wide-eyed. "Why would grandfather have done such a thing? In his youth, the Dark Lord had a crush on your mother, at least that's what he told us. However, as she was already promised to your father, your grandfather put the Dark Lord under the Imperious Curse, efficiently making him act as the Dark Lord." Narcissa remained pensive for a moment. Mother never said anything about the Dark Lord having been her friend during their time at Hogwarts. "Oh well, my parents were devoted to him, but grandfather was as well. Somehow, this is absolutely confusing." Lucius nodded in agreement. "I am not certain about our allegiances," he admitted to his wife what he would not easily tell anyone else. "On the one hand, it is delightful to have him back, but on the other hand, his goals greatly differ from before." "How that?" Narcissa leaned forward in her chair with apparent interest. "He told me that his goals for the future would be the rights of all magical creatures, including elves, giants and whatever." Narcissa blanched visibly. "Apparently, he is going to work together with Harry Prince, Severus' adopted son. The boy even showed up during the meeting to confirm their so-called friendship." Narcissa's eyes widened. "That's a dilemma. Draco actually is very fond of Harry and has already been pestering me if he can spend a week with Severus and Harry during the Yule holidays." Lucius shook his head. "We should keep Draco away from the boy and rather teach him the old ways of thinking. Harry is a pureblood as well." "Yes, but it's not becoming for a pureblood to free house elves. According to the Dark Lord's elves, the boy is seen as the savior of the elves. It even became clear that it was an elf who killed your late grandfather. Drath or something like that. I don't remember the exact name. Do you know him?" Narcissa nodded. "Draught. That was grandfather's elf, before he somehow managed to free himself. It's going to be difficult to keep Draco from Harry though, considering that in 10 months' time, they're both going to become students at Hogwarts. Well, then we can only hope that Harry Prince is not going to be sorted into Slytherin." Narcissa let out a small scoff, very unbecoming in her position as the Lady Malfoy. "You're aware that Harry is the heir Slytherin, aren't you?" Lucius sighed. "Ah, right, there was something. Oh well, I shall think about something." A few days later, Severus dismissed his student assistants on time for curfew and headed to the headmaster's office, as he had promised Albus to show him and a few of their colleagues Regina's memory of the prank that someone had played on them during lunch on Sunday. The other 3 heads of the houses as well as Remus and Miranda were present. Severus quickly added the memory to Albus, pensive, before he invited his colleagues to watch it. While his colleagues jumped at the opportunity and headed into the pensive, Severus exchanged a few words with Fawkes, the always pleasant Phoenix. "Hi Fawkes, how are you?" he cooed, gently petting the bird's crown feathers, causing the phoenix to let out sounds of apparent pleasure. Only when Severus let go, knowing that his colleagues were going to return soon, they can't see the evil bat of the dungeon's pet a phoenix, Fox let out a series of trills. #Where is your little one? Please tell him to come and visit me soon. I can't wait for him to become a phoenix animagus and play with me. I'm sorry, Fox, but I can't understand you, he drawled. What a pity, a male voice spoke up, causing Severus to look up at the paintings of the former headmasters in surprise. It was Godric Gryffindor, who kindly translated Fox trills for him. Thank you, Professor Gryffindor. Turning back to Fox, he added, Harry is a canine animagus. Fox let out a sound resembling a scoff. Then it is all the more time for the nestling to practice transforming into a proper bird. Tell him I can't wait. Severus, eyes narrowed at Godric's translation. Would he be able to have a second animagus form? This time, Godric did not wait for Fox to respond, but growled, Harry is my heir. Of course, he will be able to have at least 2 animagi forms. The conversation ended, when the other professors left the pensieve and once more occupied the seats around him. I wonder who did that fantastic prank. It is worth at least 100 house points. Albus. Minerva immediately scolded the headmaster, however, everyone else seemed to agree with the old wizard, causing Severus to smirk. As I said on a previous occasion, he drawled, there are only 3 children in this school who would be able to brew such a complicated potion. Minerva was the first to understand and groaned in apparent annoyance. Harry and the Weasley twins. Severus smirked. Of course. Well, then it is 100 points to Slytherin. The headmaster smiled, pleasantly. I just hope Harry is going to be sorted into Gryffindor. Why would that be? Phileas cast Minerva an incredulous look. As studious as the child is, he's surely going to be sorted into Ravenclaw. I wasn't aware that Slytherin recently has the most inventive pranksters, by the way. Oh, Severus recalled, ignoring his colleague's comment, there is something that I'd like to alert you to. Harry intends to have his elf familiar Teddy attend classes together with him. Is there any rule against it? Albus shook his head. Severus, you will understand that we cannot have house elves attend classes at Hogwarts. Teddy is an elf, not a house elf, Severus lightly corrected the headmaster, causing Minerva to chuckle. The conversation was rudely interrupted, however, when Sirius Black suddenly stepped out of the fireplace. He growled at Severus without even acknowledging anyone else present. Is your master back, and are you bowing to him again? I knew that we should have never allowed you to adopt Harry. Now Sirius, take a seat and calm down, Albus lightly admonished the man. What are you talking about? Sorry, headmaster, earlier today, you know who somehow managed to return from the dead, came to the ministry, accompanied by Lord Knott. They spoke with Minister Bagnold, who then called Melly to the meeting. The murderer claims to have been under the imperious curse by the late Lord Rosier, who conveniently died last week. Sirius scoffed. Melly wanted to question him under Veritaserum to at least have some proof, however, he refused, stating that he would only agree when Snivellus was with him and would administer the potion as well as the antidote if there was a question he didn't want to answer. Headmaster, I believe that it's time to call your chicken order to life again, but without him. He pointed a finger at Severus. Uncertain how to respond without causing a huge fight in the headmaster's office, Severus was glad when Remus spoke up in his stead. Sirius, before you accuse Severus of anything, please remember that it was him to both free you from Azkaban and to cure me from lycanthropy. Exactly. Albus agreed with the former werewolf. There is indeed the need to activate the Order of the Phoenix again, considering that Voldemort is back. However, Severus will be a member of it just like any of our colleagues who wish to participate. Did I ever say I wished to participate? Severus thought in disbelief. This time, I am absolutely certain where my allegiances lie. Considering that Marvolo wished to have Professor Prince in attendance, Amelia Bones decided on a Sunday for her questioning of what she still assumed was an evil wizard. You're much too nice to Snivellus. The students would be happy if he cancelled his classes for once. Sirius rolled his eyes in apparent annoyance. Sirius, don't be so mean towards Severus. Don't you remember that you owe him your freedom? Amelia shook her head in exasperation over her husband's stubbornness. During their more or less regular meetings with Regina, Miranda, Severus and Remus on Saturday evenings, she had become good friends with each of them and could not really understand Sirius' distrust of the potion's master. "Just so you know, Melly, I am going to attend that meeting as well in my capacity as an order to keep you safe." Amelia let out a deep sigh. "Well, if you don't have better things to do on a Sunday morning, I don't mind. However, you have to promise to behave yourself and remain quiet. You may only watch and not actively participate in the questioning. If you behave, I'll have a surprise for you later on." Sirius grudgingly agreed. "Oh well, if he manages to behave, I'll tell him about the baby later on," Amelia resolved. So far, she had not let him in on the secret of her pregnancy, however, intended to do so at the next opportunity anyway. "He'll be very happy, although I wished he would grow up a bit more. He's more like an overgrown child himself," she thought, giving her husband a fond smile. When Harry woke up on Sunday morning, he felt Severus' magic nearby, and from the occasional rustling of pages he realized that he was reading, probably his Potions Quarterly. "It sounds like that. Good morning," he said, smiling at his adoptive father. "Good morning, Harry," the older wizard replied in a soft voice. "I just wanted to let you know that your mother and I am going to have breakfast at home this morning. Right afterwards, I must head to the ministry, where Marvolo is going to have his questioning today." "Ah, all right, that's why he's so excited right now. Can you feel his emotions all the time?" Lucy, who had just returned from doing her business in the herb garden, showed him the concerned look his guardian cast him. "Not all the time, only when he's extremely happy, sad or excited." Harry gently caressed the canine's fluffy ears. "Perhaps I should teach you occlumency." Severus seemed pensive. "It might help blocking out Marvolo's emotions. It won't be easy though, considering that you're only 10 and it's fairly advanced magic, which usually isn't even taught to the students. Please teach me. You know I am not scared of difficult things. Oh, that reminds me of something. When I spoke with Fox the other day." "Can you speak with Fox?" Harry was too surprised to realize that he rudely interrupted the older wizard. "No." Severus smirked in apparent amusement at his excitement. "Godric Gryffindor was so kind as to translate for me. Apparently, Fox was his familiar in the past, and he is a Phoenix Animagus. Anyway, Fox told me that he is waiting for you to become a Phoenix Animagus, and when I informed him that you're a canine Animagus, Professor Gryffindor insisted that as his descendant, you'd well be able to have multiple forms." "Really? Wow, that's cool. Of course, I will try to become a phoenix then. It would be brilliant if I could fly without a broom." Severus shook his head. "How are you going to take Lucy or Teddy with you to be able to see when flying in your phoenix form?" "Oh," Harry had not even thought about that. "That won't work." "Oh well, I will still try to get a second Animagus form. Please don't tell anyone about it though, especially not the headmaster." "I won't." Severus nodded, reassuringly. "May I have breakfast at home, too?" "If that's what you wish, of course you may. As you're not a student yet, you don't have any obligation to take the meals in the Great Hall." Harry spent the morning in the elves' quarters playing with Teddy and Lucy. "I wonder if I can trigger the interrogation," he thought, recalling how he had watched Marvolo talk with his followers before. From Marvolo's excitement, which seemed to intensify by the minute, he could sense that it was going to begin soon. Just to be sure that his friends would leave him in peace for a little while, he informed Lucy and Teddy what he intended to do. Careful, so as to not alert his mind friend to his presence, he wished himself into Marvolo's mind, smiling happily, when it worked. Just like before, he was even able to take in Marvolo's surroundings through the older wizard's eyes. Shortly afterwards, the interrogation commenced by Amelia asking Marvolo questions. To his disappointment, the interrogation was not overly interesting for him, as Harry had already heard everything that had happened to Marvolo at least twice before. Only after the man had explained about the imperious curse, which the old lord had reinforced frequently to prevent that it might wear off, the questioning turned to matters, of which Harry had not heard before. "Why did you go after the Potters?" "That was because of a prophecy made by Sybil Trelawney to Albus Dumbledore. It said that a boy would be born with the power to defeat me. It became clear that the boy would be Harry Potter. When Severus Snape asked me to spare Lily Potter and her family, I decided to simply ignore the prophecy, of which I have only heard the first part anyway. However, Rosier decided otherwise and forced me to go after them. Fortunately, at least Harry survived. As a descendant of the Slytherin family, he is my only living relative at this time. What are your plans for the future? I intend to take over the lordship of House Gaunt, the family from my mother's side, seeing that Harry has been made the heir of the Slytherin family by his defeat of me. I wish to work on improving the situation of all magical beings, including squibs, muggleborns, elves, dwarfs, goblins and so on. Harry and I decided to work together in this direction. He has already managed to cure the werewolves from lycanthropy together with his adoptive father, Lord Severus Prince, and among the elves he is known as the savior of the elves. Harry is my godson. Do not take him from me like you took my brother, Sirius growled at Marvolo. How did Regulus Black die? Severus sent a blood-curdling glare at the Auror, which was echoed by Amelia's, while Marvolo replied. He betrayed me and by doing so succumbed to one of my safety features. It was his own decision. Sirius, you're going to sleep on the sofa tonight, Amelia added, motioning for Severus to administer the antidote to the Veritaserum. Sirius is not nice, Harry thought in shock, as the meeting ended and he retracted from his connection to Marvolo. No wonder that Marvolo is upset. I hope that Amelia Bones believed him though, considering that she questioned him under Veritaserum. I'm going to speak with Remus for a moment. Will you come with me? Teddy and Lucy immediately agreed, and Harry popped the three of them right in front of the Lupin quarters, where he politely knocked at the door. Harry, Lucy, Teddy. Miranda smiled broadly, as she ushered them inside. That's a nice surprise. Is Remus at home, too? Yes, he is. Harry, is something wrong? She inquired, apparently noticing his subdued expression. Not really, but I'd like to talk to the two of you about something. Sitting on a sofa in the living room between his two familiars, he told his godparents about Marvolo's interrogation by Amelia Bones. Wait, let me get this right. You can look into Voldemort's mind. Remus sounded horrified. Yes, we are somehow connected, and I can feel his mind, and if I really want to see what's happening around him, I can do that. That's extremely unusual. Miranda's voice was laced with surprise and apparent concern at the same time. That means that he's probably able to do the same. Remus gave him an assessing look. Yes, he can. Harry smiled. He always watched how my relatives treated me, and he realized that I couldn't see anymore, but he couldn't do anything about it, because he was too weak. Only recently, perhaps about a year ago or so, he became stronger and could contact me. Then, I could help him gain a corporeal body again. His godparents nodded, looking at him in apparent amazement. You're really a gentle young man, a godson to be proud of. I just know that your mother would be very proud of you. Miranda smiled. Remus nodded. She was one of the kindest witches I ever met, and your behavior reminds me of her. Thank you, Harry replied, feeling very happy to hear that he resembled his mother. Usually, everyone only always tells me that I looked like my birth father, before Severus Blood adopted me, he thought. Anyway, he brought the topic back to the interrogation that he had observed earlier and told his godparents how Sirius had behaved. He wasn't supposed to ask anything, and Amelia and Severus were both very angry, let alone Marvolo. He was terrified. He hesitated, not really sure what he wanted to ask. Remus let out a deep sigh. All right, Harry, there are multiple factors, which you need to know to understand the situation. First of all, Sirius probably did not believe Marvolo about the Imperious Curse, especially as he did not have any proof and the person responsible died last week, as you told us. I know that he took Veritaserum, but there is an antidote to the Truth Serum, which he could have consumed before. To be really sure that he did not take an antidote, they'd have had to take him to a ministry holding cell 24 hours before the interrogation. As to the relationship between your adoptive father and Sirius, it has always been more than strained. Which is not Severus' fault in the first place. Miranda's voice was as soft and pleasant as usual. As you probably know, Severus was in Slytherin and proud of it. Sirius, Your birth father and I were in Gryffindor and equally proud of being in the House of the Lions. Sirius and James always pranked Severus using spells and charms, and he retaliated, mostly with prank potions. Unfortunately, their pranks got more dangerous by the year and escalated so far that Sirius almost got Severus killed if James had not warned him on time. Oh, Harry let out a deep sigh. While Sirius and James were Severus' childhood nemeses, Lily was his best friend. Harry nodded, smiling. He sometimes tells me about my mum, but he never said much about my birth father or Sirius. I only knew that their relationship was not the best, but I didn't think that it was so bad considering that you often go out together on Saturday evenings. Well, so far, Sirius always behaved himself, if only to please Amelia, Miranda replied, shrugging. I don't think it's only that. He also knows that Severus is Harry's adoptive father and that he has to behave to be allowed to keep in contact with him. Harry nodded in understanding, thinking, oh well, if I had to decide on just one of them, it would be Severus of course. During the 2 weeks before the last Wizengamot meeting of the year, Marvolo spoke with Buckbean at Gringotts and took over the lordship of the Gaunt family. Congratulations, Harry thought to him upon noticing how happy his friend was. Thank you, Harry, Marvolo replied. Will I see you at the Wizengamot meeting? You could accompany one of your parents. Really? Oh, all right, I'll ask Severus, Harry promised, somehow feeling excited at the idea of attending the meeting. The Wizengamot meeting took place on the first day of the Christmas holidays, much to the Prince Lestrange family's relief, as Regina and Marvolo both wished to attend the meeting for the first time, and Severus intended to accompany them. Marvolo asked if I was going to accompany you, Harry spoke up, when he went for a walk over the snowy grounds together with Severus and Lucy. If you wish to accompany us, you may do so, Severus replied in apparent surprise. Considering that you're the heir of the Potter, Prince and Lestrange families, you may choose if you wish to sit together with Remus, Regina or myself. I don't believe that the meeting will be very interesting for you, and there might even be topics, of which you don't know anything yet. Harry remained pensive for a moment. If I have any questions, I could ask you if I sat next to you, but maybe Regina would feel safer if I sat together with her. She said that she's slightly anxious to take the Lestrange seat. Harry, that's a very gentle thought, and I appreciate it. I don't mind you sitting with Regina, and if you have questions, which she is not able to answer, you can always ask me using telepathy. Oh, that's true, Harry agreed, smiling. I will sit with Regina then. May I take Lucy and Teddy with me? Severus let out a deep sigh. I am very sorry, Harry, but Teddy cannot accompany you to the Wizengamot meeting. Lucy is of course welcome if she remains quiet. In the morning, Regina, Severus, Minerva, Remus, Harry and Lucy stepped through the fireplace to travel to the Ministry of Magic for the Wizengamot meeting. Before Harry and Lucy could take their seat together with Regina, they had to wait for Remus as the head of the Wizengamot to introduce Regina and Marvolo to the other lords and ladies as the Lady Lestrange and Lord Gaunt. Curiously, Harry sat next to his adoptive mother on the Lestrange seat, smiling upon realizing that the prince seat was on his left side with the Gaunt seat just opposite of him. Before he could relax in his seat with Lucy standing at his side to show him the assembled members, however, a witch in a pink cardigan began to shout. Someone kicked that dog out and the child with it. This is neither a zoo, nor a playground for children. Easy Harry, Regina whispered, calmingly reaching for his hand, while Remus replied on his behalf. Madam Umbridge, the boy is Harry Prince. He is not only the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin first class of all times, but also the heir to the Potter, Prince, Lestrange, Slytherin and Gryffindor families. However, he is blind and needs his guide dog. Therefore, we have special permission from Minister Bagnold to have him attend the meetings of the Wizengamot together with his canine familiar. The witch in the pink cardigan mumbled something that Harry could not understand, however, Lucy efficiently shut her up with a small growl. Before Remus was able to properly start the meeting, an old lady, which Severus telepathically reminded him was Madame Longbottom, spoke up in a loud voice. What is that criminal doing here? She pointed her wand at Marvolo, staring at the younger wizard in clear disgust. It's his fault that my children never will be able to take their seats here again. Marvolo rose from his chair, giving Remus a questioning look. "Lord Gaunt, please." Remus nodded at him. "Madam Bones, you have my permission to publish the details of my interrogation, so that I don't have to answer the same questions over and over again." Amelia nodded and was given the floor. "I questioned Lord Gaunt under Veritaserum the other day. Everything he did before his downfall on that fateful Halloween, he did not do by his own free will." Ignoring the gasps from all over the Wizengamot, she explained about the imperious curse, which apparently had been cast by the late Lord Theodore Rosier. "Amelia, you will surely believe that this is unbelievable. Do you have any proof? If I am not mistaken, Lord Rosier only died a few weeks ago. Isn't that a strange coincidence? Augusta, an elf has admitted killing Lord Rosier to revenge Lord Gaunt. Lord Gaunt did not even know about his intention beforehand." Before Amelia could continue her explanation, an older wizard spoke up. "That's Tiberius Ogden," Severus thought to Harry, who was following the conversation with interest on the one hand, annoyance on the other. "Poor Marvolo," he thought, sympathetically. "It must be so unnerving to explain the same matter again and again. I believe Lord Gaunt, he is not the only victim of Theodore Rosier." "Tiberius, what are you talking about?" Augusta Longbottom glared at the wizard, who seemed about her own age. The old wizard thoughtfully let a hand run over his beard. "A few days ago, the Caro twins, who are living not far from our factory, came to visit. Alecto and Amicus Caro. They told me a simply incredible story, which however, seems to be the truth. They informed me that they originally had been triplets." Ignoring the gasp that spread through the Wizengamot, he continued. "However, before they could even enter Hogwarts, Theodore Rosier abducted their sister Lydia to use her for some kind of ritual. Needless to say, the young girl did not survive the event. He then placed the twins as well as their parents under the imperious curse to tell everyone that they were twins instead of triplets, probably in a simple attempt to hide the murder which had occurred by his hands. Only when Theodore died the other day, the curse was lifted and the twins were able to talk about it. They have shown me a couple of photographs from their early childhood, when they were still triplets." Remus cleared his throat. "Too bad that we cannot question Lord Rosier anymore. In any case, I believe that we can set this matter aside for the time being and get to our agenda. Would that be all right, Madam Longbottom?" The old witch nodded, although Harry had the impression as if she was still not overly convinced. From that time onwards, however, the meeting proceeded discussing the suggestion of a monthly or yearly fee for the flow travel as well as the option of adding a school bus as an alternative to the Hogwarts Express for the students' travels to Hogwarts and back. By the time the meeting ended shortly before lunchtime, groups of people gathered around Marvolo and Regina. Lady Lestrange. Augusta Longbottom was the first to gain Regina's attention. "First of all, congratulations for becoming the head of the Lestrange family, and secondly," she fidgeted a little, dapping her eyes with a white handkerchief, "I'd like to suggest to you to kick your brothers and sister-in-law out of the family. I know that no one has ever escaped from Azkaban, but still," she glanced at Marvolo, who was equally surrounded by other lords and ladies, "it might not be impossible for an evil wizard to break into the prison and free other criminals." "Thank you, Madam Longbottom." Regina spoke in a soft voice, smiling at the old lady. "I will heed your advice and speak with my account manager at Gringotts at the next opportunity. Harry," the old lady suddenly addressed him. "I don't know if Professor McGonagall told you, but my grandson Neville is of the same age as you and will attend Hogwarts together with you next year. Neville is very shy though, and does not match well with other children. Would you perhaps be willing to meet him and see if the two of you can get along? When you were babies, your mothers were best friends, and you often played together." "I'd like to play with Neville." Harry gave the old lady a reassuring smile. "Regina, may I perhaps invite Neville to visit me at our home tomorrow or the day after?" He thought to his adoptive mother, who immediately replied on his behalf. "Madam Longbottom, as you probably know, we live at Hogwarts, and Neville is very much welcome to visit us at any time." Harry smiled, when Lucy gently licked the old woman's hand in apparent appreciation, while the two witches agreed that Neville and his grandmother would visit them on Sunday afternoon. "I hope Neville is nice," Harry thought, as he absent-mindedly played the Sukin before bedtime that evening. "I should ask Severus if Draco can come to visit again, too." When Augusta Longbottom stepped out of the fireplace together with her grandson, Harry realized immediately that the boy was extremely shy and obviously tried to hide behind his grandmother. "Good morning, Madam Longbottom, Herr Longbottom," he greeted them like Regina had instructed him beforehand. "Herr Prince Potter." The old lady smiled. "This is my grandson, Neville. Please just call me Harry." "I am Neville," the other boy said in a small voice, and Lucy dashed forward to gently lick his hand, which she used to do for people she seemed to like. To his relief, Regina joined the conversation and talked the old lady into having tea together. "Harry, why don't you go and show Neville Hogwarts? Neville, would you like to see the castle? I'd love that. Can we also visit the greenhouses?" The boy's voice was laced with apparent excitement, and Harry happily agreed. "I'll see you at lunch in the Great Hall," Harry said to Regina, before he ushered Neville out into the dungeon corridor. "Where are we?" Neville looked around in apparent bewilderment. "Aren't there any windows?" Harry smirked. "The entrance to our quarters is in the dungeons, near the potions classroom and the Slytherin common room." He first led the other boy into the potions classroom, where he showed him some especially interesting ingredients, such as small frogs and other tiny animals, which were alive and kept in glasses on one of the shelves. "I have a toad as familiar," Neville admitted. "Trevor. Where is he? Did you not bring him?" Harry was surprised, knowing that he would never go anywhere without Lucy. "Gran said I couldn't bring him, when I visit you." Neville seemed sad about it, and Harry quickly reassured him that he could, of course, bring Trevor, whenever he came to visit him. They thoroughly inspected all possible places of interest at Hogwarts, and by the time lunch commenced in the Great Hall, they still had to visit the library and the astronomy tower. "Let's go to the Great Hall and have lunch together with the Weasley twins. Can we just sit together with students, although we're not even at Hogwarts yet?" "Of course. I always sit at one of the house tables, but the twins are my best friends," Harry replied and pulled Neville over to the Slytherin table. "This is Herr Longbottom, and these are Fred and George Weasley," he quickly introduced everyone, smiling when the twins immediately made space for a second person between them. Severus observed proudly how his son entered the Great Hall, closely followed by Lucy and the Longbottom boy. He strode over to the Slytherin house table in determination, and 2 minutes later, the two 10-year-olds were sitting between the twins. Harry has improved so much in every hindsight, even his social skills. "It's a real pleasure," he thought, feeling happier than he had ever felt before. "Just a little more than 2 months, and we'll have 2 sons," he thought, looking over to his wife, who was sitting a few seats to his left with Madame Longbottom sitting between her and Minerva. "I hope Madame Longbottom won't get a heart attack noticing that her grandson is sitting at the Slytherin table," he thought to his wife, unable to hide his amusement. "Severus, what is so funny?" Minerva asked from his left side. "Harry seems to have become friends with Herr Longbottom." Severus' response was innocent and smooth. "Where are they?" The old witch, who had been Minerva's classmate in their own time as students at Hogwarts, looked around the Great Hall, searchingly. Minerva pointed at his house table. "They're sitting at the Slytherin table together with Severus' student assistants." At the Slytherin table, the old witch's eyes widened in apparent shock. "I very much hope that Neville will step into his father's footsteps and become a Gryffindor." "They're sitting together with the Weasley twins, who are in Slytherin in spite of the fact that the Weasleys have been in Gryffindor for generations." Minerva's voice was soothing, and she quickly managed to calm down her friend. "Minerva seems much younger than that old hag," Severus thought. "I'm going to relay this conversation to Harry. Perhaps he can convince Neville that it would be fully all right to be sorted into any house in spite of what his grandmother says." When Neville's grandmother returned home right after lunch, the two boys managed to convince her to leave Neville at Hogwarts for the afternoon. "Neville, are you sure that you'll be able to take the flow just by yourself?" "Yes, Gran." Neville nodded in apparent excitement. "Madame Longbottom, may Neville come to visit again next Sunday?" Harry inquired, smiling when Neville immediately voiced his consent. "If that's what both of you want and your parents don't mind." The old lady cast Regina a questioning look. "Of course not. I believe that it is good for Neville to meet other children. He seems to enjoy himself." Regina's voice was soft and convincing as usual. "She's really good with people," Harry thought in amazement. I'm really glad that she's my adoptive mother. She and Severus are really great." By the time Neville stepped into the fireplace a few hours later, Harry had the impression as if he had gained another good friend. It was shortly before the last Sunday before Christmas that Marvolo telepathically invited Harry to join him for a Yule ritual. "Neville always visits me on Sundays. May I bring him? If he wishes to come, you are free to bring him as well as Lucy and Teddy, of course. You should warn their parents though that it's going to become a bit late that evening." "All right," Harry agreed and asked Regina to inform Neville's grandmother, while he would tell Misty about it. "You better not tell the old hag that the ritual is going to be performed by Marvolo at his place." Severus smirked. "I might not be fully acquainted with all things magical, even if I have been taught at House Lestrange until I was 11, Regina replied, smirking, "but I'm not that stupid. I know that, dear, and I appreciate that you're teaching Harry everything that an heir needs to know, considering that I am completely lacking this knowledge. Oh Merlin, if his grandmother finds out later on, Neville might never be allowed to visit me again." Severus quirked an eyebrow. "That might be a possibility, but in the worst case, you'll be able to meet him, when you're going to be students in a little more than 8 months' time." "That's true, and then I'll be able to see Draco, too," Harry replied, feeling very sad that the Malfoys had not allowed his friend to spend a week at Hogwarts during the holidays. Apparently, they had other plans for the holidays, which Harry, however, did not really believe, considering the letter that Draco had secretly sent him through a house elf. On Sunday afternoon, Severus and Regina accompanied Harry, Neville, Teddy and Lucy to Riddle Manor. When Lucy showed him an image of the living room, Harry looked at the circle of candles and runes in amazement, glad when Regina gently introduced Marvolo and Neville to each other. "Sorry, I was so surprised that I completely forgot," he telepathically apologized to his adoptive mother, who merely returned a smile and ruffled his hair. "It's fine, son. Marvolo, would you mind explaining a bit to us?" she then inquired, once the Dark Lord finished his preparations. Harry's friend nodded. "Today, in the early evening of the winter solstice, we worship the goddess Canola, the Celtic deity of magic. As the mythical inventor of the Irish harp, she is especially important for musicians. I thought it fitting, as Harry is so adept at playing music. Just do everything after me, and at the end, each of you may utter one wish. If the ritual works, your wish is likely going to become true between now and the next winter solstice." "Really?" Neville stared at Marvolo, hope written clearly on his face. "I wonder what he's going to wish for," Harry thought in excitement, at the same time feverishly pondering his own wish. "Now, sit just inside this circle on the floor." Everyone quickly followed Marvolo's instruction with curiosity. Neville sat to the left of Harry with Regina on his other side, and Teddy took the spot at Harry's right with Severus on his other side. Lucy let herself fall into Harry's lap. Dolly, Draught. An instant later, the two elves appeared and completed the circle with Marvolo sitting between them. Marvolo enchanted something which Harry was unable to understand. It sounded like a long-winded song in some kind of ancient language. Harry felt absolutely amazed when he felt the air bubbling with magic. "That's not Marvolo's magic alone," he realized. "It feels as if I could sense Canola's presence. But is she here? Does she really exist?" he wondered. The magic of the goddess seemed to remain in the center of the circle, and when Marvolo motioned them to one after another voice their wishes, Teddy, as the youngest member of the group, began and told the goddess that he wished for a small sibling. "He still doesn't know that he's going to be a big brother," Harry thought in surprise, resolving to speak with Misty about the matter at the next opportunity. As the next person to voice a wish, he turned his head to the center of the circle, where he could still sense the strange magic, which he had never encountered before. "I wish for my baby brother to be healthy and happy." At first, he had intended to add, "and a wizard," however, knew that it would be possible to somehow give him magic in case he was a squib. Afterwards, it was Neville's turn, who was only a day older than Harry. The shy boy spoke up in a barely audible voice. "I wish for my parents to somehow be cured." I thought his parents were dead just like mine, Harry thought, resolving to ask either Neville or Severus, as soon as the ritual was over. "If it's possible to heal them, we'll do that." When it was Regina's turn, she said in a soft voice, "I wish for my son's eyesight to be healed." Harry jerked around towards his adoptive mother in shock. Thank you, he thought to her, surprised that she had wished something for his own health instead of the baby's. Completely engrossed in his own thoughts about Regina's and Neville's wishes, Harry missed his father's part and was surprised when he felt the foreign magic recede, shortly before Marvolo ended the ritual. Neville, Teddy and Harry helped Dolly and Drott clean the room with Lucy's assistance, while Regina and Severus enjoyed a glass of wine with Marvolo. Oh no, it's probably pumpkin juice or something. Regina doesn't drink alcohol because of the pregnancy, Harry corrected himself. By the time they returned to Hogwarts, it was already so late that Regina and Severus sent them to bed right away. They had added a guest bed to Harry's room, so that Neville could spend the night with his friend, and both children were extremely excited. To his parents' annoyance, their mood even spread to Lucy, who was jumping around the room in spite of the late hour. Now Lucy, go to bed and sleep, otherwise, you're going to spend the night in the herb garden. Severus gave the canine a mock glare. That's much too cold. Lucy, come here quickly, Harry replied, lifting his covers for his familiar to slip under them. He inwardly sighed in relief, when Lucy immediately complied and lay down cuddled against his stomach as usual. As soon as his father left the room, Harry turned to his friend. Sorry Neville, may I ask something? Yes, of course. What happened to your parents? Neville remained quiet for a moment, and Harry already thought that he had angered the boy, when he replied in a small voice. They were tortured into insanity. Just a few days after your parents died. They're in the long-term ward at St. Mungo's. Oh no, I am sorry, Harry replied. Do you think we could go and visit them? Neville let out a deep sigh. I must ask my gran. She always takes me to see them on Christmas Day. I am not sure if they even recognize me. Probably not. Misty, Harry called the elf who was as close to a mother to him as Regina. Do you know about Neville's parents? They were tortured into insanity and are at St. Mungo's. Do you think I could try to heal them? No Harry, even the healers don't have a clue how to help them. Neville's voice was laced with absolute disappointment. Harry felt that Misty's magic moved over to the side of the room, where Neville's bed was. Neville, Harry is a natural healer, and he might indeed be able to help them. I am not sure if it will work, but maybe we can try it out. Can we go right away? Misty, please. No Harry, we cannot go right away. It is the middle of the night, and both of you must sleep now. Misty's voice was strict, and Harry felt that she came over to him and gently touched his forehead, before he drifted off to sleep instantly. On Monday morning, Neville returned home after breakfast, which they had once again taken at the Slytherin table together with the twins. Somehow, Harry felt sad. I really like Neville, he thought, feeling very happy to have gained so many friends during the last 18 months. Just 9 more months and we're going to attend classes together, he thought, looking forward to finally becoming a student at Hogwarts. During the day, Remus, Misty, Poppy and Cicero kept him busy, and in the evening, he spent some time with Severus and twins in the lab and the hour before his bedtime with Regina in the living room. Nevertheless, the thought of healing Neville's parents was still at the front of his mind. When I ask Misty or anyone, they'll only make a fuss. I'll just get up early tomorrow morning and pop myself to St. Mungo's to see if I can heal them, he resolved. Teddy, he thought to his elf friend, knowing that he was always up very early in the morning, just like the other elves, can you wake me up very early tomorrow please? And please don't tell Misty or anyone about it. All right. Teddy's response was quick and firm. In the morning, Harry woke up, when Teddy's voice penetrated his mind. Harry, wake up. Thanks, he mentally replied, before he thought to his familiar. Lucy, I'm going to pop myself to the hospital and try to heal the Longbottoms. Will you come with me? Even if the dog had been fast asleep, she was awake in the blink of an eye, jumped out of the bed and shook herself, before she dashed away, probably into the herb garden to release herself. Harry pressed the button of his alarm clock, which then informed him that it was 4:30 a.m. Oh, that's a good time, he thought. No one should be up at this time. If I manage to heal them quickly, I can simply pop back here, and no one will know that I did it. He quickly informed Lucy and held her paw in a gentle but firm touch, before he popped themselves right next to the bed of one Alice Longbottom, who according to Neville had once been his godmother. Lucy turned around to show him the room, where they found them in. Only one torch was lit on the far side of the room, however, he could recognize a human figure under the covers on the bed next to him. Concentrating on the parent of his friend, he felt that the person indeed needed his help. I can heal her, he thought, recalling what he had learned from Misty and Poppy. It will afford a lot of magic, but her magic is strong, and that'll help me. He carefully sat on the edge of the bed with Lucy perched on the floor next to him to show him the image of his patient. Laying both hands onto the woman's arm, he let his healing magic flow into her body, while at the same time trying to tap into her magic to assist his own. He did not know how many minutes had passed. He concentrated on his magic in combination with hers and on the feeling of the woman's illness, which only very slowly receded. The thought, "I won't be able to heal two people at once," crossed his mind, when he slowly became tired. He was fully awake, however, when all of a sudden, the door opened and someone stepped into the room. Pushing all thoughts about this intruder out of his mind, he focused on the task at hand. However, just after a small incantation penetrated his ears, his vision failed. Lucy! His mind screamed, and he slowly began to panic, however, knew that he could not stop healing the witch or her illness could become irreparable. Teddy, please come to me and check on Lucy. I can feel that she's alive, but they did something to her, he urgently thought to his other familiar, completely ignoring the quickly approaching footsteps and shouting behind him. Just after he felt Teddy pop up next to him and Lucy began to show him his surroundings again, he knew no more. Alice Longbottom woke up to loud shouting. What happened? She asked, when she noticed something strange. An elf and a dog were standing next to her bed, where a boy was sitting on the edge but suddenly fell onto the floor. The elf then began to shout at the two healers, who were standing a few steps behind them, before the dog attacked one of the healers, jumped up at him and grabbed the wand out of his hand, only to snap it into pieces. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she suddenly began to laugh, causing everyone's attention to turn to her. Mrs. Longbottom, one of the healers asked in apparent bewilderment. What is happening? Where am I? Alice inquired. This boy and his dog attacked you, the other healer informed her. What do you remember? They did not attack her. They healed her. The house elf straightened its small stature, glaring at the healer. Mrs. Longbottom, can you understand me? The healer inquired in apparent confusion. Yes, sorry, will you please enervate the boy and then explain what we're doing here? Where is Frank, and where's my baby? Neville. Alice slowly began to panic, realizing that Neville was not with her. Enervate. While the boy slowly rose from the floor, the healer explained. You were attacked a decade ago, and ever since then, you and your husband have been here at St. Mungo's. Your husband is in the bed behind you, and your son is living with his mother. What? Alice thought in disbelief, feeling absolutely bewildered. How dare you come into St. Mungo's and attack patients? The healer then turned to the boy who was unsurely hovering next to her bed, cuddling with the house elf on one side and the dog on the other. Hello. The boy's voice was barely audible. Hello. May I ask who you are? Alice asked in a soft voice, instinctively knowing that the child could not have attacked her. I'm Harry, your godson. My godson. I have a godson named Harry, but he's still a baby. Alice felt absolutely bewildered. Mrs. Longbottom, 10 years have passed since you came to live here. Your son is 10 already. Alice's eyes widened in shock. You're Harry Potter then, is that true? You're so big already. Yes, Harry smiled. Just like Neville, he's a day older than me, and he's my friend. Anyway, how dare you come into the hospital without permission, let alone with a dog? Dogs are not allowed here. Alice rolled her eyes at the healer's words, shaking her head, when the child began to apologize. I need Lucy, because I can't see, and I wanted to heal my friend's mother. I'm a natural healer. I'm sorry. Harry, you do not have to be sorry for healing me. Thank you so very much for what you did for me. Do you think you could heal Frank as well? Harry nodded. Teddy, can you pop home and fetch me a dose of Severus Fresh and Go potion? I need it, before I can heal someone else. Ignoring the healers, Protests. Harry quickly took the small phial from the elf and gulped down the cool liquid, smiling, when he felt completely awake and fit afterwards. "Lucy, please show me Frank Longbottom," he said aloud and followed the canine over to the other bed in the room, while the healers stormed up at Alice to question her and check if the unbelievable was really true. He sat on the edge of Frank's bed and repeated the process, only barely noticing that Alice sat next to him at some stage. At the same time, at Longbottom Manor, Neville was having breakfast together with his grandmother. "You've taken part of a ritual held by Voldemort," the old witch all but shouted in apparent horror, just when Harry's voice penetrated his mind. "Can you come back to Hogwarts? And bring your gran? I must show you something. Lord and Lady Longbottom, as you both seem to be completely healed, you are free to go." The healer nodded at the Longbottoms before turning to Harry. "You, young man, however, will have to ask some questions, one of them being how you earn the money to replace Healer Smith's wand, which your dog destroyed." "She merely destroyed it, because you attacked her and Harry with it." In spite of being smaller than Harry, Teddy protectively stepped in front of him. "Stunning her was very dangerous, because Harry is blind and needs her to see." "Thanks, Teddy," Harry thought to his friend. "I won't have them question me. I only came here to cure the Longbottoms, and fortunately, everything went well. Had the healers not attacked Lucy and me, she wouldn't have broken their wand. I'm simply going to leave," he resolved, before he reached out to touch Lucy's ear, made themselves invisible and popped behind Alice and Frank. "Dad, I just healed the Longbottoms. I'm now going to bring them home. Is that all right?" Laying as much urgency as possible into the thought, he immediately received a positive response, albeit laced with bewilderment. "Aunt Alice, Uncle Frank, please grab my arm, I'm going to take you to Hogwarts." Harry's voice was barely audible, but the two newly healed adults hurriedly complied. Teddy was still putting up a verbal fight with the healers, and Harry quickly instructed him to pop right home into the prince's quarters at Hogwarts. As soon as he received the elves, "Okay," he whispered, "hold on tightly," before he popped Alice, Frank and Lucy home. Arriving in the living room, Harry felt that Regina, Severus and Teddy were in the room, before Lucy even showed their surroundings. "Teddy, thank you so much for helping Lulu and me." Lucy showed him the elf, who was sitting next to Harry's favorite spot on the sofa, grinning broadly. "You did something incredibly good today. You deserved help. These healers were very unnice." "Severus," Alice spoke up in apparent bewilderment. "I am sorry for intruding here." "Oh, sorry for not even introducing you." Harry bet his father to a response. "These are my adoptive parents, Severus Prince and Regina Lestrange. These are Alice and Frank Longbottom." Regina smiled at their guests. "Please take a seat. Would you like some tea? Did you already have breakfast?" "They missed breakfast," Harry quickly said, sensing that the Longbottoms seemed very uncertain. "Aunt Alice, please sit here on the sofa next to Teddy." Alice complied, and Frank took a seat as well, before he apologized to Severus. "I am sorry. Harry simply took us away, when the healers released us, and we were uncertain what to do. Everything was very sudden. One moment, we were engrossed in a fight with Beatrix Lestrange, her husband and his brother," he glanced at Regina, "and the next, we wake up at St. Mungo's with two healers, a boy, a house elf and a dog in the room, who are fighting against each other. Harry asked me through telepathy if he could bring you here, and I agreed." Severus' voice was soft and without emotion. "I believe that your mother might have had a heart failure if he happened to take you to Longbottom Manor." "That might be true." Frank nodded his head in agreement. "Harry is extremely considerate for his age," Alice observed. "What happened to him though?" While Severus explained about his treatment by his relatives and gave them a short outline of his life at Hogwarts, Regina called Cicero and asked for breakfast for all of them. Once Severus finished his explanation, they began to eat their breakfast in thoughtful silence, before Alice suddenly stared at Regina. "Ms. Lestrange, please call me Regina," the former squib replied, smiling. "I can imagine that you're surprised by my family name." Alice and Frank nodded, grimly. "I was a squib and cast out of the family as a child. By chance, I got to know Severus and Harry, and under Salazar Slytherin's guidance," she pointed at the portrait of the ancient wizard, "Harry managed to give me magic. Anyway, I went to Gringotts and accepted the ladyship over the Lestrange family, which was possible, because my brothers and sister-in-law are in Azkaban. I will, however, and I promise you that, head to Gringotts tomorrow morning and kick all 3 of them out of the family. Please be assured that neither Severus nor I condone what they have done. Thank you, Regina. Alice smiled warmly at the woman, who would have attended Hogwarts with her if she had not been a squib at that time. Once they finished breakfast, Harry spoke up. May I call Neville here? I believe that he will be over the moon with joy if he sees his parents. Yes, please. Alice was the first to react. Thank you so much for everything you have done for us. You're welcome. Harry smiled, feeling very happy. I really like Alice. No wonder that my mum made her my godmother. Now, I have 2 sets of godparents, a father, a mother and soon a little brother. I must be the luckiest boy in the world. Neville, can you come back to Hogwarts? And bring your gran. I must show you something. He telepathically contacted his friend. While they were waiting for Neville and his grandmother to arrive, Severus informed Alice and Frank that Harry had only learned of their condition during a ritual on the day before yesterday. What kind of ritual? Sensing that Alice really seemed interested, Harry explained everything about Marvolo's ritual worshipping Canola, the deity of magic and music. His explanations lead to further questions, and in the end, Severus explained all the details about Marvolo, the Lord Gaunt and former Dark Lord, who had done evil things under the Imperious Curse. I always thought you were a Death Eater as well, Alice said, frankly. No, I was a spy for Dumbledore. Severus' voice was firm and believable, and the Longbottoms nodded in understanding, even when he added that he and Harry were fully on Marvolo's side at this time. It's Dumbledore who placed me with my relatives and did not even check up on me once, before Severus did and brought me here. Harry spoke up, gently caressing Lucius' ears. What happened to Sirius? Wasn't he Harry's godfather? Alice's question led to more explanations, and by the time lunch was about to commence in the Great Hall, Alice and Frank decided to take their side and not Dumbledore's, and they realized that Neville and his grandmother did not seem to show up anytime soon. Perhaps, we should ask Minerva to call them here. She will wish to see you as well, and perhaps your mother will come if she invites her, Severus suggested and headed to the fireplace. It was almost 30 minutes later that Minerva arrived, closely followed by Neville and his grandmother. It's really true. Minerva let out a loud gasp, which seemed to alert Neville and his grandmother to the apparently unexpected presence of Alice and Frank. No, that can't be true. Augusta's voice was cold and firm. These must be imposters, as Frank and Alice are at St. Mungo's. Not anymore. Alice smiled at the old woman. Mother. Frank stood from his seat and stepped over to his mother, who immediately pulled her wand, causing Lucy to jump up from the sofa and growl at the old witch. Alice felt as if she was in a wrong film. So much had happened, since she had woken up that morning, hearing that she and Frank had been incapacitated for more than 9 years and her Neville was not a baby anymore, meeting Severus, whom she believed to be a Death Eater, and his lovely wife, the head of the most evil family she knew, then actually seeing her big baby, Neville, trailing into the room behind her mother-in-law, who was ready to attack them in disbelief. While Frank and Minerva dealt with Augusta, she reached out for her son. Neville, come here. Is that really you? Mum. The child glanced at Augusta, however, carefully stepped around the old lady and hesitantly allowed her to embrace him. My baby, she breathed, you're so big all of a sudden. Tears began to leak from her eyes. Don't be sad, Mum. I am so very happy to have you back. Turning his head, he uttered, thank you, Harry. I will never forget what you did for me today. I don't care that Gran forbade me to see you again, I will always be your friend. I will always be yours, and there's no need to thank me. It's my early Christmas present. What? Alice could not help asking in disbelief. Why did your grandmother forbid you to see Harry? Because he took me to a ritual together with you-know-who and is even friends with him. He was actually very nice. Neville glanced up into her face in apparent uncertainness. Rubbish, Alice replied. From all I heard, he is not evil anymore and only did evil things, because someone put him under a dark curse. Apart from that, friendships are one of the most important things in life, and of course, you may choose your friends yourself. She gently kissed the boy's head, noticing how he visibly relaxed in her arms. "Oh Mum, I am so happy to have you back." Neville let out a deep sigh of apparent happiness. Suddenly, Minerva caught everyone's attention. "Alice, Frank, what are you going to do now? Are you going back to living at Longbottom Manor, or do you wish to remain at Hogwarts for a while to get used to daily life 9 years into the future?" Alice and Frank exchanged a glance, before Alice spoke up. "Harry already offered the same, and we'd like to accept the offer. We're not comfortable enough with our new situation to simply go back to normal life and would like to have some time to adjust. We also wish to consider what to do now. I believe that at least I don't want to return to the Auror office, especially not after pausing for almost a decade. Of course, Neville may stay with us if he so wishes." "Of course." Harry smiled, when Lucy showed him Neville's eager face. There was nothing left of his usual shyness. "Minerva, could you perhaps assign the Longbottoms quarters near us, so that we could help them adjust?" Regina's voice was as pleasant as usual, and Harry and Neville nodded, eagerly. "I shall do that. However, I should take you to meet Albus first. We cannot have you live at Hogwarts behind his back." "We could very well," Harry thought, however, knew better than to contradict. "Perhaps, we could offer Aunt Alice and Uncle Frank some new teaching positions. I'll have to speak with Marvolo about it. He once complained that classes at Hogwarts are insufficient," he spoke up, pensively. "Keep Voldemort out of Hogwarts, or I will send Neville to Beauxbatons." Everyone stared at the old witch in disbelief. "No." Neville cast his grandmother a defiant look, which Harry already knew too well from Teddy. Frank was the first to find words. "Mother, I believe that it would be best if you returned home now. We will ask this very nice elf, Teddy, was it, to fetch Neville's most needed belongings for him." "I shall do so," Augusta replied. "Lord Prince, may I use your fireplace?" "Of course," Severus replied, wearing a blank expression, as he gave the permission. "You may always return through this fireplace if you wish to visit your family." "Augusta," Alice spoke up in a soft voice. "Thank you so very much for raising Neville in our stead. He has become a very fine young man." Augusta merely nodded before turning back to Severus. "Thank you." With that, she elegantly stepped into the fireplace and vanished in the flames, causing everyone to let out a collective sigh. "Maybe we were a bit harsh." Alice seemed pensive. "I don't think so." Regina smiled. "Seeing how shy Neville was, when he first visited us, I believe that she was very strict with him. We're missing everything that happened during the last 9 years, so how will we even be able to continue raising him?" "Don't worry, we're all here to help you. I will have much time anyway. I have been teaching at a Muggle university but gave up my position with the end of the year, because our second child is supposed to be born at the beginning of March. I am sure that Minerva, Severus and Harry will help as well." "Of course," Harry replied, grinning broadly, while Severus showed his confirmation with a sharp nod of his head. "I will help you, too," Neville announced, before Teddy pulled him into a conversation about what he wanted him to bring him from Longbottom Manor. When Minerva left with Alice and Frank, leaving Neville with Harry and his family, Severus turned to his son. "Harry, you're as meddling as the headmaster." He shook his head in apparent annoyance, or was it amazement? Harry was not sure. "By the way, do you remember what you called me, when you contacted me before bringing Alice and Frank here?" Harry frowned, slowly shaking his head. "Severus," he whispered. Severus smiled. "You called me, Dad." Harry felt himself blush. "Sorry, Severus." "No, my son, you have nothing to be sorry about. On the contrary, I liked it." "Thank you, Harry." Neville grinned broadly. "So, we both have real parents now. Aren't we the happiest boys in the world?" Harry unconditionally agreed. While Harry spent the morning with Neville and his parents to help them adjust to normal life again, the Weasley twins returned home for Christmas, and Regina and Severus headed to Gringotts. "Will Buckbean see us at all, considering that it is Christmas Eve?" Regina cast Severus a concerned look. "Why would he not? I don't believe that the goblins celebrate Christmas. If you wish to kick your brothers out of the family, the sooner you do it the better. Even if Marvolo probably won't free his former followers from Azkaban, some of the others might be upset about his new agenda and try some kind of stunt. Regina stared at him in shock. Do you suspect someone? Severus merely sighed, looking at her in apparent concern. She nodded in understanding, smiling to cover her anxiousness, when she followed her husband into the white building of the magical bank. Regina Prince Lestrange, and I would like to speak with Buckbean, she informed the nearest teller, who motioned them to wait in a small side office. Thank Merlin, Buckbean is much friendlier than these goblins, she thought, inwardly sighing in relief, when Buckbean came to fetch them to his office. Buckbean invited them to take a seat, before he lowered himself into the chair behind his desk. An instant later, another goblin brought tea and biscuits of the season for the three of them. Finally, Buckbean leaned forward, giving them a questioning look. Lady Lestrange, Lord Prince, what can I do for you at this time? Regina inwardly sighed. I wish to remove my brothers Rabaston and Rodolphus as well as my sister-in-law Bellatrix from the Lestrange family. Buckbean nodded in apparent understanding, and 5 minutes later, Regina was already able to sign the paperwork necessary to make her decision official. Thank Merlin, I did it, she told herself, feeling somehow relieved. A wise decision if I may say so. However, Buckbean paused, apparently to get their undivided attention, before he continued, I would like to warn you to be very cautious if you enter the family vault. The 3 former members of House Lestrange are extremely dangerous and might have placed outright foul objects into the family vault. The goblins believe that there is at least one very dark item. Thank you so much for the warning, Regina said, gratefully. Buckbean, you certainly have specialists for dark artifacts, who would be able to clear out the vault for us. Severus seemed pensive, and Regina listened in surprise. I thought that he was an expert in dark magic himself, she thought, however, remained quiet, as Buckbean made Severus an offer, which her husband accepted in apparent relief. Oh well, it doesn't matter that we have to wait a week before going to see the vault. We could have done so for months now and didn't. 10 minutes later, they found themselves out in Diagon Alley again. Well, time for some last-minute Christmas presents for Alice and Frank. Regina smiled. I thought that the cure was their gift. Regina was not sure if Severus was joking, however, she firmly shook her head. No, love, remember that was Harry's present for Neville. Christmas presents were one topic in the Longbottom quarters at Hogwarts as well. Regina and Severus invited us over for tonight, but we don't have any presents for anyone. Alice seemed troubled by the fact. Aunt Alice, everyone will understand, plus it's a Christmas present for everyone that you're back. Exactly. Neville grinned, happily, before he cast his father a questioning look. Could you call Gran's house elf Puck and ask him to buy presents for you? Puck. Frank shook his head in apparent annoyance at the name, which Harry could understand all too well. Teddy and I could help out, too, as we can simply pop us to places. Harry shrugged, thinking that Alice and Frank knew that he could pop anyway, considering that he had taken them to Hogwarts on the previous day. Harry, you're so sweet, but you're not a house elf. Alice smiled at him, before she turned to her husband. Perhaps, we should get our own house elf. Do you really want a house elf, or would you consider employing a free elf? Harry quickly informed them about Severus and his agenda to fight for the rights of elves. The Longbottoms conferred for a moment, before they both nodded in agreement. What do we have to do? They both cast him questioning looks. Please give me a moment, Harry replied in excitement, before he once again contacted Anastasia on the Isle of Elves. Granny, we need someone to work for the Longbottoms, the parents of my friend Neville, here at Hogwarts as a free elf. They're very nice people. Harry dear, I'm sorry for not contacting you concerning an elf friend for your baby brother. Do you remember Anna and Niall, Teddy's cousins? Of course, Harry replied, indignantly. We played with them every day, when we were on the Isle of Elves. Exactly. Ever since I asked them if they'd be interested to become your baby brother Felix, friend, they've been fighting about it, as they both want to work for you and see you and Teddy on a daily basis. Would your friend Neville perhaps be in need for an elf friend? As they're still small, even if a bit older than Teddy, they'd probably love to work for someone of your age. Harry grinned broadly. Let me ask him. He quickly explained the matter to Neville, who became very excited. Mum, Dad, may I have an elf? How could we say no? His father replied in apparent disbelief. We owe you and especially Harry so much more. If you're both happy having these elves here, we're the last to protest against it. An hour later, Misty called Harry into the elves' quarters. Mum has arrived with cousins Anna and Niall. Apparently, you arranged for both of them to stay at Hogwarts. Harry quickly excused himself for a while and popped away with Lucy to greet his friends from the Isle of Elves together with Teddy, who was equally happy to have his cousins at Hogwarts. Perhaps they can attend classes together with us, Harry whispered to Neville, when they spent the evening in the Prince quarters, where the adults were talking about this and that, while the boys were playing with the three elves. Lucy was asleep on the sofa and lightly snoring. Harry, Severus addressed him in a soft voice. I know that you brought up the topic once, but you should talk to Professor Dumbledore about it again if you wish to have a chance at convincing him. Harry nodded in understanding. Can you please try to convince Minerva and your other colleagues? Remus and Miranda know that Teddy can do everything that I can do. He is even more diligent than me, he admitted, sighing, causing the adults to laugh. May I also attend your class with you until we'll become students? Neville asked, pleadingly. I'll have to ask Remus, but I don't think he'll mind, Harry replied, already looking forward to having classes together with Neville, Anna and Niall. We'll have so much fun, he thought in anticipation, just when he sensed that Minerva, Poppy, Remus and Miranda arrived to celebrate Christmas Eve together with them. Miranda, Remus, may Neville, Anna and Niall also attend classes with me, so that we can all attend Hogwarts together next year? He asked so quickly that the adults let out a collective laugh. Remus and Miranda exchanged a glance, and while Miranda shrugged, Remus shook his head in apparent surprise. Harry, please help me and explain who Anna and Niall are. Anna is my baby brother's elf, and Niall is Neville's elf, and as Neville is now living at Hogwarts, too, he'd like to attend your morning class together with Teddy, Lucy and me. Remus nodded in understanding. I see. Hello Neville, Anna and Niall. Welcome to Hogwarts. As to having three elves becoming first years at Hogwarts next year, Miranda took over. I'm afraid that you'll have to ask the headmaster. I'll do that. Harry rose from the sofa in determination. Minerva, would you perhaps accompany me? To his chagrin, Minerva shook her head. Harry, why don't you speak with him tomorrow during Christmas dinner in the Great Hall? That way, we will all be present and able to support you. Oh, all right, that makes sense, Harry agreed, even if he was disappointed of having to postpone his talk with the headmaster a day. The following day was Christmas Day, and Harry and his parents spent the day at home. The Longbottoms as well as Severus' favorite colleagues and friends, who had already spent Christmas Eve with them, joined them again, and Harry and Neville played with their presents for hours. Only in the early evening, everyone attended dinner in the Great Hall on the headmaster's request. Harry pulled Neville into the seat between himself and Remus, while he sat next to Minerva, somehow feeling very much reassured right next to the deputy headmistress for his confrontation with Dumbledore. As he had previously agreed with Regina and Severus, who had advised him for his conversation with the headmaster, he only addressed the old wizard between the main course and the dessert. Professor Dumbledore. He quietly thanked Lucy for showing him the headmaster, who looked at him in apparent surprise. Harry, my boy, did you have a nice Christmas? Yes, sir. It was quite brilliant. Did you have a good day, too? Yes, I did. In fact, I received a wonderful, warm pair of woolen socks, which made my day very comfortable. Ah, I received a Lego model of Quidditch, and Neville, Teddy, Anna, Niall and I have been playing with that in my Hogwarts Express set the whole day. Harry grinned broadly, as he recalled how they had sent toy animals from London to Hogsmeade and back. Oh, by the way, there is something I'd like to speak with you about. And what might that be, my boy? The headmaster leaned forward in apparent curiosity. Sir, do you know Teddy, my elf? I am not sure. Well, Teddy has been attending Remus classes together with me, and from now on, Anna and Niall will study together with us. As that's so, I did not know that Remus was teaching house elves. Dumbledore sounded surprised and not overly happy. They're not house elves but free elves, Harry contradicted in a firm voice. Harry, my boy, They're elves, and not humans. Does that matter, sir? Yes, it does. Well, I don't understand. You will, when you're older. Definitely not. When I'm older, I'm going to fight for the rights of elves and other creatures. Anyway, what I was going to ask is if it is all right for you if Teddy will attend classes together with us from September onwards. The headmaster's eyes widened in apparent shock. No, Harry, we can't have house elves attend classes at Hogwarts. An elf, not house elves. That doesn't make a difference. It is completely different. No, Harry, many parents would pull their children out of Hogwarts if we allowed elves to attend classes here. He let out a deep sigh. Right now, we really have different problems. Voldemort is back, the man who killed your parents and tried to kill you. We must be very careful, as I am afraid that he will come after you sooner or later. Right now, he is probably still gathering his strength, but at some stage, he will try to continue what you hindered him to do. Is that so? Harry repeated the headmaster's earlier words, completely unimpressed at the old wizard's explanation. However, he did not know if it would be wise to admit that he was friends with Marvolo, and he thought he remembered that Severus had once told him to keep the matter from Dumbledore. Yes, Harry, you should see to it that you're never alone outside of Hogwarts. Harry nodded. I won't. That went well, Harry groaned, walking between Neville and Lucy, when they were on their way back home through the empty halls of the castle. He really is an old coot. Harry, Severus scolded him lightly. Please don't say such things. He's the headmaster after all, even if we happen to disagree with him in various matters. Sorry. No, I am not sorry at all. I really dislike Dumbledore, Harry thought, as he let himself sink onto the floor to continue playing with Neville. Well, now that Harry has brought up the topic once, we could discuss the matter during a staff meeting at a later time. Minerva sighed. Albus has a point though. Many parents won't like it. Perhaps, it really might be better to only allow Teddy into your class for the beginning. If that goes well, we could consider allowing the other two elves to become students the following year. Yes, please. Thank you, Minerva. Harry cast the old with a broad smile, while Lucy jumped from the sofa and nudged her to caress her ears. Poor Lucy, Minerva cooed, does Harry never cuddle with you? All the time, Harry replied in disbelief, causing everyone to laugh. Harry, Marvolo suddenly caught his attention. Marvolo, he replied in delight. Merry Christmas, and thank you so much for the gift. The older wizard had sent him a book, which was written in Parseltongue. You're welcome. It was written by Salazar Slytherin about Hogwarts in the time of her founding. I hope that you might find it interesting. Take good care of it though, as it is the only copy. Thank you for your gift, too. Your assortment of fruit drops is simply delicious. Did you make all of them yourself? Together with the Weasley twins. Ah, the infamous Weasley twins. Please introduce them to me at the next opportunity. Oh, by the way, do you and your parents have any plans for New Year's Eve? Otherwise, I'd like to invite you to my place. I'll ask Severus and Regina, when the others will be gone later on, Harry promised, suddenly becoming aware of the fact that Neville was calling out to him. On the day after Christmas, the Weasley twins returned to Hogwarts and were introduced to Neville and his parents. While Remus, Misty, Poppy and Cicero insisted that Harry should not have any lessons during the holidays, with the return of the twins, their studying for the potions Newt continued. Harry spent at least the whole morning in Severus' lab together with the twins, much to Neville's chagrin. Apart from their studies for the Newt, the twins concentrated on their research together with Severus and were all for it, when Severus told them that Marvolo had invited them all for New Year's Eve. He wishes to get to know you. As I told you a few weeks ago, he wants to work together with you combining your potion with a ritual. He seems to be very knowledgeable about rituals. It'll be our pleasure to accompany you on New Year's Eve, and to brighten the mood, buy a few select prank potions. Or you could say, our newest inventions. Severus cast them a blood-curdling glare. Please behave yourselves and also remember that my wife is pregnant. Ah, all right then. We'll only use our special firework display. And no prank potions. No canaries or such for once. Severus smirked. Thank you, Messrs. Weasley. If they weren't as good at brewing and reliable student assistants, They'd really grate on my nerves, he thought in annoyance at their way of taking turns speaking. Oh well, they're good friends to Harry, too, he reminded himself. Our mother was freaking out by the way, saying that Dumbledore had told her that you know who was back, and that they had to revive some secret organization to fight him and protect Harry. Four Eyes looked at him in silent question. Severus let out a deep sigh. I've told you before that Marvolo, who is the Lord Gaunt now, by the way, acted the way he did because of having been cursed. He will not kill people left and right anymore, and he swore me an oath to not attack Harry. He did. Four Eyes widened in apparent surprise. He did. With that, Severus ended the conversation and changed the topic. New Year's Eve is also Marvolo's birthday, and I was wondering what we could possibly brew for him. He remained pensive for a moment, before he continued, as I told you, it was elves who gave him a corporeal body. His ears somehow resemble those of an elf instead of a human, and I was wondering if we could brew something to change them to look at least a little more human. All right, but we have 5 days to develop said potion. Yes, Severus smirked. Good luck. Will Harry at least work on it together with us? Perhaps he can sense what ingredient Marvolo is missing. That might be a possibility, Severus replied, pensively, and telepathically contacted his son. Harry, would you mind coming to my lab for a moment? We have something urgent to discuss with you. Of course, came the immediate response. Harry patiently listened to Severus and the twins' explanation, before he shook his head in bewilderment. Are you sure that we need a potion? He uncertainly played with Lucius' ears. Shouldn't I be able to heal his ears using healing magic? Severus looked at him in apparent surprise. If you were able to do so, why haven't you done so a few weeks ago? Harry shrugged. I don't know if I can do it, plus I didn't know that his ears were bothering him. Lucy didn't specifically show me his ears, he added as an afterthought. Would you be willing to try it out on New Year's Eve, which is also Marvolo's birthday? Of course. I just hope that it'll work, Harry replied, eagerly, knowing that it would be a great birthday present. Very well, Messrs. Weasley, back to the project at hand then, Severus stated, nodding his head at Harry in clear dismissal. New Year's Eve at Marvolo's place was interesting to say the least. The twins had a seemingly infinite number of questions to ask the former Dark Lord, and Harry listened in amazement, as Marvolo patiently answered anything they wanted to know. While the twins prepared everything for their fireworks outside, Harry and Severus took Marvolo aside, before Severus asked the man if the outer appearance of his ears was bothering him and if he wanted Harry to try changing them to a more human form. I don't know if I'll be able to do that, because they don't need healing. Feel free to try, Marvolo encouraged him, smiling. In the worst case, they remain the way they are. He sat next to Harry, so that the boy could easily hold on to his left ear. Harry concentrated on the ear and how it felt, only to realize that it felt absolutely all right. There was nothing wrong with it that might afford his healing magic. How can I make it more human? He thought, frantically, however, had to admit to himself that he had no clue. I am sorry, I don't know how to do this, he finally admitted, feeling utterly disappointed. Harry, Marvolo extended his finger to raise Harry's chin. Don't be disappointed. My ears don't really bother me. They're fine. They simply look like those of elves, but it doesn't matter. It was the elves who helped me get this body after all. Thank you so very much for trying anyway. Before Harry had the opportunity to feel sad about the matter, the twins returned from the garden and motioned everyone outside. The countdown has begun. Only 10 minutes left, before the new year is going to begin. Neville, Marvolo addressed Harry's friend. Can you help me take the champagne outside? Neville nodded in apparent eagerness. I could ask the elves, but in fact, I've given them the day off. Marvolo smirked, as he added, I have the impression as if Dolly and Drott get along very well. Glad that Lucy, who had slept through the evening, readily rose from the sofa and accompanied him outside to show him the fireworks, Harry thoroughly enjoyed himself admiring Fred's and George's newest invention. That was absolutely amazing, he thought, when he went to bed very late that night, ready to fall asleep in a blink. Unfortunately, his sleep was disturbed very early on New Year's Day, as he suddenly woke up realizing that Marvolo was in utmost distress. "Marvolo, what happened?" Harry sleepily thought to his friend. "I don't know. I just feel horrible, but I'll be all right." "Sorry for waking you up," Marvolo replied, sounding very much distressed. "Is there anything I can do to help you?" "No, Harry, it's fine. Just go back to sleep." Strange, Harry thought in confusion. I wonder what happened. However, the warmth of Lucius' body pressed against his stomach made him drift back to sleep, before he could further ponder the matter. Later the same day during breakfast in the Great Hall, Regina received a letter from Gringotts. "Lady Lestrange Prince, this is to inform you that we at Gringotts have cleared your family vaults from all dark items, among them one object which contained very dark magic. It is now safe for you and your family to come and visit your vaults at your leisure. I shall accompany you if you wish for me to do so. May your gold always flow and your enemies cower before you. Buckbean, account manager for House Lestrange." She handed the letter to Severus, who was sitting next to her at the only table that was used in the Great Hall during the holidays. Only 5 students from all houses as well as the Weasley twins had remained at Hogwarts. However, to prevent the students from feeling lonely in the big castle, the headmaster insisted that they all had to attend at least breakfast and dinner in the Great Hall. "That's going to change once Felix will be born," Regina thought, smiling as she felt the baby doing some kind of jumps. When breakfast was finished, the headmaster motioned everyone but the students to remain for a moment. "What is it now?" Regina wondered, staring at the old wizard in his light purple robes with hidden annoyance. "As you all know, Voldemort is back, and we need to get the Order of the Phoenix together again." Regina inwardly rolled her eyes, wondering if Severus was going to spy for Marvolo this time. "Now, Sirius has offered for us to hold our meetings at the old Black Townhouse. I have already informed everyone whom I believe trustworthy enough to join us, and I'd like to ask you all to come to this address." He thrust a small piece of parchment into Minerva's hand, asking her to hand it to the next person, right after dinner tonight. "Tell him that you can't join the order because of your pregnancy," Severus instructed her, telepathically, and Regina immediately complied. "Ah, but my dear, that is no hindrance at all. I remember all too well how Lily Potter attended our meetings even during her pregnancy with Harry." To Regina's surprise, everyone began to laugh and, on her apparently bewildered expression, Minerva explained how Harry as a barely 1-year-old had absolutely loved to play with Albus, Beard. "I am sorry, Headmaster, but I will not join either, at least not before our baby will be born sometime next summer." Miranda cast Albus an apologetic look. The old wizard nodded in apparent understanding. "Severus, will you join us?" The headmaster's voice was soft yet demanding. "Yes, sir. Would you be willing to spy on Voldemort again?" Severus lightly inclined his head in silent agreement without promising anything. If Dumbledore only knew, Regina thought with a combination of amusement at her husband's skill and annoyance at the whole situation caused by Dumbledore. "Alice and Frank, what about you? Are you ready to join again?" The Longbottoms exchanged a glance, before Frank replied for them both. "Albus, it's not even 2 weeks since we've returned to normal life, and we're not ready to do anything but try to get used to everything. When we're ready, we'll make sure to inform you," Alice added in an equally firm voice. After dinner on New Year's Day, Severus left for the meeting of the Order of the Phoenix together with Minerva, Miranda and Remus. Only once, Severus had been to the old black house at Grimmauld Place, on Regulus' invitation, while they had still been students at Hogwarts. He entered the house, which still had a dark flare, behind his colleagues, inwardly groaning in annoyance, when the old Lady Black began to shout something sounding like, "Blood traitors." Severus quickly tuned her out and followed the others into the kitchen, where a large group of Order members was already gathered. Lord Sirius Black was there, sitting next to Amelia Bones. "How she could marry such a mongrel is beyond my understanding," he thought, inwardly rolling his eyes. Black greeted him wearing a frosty expression, to which Severus replied with a sharp nod. There was Augusta Longbottom, who came over to Severus instantly. "Lord Prince, please tell me how my children are doing." Severus nodded in understanding. "They're doing relatively well. Neville and Harry are helping them getting used to normal life again, and it helps that they're attending all the meals in the Great Hall together with my colleagues and me. Talking with everyone seems to make the adaptation easier. The old lady seemed to hesitate for a moment, before she inquired, would it be possible for me to visit them? Of course. Severus' response was prompt and held no malice. Please use the flow to travel to the fireplace in our quarters at any time. Finally, Albus entered the kitchen, and Molly Weasley, much to Severus' annoyance, began to make a fuss about everyone handing out cups of tea, before she placed huge plates with biscuits onto the table. Let us begin. Albus stood at the head of the table letting his eyes wander around the group. We definitely know that Voldemort has returned. I am still not aware of his exact method of coming back to life, after he was supposed to die more than 9 years ago. However, he is back. Apparently, he has taken on the lordship of his mother's family, House Gaunt. As Lord Gaunt, he even has a seat on the Wizengamot, and as far as I heard, he even actively participates in the Wizengamot meetings. Remus, is that correct? The head of the Wizengamot rose from his chair. Yes, sir. Molly Weasley raised her voice. Why would such a criminal be allowed to simply gain a seat on the Wizengamot? He should have been sent to Azkaban the instant he showed his face. Remus let out a deep sigh. Amelia, will you please? Amelia nodded and began to thoroughly explain everything about Marvolo's questioning under Veritaserum. Somehow, the bad feeling won't leave me, but still, he has been questioned, and right now, we must believe his words to be the truth until proven otherwise. As to Theodore Rozier, there is evidence that he put other people under the Imperious Curse as well, which makes Lord Gaunt's story even more believable. Thank you, Remus and Amelia. The headmaster spoke again. Severus, can you tell us anything about his agenda? Has he called his Death Eaters together already? Does he perhaps plan to free his followers from Azkaban? Severus nodded. He was prepared as to what to tell the old wizard. Marvolo and he had planned everything together. The Dark Lord is back. He has only called his followers together once. His agenda seems to be the fight for the rights of all magical beings. I don't think that he has any plans of freeing his followers from Azkaban at this time. He noticed that Mad-Eye Moody eyed him with obvious distrust. However, he found that he did not really care. Before, the opinions of others might have been important to him. However, ever since gaining his own family with a wonderful wife and a brilliant son, his priorities had completely changed. Harry was sitting in the living room, cuddling with Regina and playing the Sukin, while Lucy was asleep next to him. It's so funny how I can feel Felix move in there to the rhythm of the music, he thought, already totally in love with his unborn little sibling. I wished I could feel Severus' emotions and could see through his eyes like I can with Marvolo. He let out a deep sigh. Then we'd know if everything is all right. Everything will be all right. Regina's voice was firm and felt soothing to his mind. I believe that the Order of the Phoenix is harmless. It is a group which listens to Professor Dumbledore and is simply opposed to Marvolo, if I understood that correctly. She absent-mindedly caressed a large bump on her stomach, before she gently guided Harry's hand to feel it, causing him to chuckle at the baby's antics. The worst that can happen is that they kick him out, if they decide that they don't trust your father. Harry nodded in understanding. Do you know who else is on our side? What about Minerva, Miranda and Remus? Sirius is not, I think. No, Amelia and Sirius probably are on Professor Dumbledore's side, and we must be careful, so that he won't realize that we support Marvolo. I am not sure about the others. Your father might have a better insight than me. You're much better with people though, Harry replied, smiling. Thank you, Harry. I am still lacking experience in the magical world, even if I was raised by a pureblood family and am familiar with the customs. I believe that it's time for you to go to bed though. Tomorrow evening, the students are going to return, and when classes resume, you're going to be busy again. Harry smiled, happily. I can't wait for Neville to attend Remus lessons together with Teddy, Lucy and me. Anna and Niall will probably at least quietly listen, too. Harry realized soon that classes together with Neville and the three elves was even more fun than just with Teddy. However, to Neville's disappointment, Misty and Poppy decided to teach Harry alone. Harry, we are teaching you healing, because you're a natural healer and having background knowledge about healing might help you in the future, Misty explained, patiently as always. Cicero, however, allowed Neville to join them, when he taught Harry about herbs and other plants, considering how interested and also knowledgeable his friend was. One day, Regina suggested for Neville to ask Professor Sprout if he could occasionally assist her in the greenhouses. "I know that she once said she'd love to have a student assistant, just like your father has the twins, but that there was no one with a sufficient interest in herbology." Harry observed, smiling, how Neville's eyes widened in excitement. "Do you think I can just go and ask her? Won't she mind?" Regina nodded, reassuringly. "She will be very pleased. If you're too shy to just go and speak with her, Harry would surely be willing to accompany you." "Oh, yes please." Neville cast him a pleading look. Grinning, Harry readily rose from the sofa, closely followed by Lucy, who dashed ahead towards the door. As Regina had predicted, Professor Sprout was pleased and allowed Neville to come and join her in the greenhouses whenever he had time to spare. "Let's see if we can work together for a while, and if we both want it, I can ask the headmaster to make you my student assistant from your first year onwards," the Hufflepuff head told him, much to Neville's delight. By the time they returned to the Prince quarters, Neville profusely thanked Regina and Harry for their support. Now that his various kinds of lessons had resumed, time passed so quickly for Harry that he was surprised when Regina told him one day, "Felix is supposed to be born now any day." Harry stared at his adoptive mother in shock. "So soon? I wanted to make a present for him, but I haven't even begun yet." Regina chuckled. "You don't have to give him anything. You already gave him a huge present." Apparently realizing that Harry had no clue what she meant, she added, "His name." "Ah, no, but I have an idea. I just need the help from some of the professors." Harry's thoughts went haywire, as he pondered how to best proceed. "May I go and visit Minerva for a moment? And then perhaps Professor Flitwick? You may if Lucy is awake enough to accompany you. Otherwise, please ask Teddy, and see to it that you'll be back on time for curfew." "I will. Come, Lulu." Together, they dashed away in a speed that did not give out Harry's condition. By the time they returned just on time for curfew, Harry was carrying a plush dog in the colors of Lucy. "Ah, how cute." Regina smiled. Harry handed her the dog. "Press his front paw." When Regina pressed its left front paw, the dog said in Harry's voice, "Hello Felix." A press of the right front paw caused a melody to play, which sounded exactly like a small song that Harry often used to play on the sukan. "It sounds like your sukan." Regina looked at him in apparent amazement. "Very well done, Harry. Felix really is a happy baby to have such a mindful brother." Harry smiled. "Do you think he'll like it?" Regina chuckled. "I'm sure that he'll adore it. He'll adore it and drive us all nuts with that melody." Severus smirked, as he let himself sink into his favorite armchair. If he had said such a thing just a year ago, Harry would have been terrified. However, by now he knew when Severus was joking, and he was also aware that his father had been under the influence of the twins for more than a year, and they took turns joking half the time. "Well, you can just cast a silencing charm around yourself if you're fed up with us," Harry replied, grinning. His parents began to laugh. "Thanks, Harry, for not putting Felix under a silencing charm, because that would be an absolute no-go." Regina cast him a stern look. "Of course, I know that." Noticing that his vision failed abruptly, he realized that Lucy had drifted off to sleep and quickly excused himself for the night. "He's a wonderful son," he heard Regina say to Severus, when he was lying in bed with the door slightly ajar as always. "That he is," Severus confirmed, "and he will be an equally brilliant big brother. It's probably just a matter of time though, before he'll begin teaching Felix all the nonsense he learns from the twins from hell." Every Sunday morning since the beginning of the year, Augusta Longbottom traveled to Hogwarts to visit her children and grandson for a few hours. "Alice, don't you mind Mother coming over every Sunday?" Frank cast her a questioning look. Alice stared at her husband in shock. "Of course not. It's fine, especially after she stopped questioning our allegiances at every visit." Frank chuckled. "I wonder how long she's going to remain on Albus side, before she'll be ready to listen to us." Alice smirked. "Don't put any pressure on her, love. I am so grateful to her for raising Neville for us. I know that he did not exactly have a happy childhood, but he is a well-educated and lovable boy. The two of us couldn't have done better." Regina told me that he was very shy when he first came to visit Harry, but that he has completely changed since then. He looks very happy to me. That he is. Alice smiled. He loves attending classes with Harry and the elves, and he thoroughly enjoys assisting Professor Sprout in the greenhouses. Did you know that Niall always joins him in the greenhouses? He seems equally interested in herbology as Neville. Do you remember that it was my favorite subject at school? Frank grinned broadly. Of course. Had Professor Sprout been of the age that she is now, you might have become her successor. Alice smirked. No dear, I would have had to take the mastery, before I'd have been able to teach. Alice nodded. That's true. He'd have done so then, she thought, letting out a deep sigh. On the one hand, I am looking forward to Felix being born soon. As Neville and Harry are so grown up already, I can't wait to be the godmother to a baby again. On the other hand, I have become used to having Anna help me around our quarters, so that I'm going to miss her badly. She shrugged. It's not because of the work, but she's nice to talk to. I understand why Harry and Neville are so fond of their elf friends. Frank remained thoughtful for a moment, before he suggested, let's speak with Harry about it. He seems to be the organizer for everything concerning elves. Perhaps, he can find us another elf or even find one for his brother if Anna agrees to become your elf. On a different note, what would you think about becoming a mother to a baby again? Alice's eyes widened in surprise and enthusiasm. I'd love that. Are you ready though? Whenever you are. Albus asked me if I wished to become the new professor for arithmancy from September onwards, so that we'll have an income again and these quarters will be our permanent living quarters. When he held out his hand to her, apparently ready to retire for the night, Alice thought that he was as remarkable as he had been before their 9 years of absence. Beautiful inside and outside, she thought, happily. Just like my oldest son and godson are. On March 8th, Felix was born. When Harry woke up in the morning, he felt that Alice was sitting on the edge of his bed, and from Lucy's noises of apparent contentedness, he realized that she was cuddling Lucy. Good morning, Aunt Alice, is Felix born? Alice chuckled, apparently realizing how excited he was. Yes, Felix was born during the night. Your parents are both in the hospital wing together with Misty. Her baby Lucky was born about an hour before Felix, and your mother and Misty decided to stay in the same room together. Teddy, Harry shouted in excitement, have you already visited your baby brother? Yes, I visited Lucky and also Felix, but they were both asleep. Come, I will show you the babies. Aunt Alice, could you please magically exchange my clothes? I can't wait to visit Felix and Lucky. To his relief, his unofficial godmother simply chuckled, before she waved her wand. Harry felt the magic, nodding in relief, when Lucy showed him his new outfit. Thank you, Aunt Alice. Lucy, are you ready? Without waiting for a response, he grabbed Teddy's hand with his left hand and Lucy's paw in his right hand and simply popped over to the small teacher's room behind the hospital wing, where he could sense Regina and Misty. Felix was as cute as a button but very small, and Lucky looked exactly like Teddy but was even tinier. Poppy ushered them both into chairs, before she gently laid Felix into Harry's arms and repeated the process with Lucky. The proud fathers were hovering on the other side of their wives' beds. Hi Felix, hi Lucky. Harry was the first to speak. We're Teddy and Harry, your big brothers, and this is Lucy, the best dog ever. Welcome to Hogwarts. You're both very lucky indeed. Lucy carefully sniffed at Felix, before she gently licked his face all over and then walked over to Teddy's other side to sniff and lick Lucky. While Felix simply continued to sleep, Lucky began to cry. Please give him to me, Teddy. I think he must be hungry. Harry and Teddy observed in amazement how Misty fed Lucky, and it did not take long for Felix to become restless as well. Harry observed in amazement how his tiny mouth bent to let out a small wail of apparent unhappiness. I believe that not only your younger brothers but also your mothers need some rest. Severus nodded at Harry and Teddy. Let's return home for a while. According to Poppy, we may come back in the afternoon to pick up Regina and Felix. Teddy, we will return home, too. Cicero added. I will go with Harry. Our class with Remus will begin soon. Only in about 2 hours. It's only 7 o'clock in the morning, Cicero informed his overexcited son, before they all took their leave, allowing the newborns and their mothers to sleep. Remus and Miranda's son James was born just a week after Felix and Amelia's and Sirius' daughter Lily at the end of the month. While Alice and Frank were Felix godparents, the Lupins and the Blacks had asked Severus and Regina to become godparents to their babies. "They're lucky, because all three of them can attend Hogwarts together," Harry said, when he and his parents returned from the Black House at Grimmauld Place with Felix and Lucy, where they had visited baby Lily and her parents. "Harry," Severus gave him a sharp look. "Last night, Marvolo called me. He asked me for a couple of potions and invited us for the 1st of May to celebrate the Beltane festival." "Another ritual?" Harry asked in anticipation. "Well, the Beltane festival is another Celtic holiday to celebrate the beginning of summer, and he wants to have another ritual to pray for Felix's health and happiness." "May I accompany you?" Harry felt excited at the idea of another ritual. "Of course, Harry," Severus replied, gently ruffling his hair, before he carefully took Felix from Regina with the instruction to make him burp. On May 1st, Severus, Regina and Harry traveled to Riddle Manor with Felix, Lucky, Misty, Teddy and Lucy in tow. Originally, Marvolo had asked them to bring the Weasley twins along. However, as it was a normal weekday, Severus could not simply allow them to leave Hogwarts without a reason that would be acceptable for the headmaster. As before, Marvolo had prepared a circle outlined by runes and candles. "Dad, are you sure that this can't harm Felix?" Harry inquired in sudden concern for his brother. "I know that Marvolo isn't evil anymore, but still." Severus returned a calming thought. "Yes, Harry, I am certain. He explained everything to me in detail the other day, and whilst I am not a specialist in runes, I understand enough to know that it is harmless. Otherwise, I wouldn't allow Felix or you to be involved in this." "All right, thanks. As soon as I'm allowed to choose the elective subjects, I'm going to take ancient runes." "This seems very intriguing," he decided, as he watched Marvolo's preparations with interest. Finally, Marvolo motioned Harry and Teddy to sit on the floor inside the circle and for their mothers to place the babies into their laps. Harry smiled in relief when Lucy made herself comfortable behind him just outside the circle to be able to show him what happened. Felix woke up by the sudden movement, when Regina placed him into Harry's lap, and opened bright blue eyes just for an instant, before he deeply snuggled into Harry's embrace. Harry instinctively began to cuddle the baby, amazed by the fact how cute he was and how much he loved him. "I wonder why his eyes are blue," he thought, considering that Severus' eyes are black and Regina's brown. He had intended to ask his parents upon noticing the fact. However, the last couple of weeks ever since Felix had been born had been so busy that he had simply forgotten about it. In addition to his classes with Remus, Misty, Poppy, Cicero and studying together with the twins, he had spent some time every evening helping Regina to care for the baby. He was deep in thoughts and lured by the baby's warmth to feel comfortable and sleepy, so that he somehow missed most of the ritual. Marvolo's voice was soothing, and Harry just relaxed, feeling very happy to be part of the ritual together with his finally found family. The weeks before the end of the school year passed much too fast for Harry's liking, as he and the twins were supposed to take their potions nuke together with the 7th years. When he had asked why they could not take them at the end of the summer holidays like it had been the case for their owl, Severus had informed him that the twins were going to be busy working together with Marvolo. "What about studying for the mastery then?" Severus sighed. "Harry, the twins are about to finish their 2nd year. You're only going to be a 1st year in September. Don't you think that all three of you have enough time to study for the mastery? Does it matter if you take it in 2, 3 or even 4 years?" "No, of course not. That's strange," he thought in surprise. Usually, Severus is quite the South Avenue driver. I'm surprised that he deems the twins' research together with Marvolo more important. I wished I could assist them, too. Turning his thoughts back to the Newts, he thought, the 7th years are going to stare at us when we take the exam together with them, especially as we didn't even attend their class. He felt quite uncomfortable at the idea, before he recalled that Charlie and Tonks were among the 7th years. We can just sit together with them, he realized in relief, deciding, tonight, I'm going to eat at the Gryffindor table for a change. Ever since the twins had come to Hogwarts, he had preferred the Slytherin table. Only when either Charlie or Tonks had explicitly invited him to sit with them had he joined the Gryffindors. Too bad that Tonks is going to leave Hogwarts soon, he thought. Charlie would remain as the new professor for care of magical creatures, while Tonks, who had become his girlfriend by now, had decided to undergo Auror training. To Harry's relief, the 7th years did not make any comments on their presence during their potions exam. Harry felt that it was much more difficult than the owl had been. However, his father had prepared them well, and he somehow managed to not only get through the theoretical part without problems, but also achieved to brew a potion, which according to Severus looked perfect. A week later, the summer holidays began. On the one hand, Harry was extremely excited. When school begins again, I'm going to be a student, he thought in absolute delight, when he recalled that he still had to convince the headmaster to at least have Teddy attend classes with him. I'm going to speak with him right away, he decided, and quickly called Teddy to him, before they climbed up to the headmaster's office with Lucy in tow. Only when they reached the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office, Harry realized that he did not know the password. However, when he was just about to point out the problem to Teddy, the gargoyle opened for them like by an invisible force, enabling them to step onto the moving staircase. Reaching the top, Harry politely knocked at the door. Come in. Harry hesitantly entered the office, flanked by his companions. Professor Dumbledore. He lightly lowered his head in greeting. I am sorry to disturb you. No, my boy, it is a pleasure to have you visit an old man. Please take a seat, he replied, offering him a drop, which Harry politely declined. What can I do for you? Harry inwardly groaned. I wonder if he really doesn't remember that we still have an open matter at hand, he thought in annoyance. I just wanted to make sure that you know that Teddy is going to attend Hogwarts together with me. Ah, but Harry, you must understand. No, sir, I don't. Harry rudely interrupted the headmaster, surprised at his own courage, when help came from an unexpected source. #Albus, you won't be able to deny the nestling's familiar his education. Remember that the nestling owns the nest we all put our beaks in. With that, Fox left his perch only to land on Harry's arm, which he had stretched out invitingly, as soon as Lucy had shown him the approaching phoenix. Exactly. Lucy turned her head to show him the portrait of the ancient wizards, who had been headmaster in their own times. Harry is the heir of all four of us and as such the owner of Hogwarts, as Fox has pointed out correctly. If Harry decides to have elves attend the school in the future, so mote it be. There is nothing that the current headmaster will be able to do to prevent it. Furthermore, I believe that it is a good idea to try it out, allowing only his own bonded to attend classes for the beginning. If this works out, Harry will decide to have a contingent of, for example, 2 elves per year, at Hogwarts. Salazar told me that Teddy here has been taught together with Harry, so that I expect that this attempt will work out well. Thank you, Professor, Harry replied, smiling. Ah, rubbish, I am not a professor anymore, but I am Godric Gryffindor, your many times great-grandfather. Just call me either Godric or grandfather. Thank you, Godric. Thank you, Professor Godric, Teddy echoed. Dumbledore nodded, apparently realizing that there was nothing he could do to prevent Teddy from attending Hogwarts. What about the school fees? Will Teddy be able to pay his school fees? Harry nodded, firmly. How do we have to pay them and when? What about his Hogwarts letter? Please speak with Professor McGonagall about both topics. Dumbledore tiredly let his hand wander over his much too long beard. Well, remember that you can always come to me if you encounter any problems. Thank you, Headmaster. With that, Harry rose from his chair expecting Fox to leave his arm. However, the Phoenix remained seated. Don't forget to practice becoming a Phoenix Animagus. I can't wait to go flying together. Ah, but Fox, Harry is much too young to become an Animagus. Harry did not bother to correct the headmaster, but took his leave, not caring that Fox remained on his arm and accompanied them all through the castle. Only when they reached the entrance hall, Fox trilled a goodbye and took off. Well, if Dumbledore really doesn't know that I'm a dog Animagus, it leaves many options for pranks, Harry thought in amusement, as he returned home eager to tell his parents about his victory over the headmaster. You simply told the headmaster that Teddy is going to become a first year. Severus eyed him in apparent amusement. What a Gryffindor thing to do. What? Harry thought, worriedly. I wouldn't want to be a Gryffindor, especially as Severus and Marvolo certainly expect me to become sorted into Slytherin. Regina chuckled. In any case, it was a very gentle thing to do, Harry. I am not as acquainted with Hogwarts as Severus, but I believe that what you did for Teddy would rather be Hufflepuffish than Gryffindorish. Harry inwardly groaned. I wonder where I'm going to be sorted, he mused aloud. Severus gave him a sharp look. It doesn't matter where you're going to be sorted. You'll do well in any house. Remember that you're the heir of all 4 founders, which means that you have traits of all 4 houses. Just don't be disappointed if Teddy ends up in a different house from you, son. In fact, it is more likely that you'll end up in different houses than that you'll get sorted into the same house. What about Neville and Draco? Harry absent-mindedly played with Lucius' ears. Will I be able to remain friends with them, even if they're in different houses? If you wish to remain friends, you'll find a way. Did I not tell you that your birth mother was in Gryffindor, while I was in Slytherin, and we were still best friends? Harry nodded, feeling very much reassured by his father's words. Still, I'm going to miss being able to sit at any house table, where I just want to sit, during the meals, he thought. Unlike the previous years, Harry did not have any classes during the summer holidays. Not only Remus, but also Poppy, Misty and Cicero decided that he should spend the summer just enjoying himself together with his friends. When Misty asked if he was going to join them on the Isle of Elves again, Harry eagerly nodded, before he quietened, as a sudden thought struck his mind. Felix. No, I think I can't go this year. I'll have to be here for Felix. Otherwise, won't he miss me? He won't understand when I tell him that I'll be back after a week or 2. Harry, I advise you to speak with Regina or Severus about it, but I believe that Felix still sleeps through most of the day anyway, so that he won't miss you too much, and your parents will manage without your help for 2 weeks, especially as it's during the summer holidays and they don't have other obligations. To Harry's relief, Regina and Severus fully agreed with Misty and advised him to accompany the elves to the Isle of Elves for at least 2 weeks. To his and Teddy's disappointment, Anna and Niall were not able to travel with them due to being Alice's and Neville's elves. However, Harry and Teddy were busy enough looking after Lucky. The 4-month-old elf was just able to walk and was running all over the place on his little feet. Was I as bad as him, when I was 4 months old? Teddy asked Harry, who shook his head. No, Teddy, I don't think so. Do you think Granny Anastasia would be willing to look after him for a while? I'd love to go and visit Bonda. He promised to introduce me to the big library. Teddy's eyes widened in apparent eagerness. May I come? Of course. Harry chuckled, as he had not expected anything else from his best friend. Hearing that they were heading to see Bonda, Anastasia immediately agreed to watch Lucky, and from that time onwards, Harry, Teddy and Lucy spent every afternoon in the library. They were especially interested in the history of the Isle of Elves. I wonder why the relationship between elves and humans is so strange, Harry said after spending a whole week in the library. How could they even think about enslaving the elves? Let's ask Bonda, Teddy suggested, and the trio quickly made their way to the office of the Elder Elves. This is still a result of the Human-Elven War, which took place from 1252 to 1256. Bonda's voice was laced with annoyance. The wizards won the war and ends *Avenue the elves, believing that the elves are their minors, the elder elf said, patiently. It's even part of the wizard's law, written in the Statute of Supremacy made by the British Ministry of Magic. Maybe you have heard of that. Bonda gave them a questioning look. No, sir. Their response was simultaneous and genuine, causing Bonda to smirk. He held out his hand, and a moment later, an old-looking tome floated down from the bookshelf right into his hand. Read this if you wish to know more. You may borrow it, but do not take it with you into the human world. It must remain on the Isle of Elves just like any of the library books. We won't take anything with us. Teddy nodded to emphasize his promise. Thank you, sir. Harry smiled at the gentle elder elf. Please give me some time, before I will ask the Minister of Magic to rescind the Statute of Supremacy. Or perhaps better the Wizengamot. I'm not sure, but I'll ask my father and Marvolo how to best proceed. I will help. Teddy grinned broadly. Bonda, did our granny tell you that I am going to attend Hogwarts together with Harry and the other students? Bonda nodded. Yes, Anastasia told us, and we're all very proud of the two of you. Well done, Harry and Teddy. The 2 weeks on the Isle of Elves passed in a blur, and before Harry realized how fast the time passed, they were back at Hogwarts. Harry was happy to be able to spend some time with Felix, who slowly began to remain awake for longer times, and also with Neville, who was delighted to have him back. Hogwarts was boring without you and the twins. Neville let out a deep sigh. Did you not help Professor Sprout in the greenhouses? Harry queried in surprise. Yes, I did, and it was much fun, but still, I missed you all, and my father was busy preparing himself to teach arithmancy, and my mother is pregnant and often feels unwell. Harry nodded in understanding. I'm here now, he reassured his friend. I'd like Draco to come and visit like he did last year though. Severus nodded in understanding, when Harry hesitantly voiced his wish. I shall pay the Malfoys a visit and speak with them. I believe that Lucius is somehow disappointed in Marvolo, because he is not as dark as he was, when he was under the Imperious curse. What does that have to do with Harry? Regina looked from Severus to Harry in apparent disbelief. Severus let out a deep sigh. All the followers of the Dark Lord are aware that Harry and Marvolo are good friends this time around. Perhaps, Lucius has not yet decided if he wants to remain on the Dark Lord's side or rather defy him for a darker path. I can imagine that if he wanted to defy the Dark Lord, he wouldn't be happy if his son were best friends with Harry. Draco's father is an idiot then, Harry thought, however, knew better than to voice his thoughts about others, let alone about other members of the Wizengamot. Severus gracefully stepped out of the fireplace at Malfoy Manor, noticing that a seemingly hyper-elf was standing there waiting for him. Lord Prince, sir, Master Lucius and Mistress Narcissa are waiting for yous. Please lead the way, Severus replied, causing the elf to stare at him, wide-eyed, before he bowed deeply and hurried to guide him into the garden, where Lucius and Narcissa were gathered around a table drinking some kind of icy-looking beverage. Severus. Lucius was the first to notice him. Come and join us. Would you like some ice punch? Yes please. Severus lowered himself into a seat, which allowed a fantastic view over the manor's beautiful garden. An instant later, the elf returned and placed a glass of the delicious-looking beverage in front of him. Thank you. Severus did not even consider talking to the elf. His words just automatically left his words. Dobby, now leave. Lucius' voice was slightly harsh, and Severus realized immediately that the other wizards seemed upset. Since when do we thank mere house elves for doing their work? He then inquired. I am sorry, Severus apologized in spite of not feeling any remorse at all. I am so used to the free elves at Hogwarts that I didn't even think about it. You have free elves at Hogwarts? Narcissa inquired in apparent disbelief. Yes, several. Most of them are elves of my colleagues. Our own elves are free elves as well, Severus admitted, deciding that he would not try to hide the fact. Marvolo even employs 2 free elves. He what? Both Malfoys stared at him in obvious disbelief. Speaking of the Dark Lord, Lucius then changed the topic. He called me a fortnight ago together with a few others and asked us to do some research about squibs who are living in the Muggle world and Muggleborns to check if they possibly have magical ancestors. Severus nodded in understanding. He told me that he wants to work on researching if some of the old families that are believed to be extinct have non-magical descendants. If these are squibs, it might be possible to give them magic and revive their family. Lucius shook his head. That sounds intriguing. However, the Dark Lord is an absolute mystery to me. Are you not going to work for him in the future? Severus decided to use the direct approach. I am not sure. On the one hand, yes, I wish to remain his follower. But on the other hand, I am not 100% sure about his goals. Well, we'll see. I am not in a hurry to decide anything right now. Severus nodded his agreement. By the way, Harry asks if Draco may come to visit again. He and the Longbottom boy apparently wish to have another soon-to-be first year to discuss their possible sorting. And why would that be? Narcissa stared at him, incredulously. Draco won't be sorted anywhere but Slytherin anyway. Severus quirked an eyebrow in silent question. Well, considering that the Sorting Hat placed the Weasley twins in Slytherin, I wonder if the hat has gone nuts. He won't dare placing Draco anywhere but Slytherin. Lucius' expression was grim. Well, we'll see. Narcissa smiled, before she changed the topic. As to Draco's visit, of course, he'd love to spend some time with you and Harry at Hogwarts. You're his godfather after all. When would it suit you? Severus remained pensive for a moment, before he replied. The Dark Lord intends to hold a ritual on Harry's birthday, which is August 18th, to where he allowed Harry to invite his friends. Perhaps, it would be good if Draco could come on the Sunday before Harry's birthday and stay for a week or even 2. All 3 of them agreed, and Severus felt relieved that the purpose of his visit to the Malfoys had been achieved, before they changed the topic and talked about several unimportant matters. During the following weeks, Harry, Neville and Teddy spent the mornings helping all the teachers with their preparations for the beginning of the new school year. Frank needed the most assistance, as it was his first time to teach arithmancy. Remus was now going back to teaching defense against the dark arts, and Miranda was going to look after Felix and James together with Regina and Alice, who was also expecting a baby. During the afternoons, the trio thoroughly explored Hogwarts, including the corridors, which were not used anymore. One day, they almost stumbled over a large painting of 2 wizards and 2 witches. The founders, Harry said in disbelief, as he recognized Salazar. What? Neville asked. Over there, Teddy almost shouted in apparent excitement. Harry, only you and your bonded ones can see our painting. We can't have the whole school know where our quarters are now, can we? Salazar sounded extremely grumpy. It's about time that you come and visit our quarters anyway. Too bad. Harry shook his head in annoyance. We're just exploring Hogwarts. This is Neville, my good friend, and if he can't see your quarters, I won't be able to visit them now either. Hello Harry, hello Neville. The slightly plump witch with brown hair sounded much friendlier than Salazar. My husband is not always the nicest person on earth. Of course, Neville will be able to visit our rooms together with you. A mere instant later, Neville said, Thank you, Professor. I am Helga, the witch replied. Helga Hufflepuff, and these are my colleagues Rowena and Godric. I trust that you have heard about us. Harry and Neville nodded, while Teddy beat them to a response. Of course, you're the 4 founders of Hogwarts, and Harry is the heir of all 4 of you. That is absolutely correct, and I must congratulate you, Teddy, for being the first elf ever to attend Hogwarts. This time, Godric spoke, whom Harry only then recognized. Godric, he addressed the ancient wizard. Thank you so very much for your help in the headmaster's office the other day. You're welcome, and it was very well done. I was very proud of you, grandson. That was a true Gryffindor speaking to the headmaster then. Harry smiled, feeling very happy at the unexpected praise. Teddy, Salazar cast the elf a beseeching look. See to it that you're going to be sorted into Slytherin. Ah, Salazar. Rowena playfully slapped her colleague's arm. Isn't it obvious that Teddy is going to be sorted into my house? No, madam, no at all, it's not. With that, Salazar abruptly left the painting only to return an instant later with an immensely large snake in tow. I trust that you've already met Amaterasu, my familiar. Salazar cast them a questioning look. Lulu, it's all right. Harry tried to calm down the canine, who was growling fiercely at the large serpent. It's huge, Harry thought in bewilderment. No wonder that Lulu is afraid. What a nasty little thing's SS. This ISSS Lukey, Harry hissed back. Thes are Teddy and Neville, and I am Harry. Oh, ASS speaker. That ISSSSS nice. I am Amaterasu, I am a Basilis SSK. Hello Amaterasu. Anyway, if you go into our chambers, you can call Amaterasu. She is living in my private chamber, but it has a direct connection to our rooms. Salazar gently petted the basilisk. At least I hope that she is still alive in this time. The basilisk is not real, she's just in the portrait the same way as Salazar, Harry thought, when Godric spoke up. Behind this door are our rooms. As the first heir of all 4 of us, you're the owner of Hogwarts, as I already told the headmaster the other day. You are entitled to visit our quarters whenever you wish. They are yours now. Thank you. Harry was surprised to say the least. I have my own rooms at Hogwarts. He wondered. What do we have to do to get inside? Without any forewarning whatsoever, Helga leaned into Salazar's arms and Rowena into Godric's, causing a small corridor to appear in the center of the painting. Lucy, will you please go ahead and show me where we're going? The canine let out a small woof of confirmation, before she ran ahead, making everyone follow her quickly. Inside is another portrait of the four of us, Rowena informed them, right before the painting behind them returned to its previous state. They found themselves in what seemed to be a large living room with a group of comfortable-looking sofas arranged in front of a fireplace. Harry stepped backward, startled, when Lucy showed him that a small fire was lit in the fireplace. Did they have house elves here? He wondered in surprise. Still strange that they switch on the fire in the middle of the summer. He was brought back to reality when Helga addressed them from the large, life-size painting of the four founders, which was overlooking the room. Hello Harry, welcome to our private quarters. No one has lived in these rooms for at least 500 years. We have always been employing one elf. Lisa, she called out, and an instant later, an elf appeared in front of them. Lisa was dressed in a white one-piece with an application of the Hogwarts crest all over the chest. I wonder if she's a free elf, Harry thought, while Helga introduced him to Lisa and asked her to be there for him if he needed something. While Lisa eagerly chatted with Teddy, Harry and Neville thoroughly explored the founders' quarters. There were mostly single and double bedrooms as well as one large room and one small chamber. The large, square-shaped room was completely void of any furniture apart from one comfortable-looking wing chair, which stood in front of the windows, causing the friends to worry what it had been used for. The small room was only equipped with a sofa, which stood against one wall facing another wall. How strange. Neville sounded bewildered, and Harry could only share the sentiment. Equals perhaps, these rooms had a special purpose. Equals. Harry quickly translated Lucius' words to Neville, knowing that it must have sounded like barks to him. Seeing that Teddy and Lisa finally followed them, he decided to ask the elf. Excuse me, Lisa, do you know what this room is for? Lisa chuckled. This is the spy chamber. The spy chamber. Neville looked at Harry in apparent disbelief, which Harry could only understand too well. Chuckling again, Lisa pointed her right hand against the blank wall opposite of the sofa. On. An instant later, the wall allowed the view into the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore was playing wizard's chess with Minerva. Harry listened in shock to the conversation between the two professors. Beginning of scene. Have you heard that an elf is going to become a student at Hogwarts? Dumbledore let out a deep sigh. Teddy, isn't it? Minerva smiled, broadly. He is very intelligent and eager. I am looking forward to teaching him. Minerva. Dumbledore sounded horrified. Hogwarts is a school for wizards and witches, not for house elves. Minerva grinned. Albus, Teddy is a free elf, not a house elf. That's a big difference. Dumbledore sighed again. That may be, but still. I don't think it's wise to have elves attending classes together with the students. And why might that be? Minerva leaned forward, giving the headmaster a sharp look. Dumbledore merely shrugged, before he suddenly jerked around to face Minerva, wearing an expression of utmost alert. I just thought about something. The house elves are all bonded to Hogwarts. Perhaps, I should renew the bond, but instead of Hogwarts, I should bond them to me. Otherwise, Harry might be able to bond them to him, considering that he is the owner of Hogwarts, at least according to Godric Gryffindor. Minerva nodded. That he is, but I am sure that Harry won't do such a thing. Why would he? The freedom of elves is high on his agenda. He wouldn't want to be bonded to hundreds of elves. Check. Ah, you got me. I was too distracted. With a flick of his wand, the chessboard arranged itself anew. End of scene. Teddy, I'm going to the elves' quarters and speak with whoever needs to know about this. I won't have Dumbledore bind the elves to him. I'll come with you. No, please remain here with Neville. I'll be back as soon as possible. Lucy, can you accompany me? Not waiting for a response from any of his friends, Harry grabbed Lucius' leg and popped themselves right into the elves' quarters. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.